Welcome to a debate edition of the Whatever podcast. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer supported. Please consider donating through Streamlabs, streamlabs.com/whatever. TTS is $199 and up. There will be no instant TTS, although there might be portions of the stream where we do allow the more instant TTS. TTS will come in batches at various breaks throughout the debate. You can see the description for all triggers and full details. Without further ado, we're just going to jump right into it. I'm joined today by Andrew Wilson. He's the host of The Crucible. He's a blood sports debater and political commentator. Also joining us today is Jen Stone. She is a 140 IQ, woke feminist, leftist hater.
I'm not any of that.
Oh, sorry. Okay, well, do you want to introduce yourself then?
I'm not. Okay. Isn't that what my introduction speech is?
Well, you can intro yourself, and then if you want to just go right
Jen Stone.
Go right into your opening.
I'm not a feminist or what did you all say it was?
Woke feminist leftist hater.
I'm not leftist either. I don't hate anybody, and my IQ technically is at 140. So
is it higher?
143.
I apologize.
By the way,
please make the correction.
I don't think I'm
Let
smarter
the record
than anyone.
show her IQ is in fact 143 and not 140, as I erroneously stated.
I don't like labels the labels you're giving me.
Gotcha. Do you want to just go ahead into your opening statement?
Sure. This is why I'm here. Is the population likes to give such labels to everybody. Like 50% of the population is either woke or a Nazi. And I think that's contributing to the downfall of our nation. Andrew said when I was on the show that he hates people like me the most who don't take sides. From the way I see it, I have a broader picture of what's actually happening in the world. It's not like I agree with everybody on each side, but everybody has something to say that can contribute to society. And people tend to just like turn off something the first time they hear something they don't agree with and say bad things about people. But when they dig deeper, everybody,
is this part of your opening, or is this part of your response?
This is the opening.
Okay.
Everybody has good points on shit. From what I see from my bigger perspective is, while we're fighting over bathrooms and the Super Bowl and all of that nonsense, crazy shit's happening, and it's been happening for a long time. It's on both sides. Starting, around the 1970s with Citizens United and quid pro quo, and just changing of the corporate taxes, not really paying much taxes anymore. It kind of seems like we're all fighting for the same thing. In Andrew's perspective, he wants to bring back the 1950s because there's less debauchery and family values. And the left wants a tax structure that's more towards the 1950s as well, which is basically at like the Bernie Sanders level of, taxes, which I don't advocate for completely that to happen. But they're basically fighting for the same thing and blame the other people for taking it away, if that makes sense. And both sides have good points. They just think each other's to blame. And if you look at the bigger picture, I don't know. People need to look, instead of going back to the past, we should strive to solve issues for the future. Because with AI coming and stuff, like nothing is going to be traditional. We're in it's a new revolution, a new age. So why are we trying to bring back something that will never happen again? And basically, the last thing is, I don't care who you vote for. I'm calling it the Great Awakening. One thing most of us agree on is to stop supporting people who who have lots of donors from super PACs, support people who want to change these flaws in our system that have created what some would say the deep state, the Epstein class. Vote out all the old boomers who are just corporate puppets. That goes on both sides, and that's really the only way that we could start putting the pieces back together. Basically, that's it.
Just one really quick thing. I know Andrew has a bunch of notes that he wanted to jump into. At the very beginning of your opening, you conflated, for example, people on the right calling the other side woke, and that you compared that to people on the left calling people on the right Nazis. Do you think that that's an equivalent comparison? Because I think levying the label of Nazi towards somebody who's right-wing is like orders of magnitude a more egregious, perhaps mislabeling than just calling somebody woke. Woke doesn't seem to have quite the gravitas.
Yes.
And it's not quite as negative as Nazi.
I agree with that, but when they say woke, like he calls everyone Marxists and communists.
Who? Andrew?
Andrew.
I
think
only Marxists and communists.
Huh?
Only Marxists and communists.
And you call them like what you always use the word debauchery,
Degeneracy, maybe.
degeneracy, and
Only degenerates.
and just. Yeah, I don't call anyone a Nazi. That's why I'm saying I'm not.
Would you call a Nazi?
For sure. And then calling people who are protesting
So
domestic terrorists. I think it goes extreme on both sides.
can I ask you something?
know?
Because you're both citing it. What you're doing
I'm
is
not both siding it. I
you are.
lean
It's
more
called-
left.
It's called a.
I lean
what
more.
you're doing-
I'm a libertarian. I've talked about
calm
this.
down. I haven't said a word.
Okay.
Okay. What you're doing is called both siding. It's the attempt to pretend that you have neutral positions when you don't have neutral positions. And that's what you're doing is you're both siding. For instance, you said you're talking about Nazis and woke. Andrew, you call everybody a degenerate. Andrew, you call everybody a Marxist. No, I call Marxist. I call communist. I call degenerates degenerates. I ask you, would you call a Nazi a Nazi? Yeah. So what's the difference?
Some of the ways you describe people, I don't agree with that.
Is somebody
With
who
how you
participates in
describe
gangbangs nightly a degenerate?
Yes.
Okay. Is somebody?
But
is
the
some-
majority
hang on,
of
hang on.
people on the
Is
left
somebody
aren't
who-
doing gangbangs.
That's not what I'm asking, though. Is somebody who says that they're a Stalinist communist, are they Marxist?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, and then is somebody who is wearing a uniform that says SS and has a swastika on it, are they a Nazi?
Yes, but you're conflating
So then I
half the
don't understand-
population as one
When?
thing and half the population as something
When?
else.
When have I done these?
I've literally watched
When have I done
all
these
of your
things?
interviews. Not all of them. And you literally say, I know I'm Christian, but I hate the left.
I do. It's true.
Yeah, I mean.
I do fucking hate leftists.
Yeah, it's.
God will one day punish my eternal soul
So
for
why-
the fact that I just cannot bring myself to not hate fucking leftists.
Well, okay, then you shouldn't be preaching morals to the world.
Why not? Because of false.
Preach the morals, just don't do it in the name of Jesus if you're going
Oh.
against what Jesus says.
So just be perfect.
Don't be perfect, but you.
So how
But
imperfect am I
don't
allowed
be
to be?
vain. You're not supposed to be vain.
How
You're
is that
not-
vanity? That's me. That's the opposite of vanity. Me saying I have a moral failing, right? An aspect of my own morality that's very difficult for me to, a demon that's very difficult for me to surmount, which is I know I'm not supposed to hate people. I know that. But I also can't fucking help but hate leftists. I can't. And by the way, that's a struggle that Christians all over the United States have every single day. Wouldn't it be the opposite of vanity if I say to people, if I were to go, hey, I'm fucking perfect in every conceivable way. I'm without flaw. I am awesome in every conceivable way. That's vanity. Wouldn't the opposite of vanity me saying, look, I know that I have a high moral standard, and I know I myself at times don't live up to that high moral standard, which is part of Christian ethics. Isn't that the opposite of being vain?
No, I think being vain is not working on it and then openly saying, like you did to Charlie, I'm better than you, and calling her dumb and stuff like that. I don't think that's the correct way to go about it.
She shouldn't have opened her stupid mouth about my wife then.
That was before that happened, actually. It was right before. But
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't. It was after. I'll bet you $100 it was after.
I know for sure the stupid thing came before.
Well, perhaps we shouldn't have a meta conversation about.
Oh well,
previous
no, that's
debate,
true.
but-
I called her stupid, but
Yeah.
stupid has nothing to do with. Was I attacking her family? No, I didn't do any of that. Me saying you have a stupid position, or that's idiotic, or that's moronic, right? That's light stuff.
Well, like, blessed are the meek, blessed are the peacemakers. And the thing about Christianity is you're supposed to strive and work to be, for the way I perceive Jesus is literally trying to get to discipleship, which means like following all of the commandments and not using like being forgiven as, and being a sinner as an excuse to keep doing it. You have to always work towards being better instead of just accepting like, oh, this is me. Yeah, you have to work for that. And it doesn't.
I've told this story many times, the story of the monk. I don't know if you've heard that before. It was a monk who was an alcoholic his entire life. And then when he died, people were crying. And one monk said, why are you crying? He was drunk his entire life. And they were so happy because he had cut his booze consumption down by half. Just meant that the entirety, he was trying to overcome that demon his entire life. And he couldn't quite do it. Okay? I get it. I understand. Right? If you think that I don't struggle with the fact that I do have heavy hatred in my heart for leftists, you're wrong. Struggle with it all the time. I understand that I'm not a perfect person. I've always understood I'm not a perfect person. I also understand these people do everything that they can to make sure I fucking hate them too.
A lot of that is
Everything they
media
can do to make sure I hate
lack of
them.
education. So yeah,
They're the most
a lot of it's
educated people
propaganda on both sides.
They're the most educated people on the planet.
Ew, the OnlyFans girls you have on the show?
No, leftists.
Yes, and you think with more education comes more wisdom, or
That's what your point just was 5 seconds ago. 5 seconds ago, you're like, it's lack of education. They're the
No,
most
I mean the
educated
people on your on like this that comes on this show is what I was talking about.
Most of them have more education than I do.
Yeah, that's why I see things from a bigger picture. Our educational system is fucked. Like, I watch this show and I'm like, wow, where's the world coming to? But I also watch on the left when they ask similar questions about history and stuff and government, and they're just as clueless. So I that's why I think I have an advantage.
No, they're just monstrous. They're just monsters.
Seeing the bigger picture of like. I mean, we're all fucked up. We're all kind of dumb, and instead of fighting each other, maybe we should just work on fixing the issues.
Yeah, the problem is that we can't even agree on what the descriptors of the issues are.
Well, I think we should start with just what do they call it? Table issues. No, we don't.
Okay.
We all can agree.
Give me a table issue.
A good economy. We can all agree on ending corruption.
Okay, great. So
we can all agree on,
Let's start with this, like a good economy. Would you agree with me that it would lower housing prices if we were to deport every illegal immigrant tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay, great. Do you think that the left's going to go along with that?
No.
No. So I don't understand how. So how is it that when you have a table issue, you say, okay, here's an issue. I want a good economy. Go, okay, great. If we can start with, hang on. Let me finish the point. Okay. How is it that if I can't find any common ground with these people, how are we supposed to surmount these ideological differences exactly? Can you tell me how to do that?
If you stick to the basic common ground, first of all, like the housing market issue isn't an issue of, like, it might contribute, like the legals might contribute a little bit, but that's
you see what I mean?
Tiny
We can't even agree on descriptors. So if we can't even agree on descriptors of problems, how is it that you expect that we're going to...
You have to look at everything as a full picture. You can't...
Wait, stop. Let him finish.
Yeah.
All right. I'll tell you what. Let's do it this way. Tell me the full picture.
The full picture, in my imaginary, perfect situation of how to fix things is... The first thing we need to do is vote out all the puppets and vote...
Hang on. Who's we?
we the people, everyone
people.
on both sides, forget the culture wars. Let's just have a small truce until the agreed upon terms are agreed upon, and then we can get to the cultural issues.
Okay, and who are the puppets we're voting out? What are their names?
What are the puppets' names?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not just one person. It's the corporations.
Okay,
it's the CIA.
The corporations aren't names of people. Who are the puppets we're voting out? What are their names?
You just vote based off of the PACs that have contributed to their funds.
No, I'm asking about names. What are the names of the people we should be voting out?
Mostly all of them.
Who? Give me some names.
I can say who to keep. Keep Thomas Massey. Keep Rand Paul. MTJ. She could, I'm sure she's going to come back. On the left, what's the dude that was teaming with?
Yeah, I know, but who are the global puppets that we're going to come together to get rid of?
There's easy ways to look at this.
Okay.
There's websites where you can look at their campaign fund contributions, and you can actually see how they vote on certain things, whether it seems directly correlated to like money or PACs like
You see the
for
vagary?
Israel.
Do you see how vague you are?
It's not vague.
Well, hang on. You're saying what you're doing is you're saying it's us versus them, we versus those. Okay, I understand that. But who's the we and who are the they?
The we are we the people deciding to.
Well, these are people.
Whoever's on your side, if you elected them and they promise all these things and they're going directly against what you elected them for, plus have PAC contributions from like corporations, and if they're getting rich by trading stock, that sort of thing, then maybe they should go.
Yeah, but the problem is that we live in a democracy. Democracies are set up in power structures, and the power structures are set up based around people's interests. So people have learned that they can raid the treasury by having X amount of people who are representing their interests in office.
Exactly.
So there is no, hang on, no. If that's exactly, then your point's contradicted.
No.
Yeah, I'll
I wasn't
explain. Hang on,
done.
I'm going to
Okay.
explain how your point's contradicted. Because there is no we. There is no collective. What there is there's a whole bunch of different power blocks all competing for their own interests in the United States for power.
Yeah.
That's what's happening.
I agree with that.
So when you say we should put our petty differences aside, well, they're not petty differences. They're massive differences. There is no collective we. There's groups and blocks of people who are competing for power, utilizing the democratic process. That's what's happening. So how do you plan on surmounting that barrier? How can I go?
Vote for people who...
Vote. We're going to vote harder. We're going to vote our way out of this.
It's either that or revolution. This is my last attempt. This is...
Who are we having a revolution against? The voting bloc is just as bad as the elites they put in power. So who the fuck are we supposed to revolt against? Am I supposed to revolt? Let's say I did. Let's say we did tomorrow. We revolted against the government. Let's just say, right? Who's we then? Which power bloc is revolting against which block of government in order to get power? Which one am I supposed to support? Because the way that the democracy is set up, it's not a monolith. It is independent power interests, and they're all voting against the interest of other people and in their own interest.
That's why we need to hire people who have taken PAC money, and their biggest objectives to start off with is repealing the laws that got this situation here to begin with.
Yeah, but the problem, you can't do that, and here's why. If you have PACs and super PACs out there right now who are supporting abortion rights for women, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So all the people who want abortion rights, all the women who want abortion rights, they want those PACs donating. They think they're benevolent. They think that's good. And so on the other side, the people who are anti-abortion, who think that you're murdering tons and tons and tons of children, right? They support PAC endeavors, which are designed to put politicians in place, which will put local legislation against things like abortion.
I'd say no PACs. What I would do in a perfect world is get rid of the PACs altogether and use government funding and give them all equal amount to campaign on and take that out of.
So you're going to give all the power of the vote to the media?
To the media?
Yeah. Well,
and I mean, there's more than just
just
the
be
media.
So let's say that
there's
you had,
more than just the media. There's
Nope.
door knocking. There's
if you had, let's say you had 4 politicians, right, and all of them were funded with public financing. They all got the same amount. Let's say it was $1 million, right? Let's just say it was. Whichever politician mass media covers the most, that's actually going to be the politician that wins. It doesn't matter the money at that point, because media who's covering them, they'll always be
getting
able to
paid
pump
too.
in whatever money they want. They'll end up electing the person that they want.
well, maybe we should make laws against that as well.
What do those look
don't
like?
know.
You don't. Yeah, exactly. You don't know. You don't know
I'm not a lawmaker.
this whole-
My whole thing is us as a people.
Yeah, I thought you had this great bird's eye view and understood how it all worked.
I understand what's happening, and I understand if we all work together, we can start making some steps in the right direction.
How are we going to work together? We can't even agree on the issues.
I don't know what you've been watching, but this has been spreading all over media that we're of this pact, or of we all agree on America first. We all agree on.
We don't agree on that.
The majority of us do.
No, the majority of us don't.
Yes, America First was kind of more of a Dem thing. Like, we were tired of all the wars this whole time. America First kind of came in.
No, America First was the idea, was Trump capturing the idea of the American family again. The idea that you could have a single income and support an entire family by utilizing a tax system based on tariffs against our enemies and making it fair again. That was one of the. That was probably the core idea of America.
No,
hang on.
I
Let
would
me finish my
disagree.
point.
Okay.
The core idea of America First was that, right? The idea that he was going to get rid of all the illegal immigrants, things like that. Yes, that's true that was a core part of his message. But ultimately, it was trying to reinvigorate and recapture the idealism of the American family. That is what America First really was.
Well, I'd say the majority of the population believes America First is taking care of us before we start bombing people and funding Israel and bailing people out.
I agree, but
listen,
who's we again? When you say taking care of us first, we is the American family.
It is the same thing, because you act like Dems don't want to have families and stuff.
They fucking hate families.
Can you look up the statistics on that?
There actually is something on this. Hey, Nathan, can you go pull up the Discord? Do you know our Discord?
Well,
we do have some data on this. I have an infographic. Nathan, let me know when you're on the Discord. Okay, so you're going to scroll down. There's a research tab in our Discord, so that it's not it's closer to the bottom, and you're going to see whatever stats, infographics. Do you see the infographics? Okay, and then if you scroll 3 up. Do you see the NBC News decision desk poll? Yeah. Okay, so you're going to click on that, and then there's 2 photos. Click on the first one, and then, put it window tab. Click on the image. All right. You might have to, I'm just going to read it. But so this is women who voted for Harris. They have... this is the importance to personal definition of success. So at the very top, for women who voted for Harris, Democrats, fulfilling job career, 51%. At the very bottom, here, you're going to have to hide us. Okay, in the sources tab, do you see where it says right corner? Just hide us temporarily, yeah. So it says for women who voted for Harris, it's being married, 6%, having children, 6%, and then mouse over to the next image. Click that one and then click on it. And this is men who vote for Harris, being married 11%, having children 9%. You can compare and contrast that with the women who voted for Trump versus the men who voted for Trump. Interestingly enough, can you go back to the other one? So men who voted for Trump, having children is at the very top
priority.
there, being married 29%. And you contrast that with women who voted for Harris. Actually, men who voted for Trump have a higher priority for having children, being married, than even women who voted for Trump. Can you just pull up the other one really quick again? So even women who voted for Trump, they actually rank being married and having children lower than men who voted for Trump. But it's still greater than Democrats.
I think what contributes to that is where we are financially. I do agree there's more people on the left that don't want kids. But we were raised...
Because they're anti-natalist monsters?
See, they're...
Anti-natalism
you see,
is
that's
more
what you got to
common.
work on. Okay, so...
Well, I mean, what do you want me to say? They abort their kids.
When the baby boom happened, right?
The baby boom?
Yeah, like,
Oh,
boomers.
Yeah, he's talking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But-
And all of that, it happened when our economy was in a great space. I think people are waiting to get married till they're older and have kids till they're older because
of feminism?
that has a part to it, but it's freaking expensive.
Andrew was asking you a good question as to, you're saying we should all unite and get together, but Andrew said, well, we don't even agree on some of these basic issues. Just curious, what's your position on what? But he brought up illegal immigration, for example, and how that has an impact on the economy. The housing stock in this country is diminished if it's, occupied by illegal immigrants. Are you in favor of deporting all the illegal immigrants in this country?
I have a middle ground. I would deport.
Both sides.
The world has a middle ground. Literally nothing is black and white.
Two questions.
Can I
then.
finish the answer?
Yeah. Just let me revise the question.
Yes, deport most of them.
Hold on. Should we completely have stronger border protection?
Yes.
So barring people from entering the country illegally, and then the second question: of the people who have arrived here illegally, who are here, should we just deport them?
My stance is for sure have the best border security as possible.
Okay.
As for the people who have been here for a long time, have created businesses and really integrated into our society with no criminal records, I think it's actually cheaper to come up with a plan for them to become legal instead of kicking them out.
So amnesty?
Yeah. I mean, they have to pay if they don't, a lot of them do pay taxes, but back taxes and fines and get on the list. And there definitely should be some fines.
So
and
when
stuff
we
like
get
that.
together to agree on these table issues, right?
Yeah.
Should we agree with you and give amnesty to these people?
Financially, I think it's cheaper, first of all, but
Would it be cheaper to not?
Well, hang on a second, Brian, because
Go
I'm
ahead.
just...
I think as American and democracy, we should all work together, and it's not all black or white, right or to the
But that's
most
not my
left.
question. My question is when we say we here, most
We vote on
most
it.
people on the right. Yeah, okay, we vote on it. We did. We voted in Trump.
Yeah.
So the thing is here's the question though. The question is, should we, when you say we, the collective we, who are all supposed to be working hand in hand, should we just follow what you're saying and give amnesty to illegals?
I think if you look at what the polls say, the majority of people aren't cool with what's happening. They think
about ICE.
Yeah, they think it went too far, and it's not really. We all agree law and order is necessary, but the way it's been going about.
Well, it's amazing
is
to
bad.
me that you want the collective we to get together to do things you want.
I think we all want. We're all tired of the hate.
Yeah, I don't think that there's a collective we. When you say we, you just mean me.
Okay, no, I'm not.
Yeah,
I
do.
watch both left and right politics. We're all talking about the same shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I get from not picking sides completely. Literally, Trump's poll numbers are 37 right now. All of the podcasters
Obama's poll numbers were really low too.
All of the podcasters who helped get Trump elected, except for a few, they all agree with what I'm saying. Even
Which ones?
Like Joe Rogan, David Smith, Candace Owens.
You think Joe Rogan agrees with you?
That ICE went too far? Yeah. He said it in his videos.
And really, he didn't say it when I was talking to him.
I don't know if you've watched Joe Rogan, but he kind of agrees with everybody.
I don't know if you talked to Joe Rogan, but I have.
Yeah, I saw you talk
I don't
to
know
Joe
what you're
Rogan.
talking, but no, that didn't appear to be what his position
Well,
was. He appeared
should
to
we
think,
pull that up?
He appeared to think that leftists were part of a massive conspiracy, and what that.
I saw that. I watched your episode.
Yeah. So then, what are you talking about?
He's saying the riots did, but in his previous videos, he said that ICE went too far, and
no, he didn't actually say that.
And with the masks and
what he said, he was
his recent video, he had the conspiracy that like it was orchestrated.
It's not a conspiracy.
For a reason to cover up. The fraud that was happening in Minnesota.
It's not a conspiracy.
I mean, most of the stuff that's happening is funded by different sides. I agree with that, but he does agree. ICE in general has gone too far.
I don't think.
And Trump, with the way he's deporting
that's not what
people,
I heard from him.
Can we look it up?
If you want to take an out of context clip, because I know the one you're referencing.
No, I watch every one of his episodes.
Okay, then what was the episode called?
There was multiple of them. We have to go back.
So name one of them.
Does anyone know names of people's episodes?
Yes.
I think
yes, they do.
I think it was maybe a Dave Smith episode. Can we look this up, internet?
I mean, I don't know if there's copyright considerations if we pull up a clip.
But not just that. Besides, I'll even grant Rogan. Let's just say that Rogan does.
It's not just Rogan. It's all over the.
Yeah. Well,
all over.
okay. Who else?
Dave Smith, Candace Owens.
Dave Smith's a
libertarian, I know.
Dave Smith's a libertarian, right? Mm-hmm. Not a right winger at all.
Well, yeah.
Candace Owens is a conspiracy nutcase.
Literally half your side is a conspiracy nutcase. Joe Rogan is too.
Okay.
I love it. Mm-hmm. Most of the conspiracies come out true.
They do they?
I mean, to a point, yeah.
You know what my brother said?
Like this Pizzagate
My brother
thing,
said something really funny.
Coming out
I'm
true.
about to get whatever canceled. My brother said something super funny. He said that Candace Owens needs to get to the back of the algorithm. He said that, bro. Yeah. But anyway,
just to be fair, I did look up your claim about Joe Rogan. Apparently, in an episode January 2026. This is an AI overview. Sometimes it's incorrect, but at least it does say that Joe Rogan, compared their tactics to the Gestapo and did suggest they went too far.
And then
by detaining individuals, including U.S. citizens, on the streets without proper cause.
First of all, I saw that episode, right? And in context, he was having a conversation about this with the guest. He wasn't actually adopting that position. That's one. The second is
that's what he does in all of his episodes.
The second is that his position, at least when I talked to him, was that he understood that, hey, there is definitely an orchestrated plan by leftists in order to agitate using and they use a mathematical formula to do it. They agitate in order to get feds to overreact, and when the feds overreact, then they justify their garbage fucking politics by saying that they're the Gestapo.
Well, there's the same thing, conspiracy on the right, that if you look at Project 2025 beforehand, it kind of plans this sort of thing using military action and stuff.
Well, hold on. Before we get into Project 2025, even
there's the same conspiracy on the left, is what I'm saying.
Look, even if we're going to go ahead and grant and say, yes, ICE has made certain mistakes here, law enforcement, they're humans, they make mistakes. In all kinds of different professions, people make mistakes. Law enforcement makes mistakes. But in terms of their core mission, their foundational base mission, which is to deport genuine illegal immigrants, do you object to their core mission?
I don't object to that. But the one thing...
Yeah, you do. You want amnesty.
Not complete amnesty. Okay. It's a long-term solution. But another Joe Rogan quote was, and a lot of others said that
Joe Rogan's not here, but
I know we voted to deport all the criminals.
True. He's not. But it's not just that.
It's not just him either. It's
Joe Rogan.
Most people think we went too far.
He's more of a middle of the road guy. Dave Smith's a libertarian. When you're talking about right wingers, I want to hear right wingers, the right wingers who would agree with your plan for amnesty. Who are they?
I'm not talking about.
By the way, Dave Smith wouldn't agree with that plan for amnesty either.
I didn't talk about amnesty. I said that in general, Trump's campaign was about criminals and rapists.
Yeah, but what would actually
and stuff. They never said they were going to bring masked people.
These people have committed a crime by entering the country illegally.
They should be deported. I get that. I'm saying
I'm a little confused. On one hand, you said you want
I think there's a cheaper, better solution. Yeah, deport people, but.
Well, can I ask you a question really quick? You say it's cheaper. Do you think, as far as having illegal immigrants in this country, the only thing that we're focused on is purely the economics of it?
No.
Like there's other factors too, perhaps.
No, I agree. You don't want
wouldn't
the
you
white
agree-
race
hold on,
to
your
go
argument
away.
is, it would be cheaper to like have them create a pathway to allow them to stay here. Wouldn't it be technically cheaper? Let's say hypothetically there was a murderer, but you have like precognition. You know that he will only have committed that one murder and he will never murder again, and he will otherwise be a law-abiding citizen from there on out. You would agree that it would be cheaper to not, have law enforcement attempt to investigate the murder and, go through the criminal prosecution process. It would be cheaper, right, to just let the murderer off?
What I'm talking about
No,
is...
but answer the question.
Oh, of course it would be cheaper.
Right. But just because something's cheaper doesn't necessarily mean that that is the right course of action.
Well, I think the right course of action is to do investigations like that on these people who've been here for a long time, because that's cheaper. I think
Well, you said
maybe
it's cheaper to let them just give them pathway to citizenship, which may be true.
I mean, it is true, but I think investigation and just like how, what we should make sure that they're not criminals and have a good standing in society.
They've committed a crime by entering the country illegally.
I speed
or
all the
overstaying
time.
visas.
That's a civil crime. That's
Do you
not.
think speeding is equivalent to being here illegally?
We would do the same thing. It's
Also-
not.
wait,
If you're
but law
trying to save
enforcement-
your
hold on,
family
law
and your
enforcement-
wife, that's not evil.
Law enforcement does enforce speeding. They'll give out speeding tickets.
I actually agree with you. We would do the same thing. So what?
Yeah, the difference is, I guess, empathy. I mean,
Oh.
that
Suicidal
I know you
empathy?
don't have empathy. It's not suicidal empathy. I want the majority of them to be deported. That's not too much empathy.
do?
That's having some empathy.
So the thing here that's funny is it's anytime you talk to both sides, they're always leftists and they're always libs and they're always like, hey,
Not true.
the thing is, you just said that you were more on the left side than the right side.
That's because of social freedom. If you look at libertarians, they want social freedom, and considering both sides have completely fucked our government with spending, I'm going to go more towards the Dems.
What libertarians want is they want social freedom affirmed by property rights. The United States is property of the citizens of the United States. From the libertarian ethos, deporting fucking people who aren't supposed to be here would be just fine and appropriate and
let's
good.
put that to the states to decide if they want them to gone or not. Isn't that more libertarian?
No.
To let the states decide if they want the people out or not?
So here's the thing that's funny. It's like, okay, you agree that the border states, those are the ones who would take the brunt of that, right? And those states would basically be utilizing their resources to protect all the states behind them.
The brunt of what? Allowing people to vote on it, or what?
Of people legally crossing. Like, for instance, the Texas border, Californian border, these Arizona, these are going to be states that are going to take the brunt of illegal immigration, right?
Yeah, then let them have laws and the government can pay for the funding to keep it secure.
But then how is
and
that
if
up
they
to the
want
states
them
then?
it's up to the states to make their own laws regarding who can stay and who has
Yeah,
to
great.
go.
And then one state says you can have complete amnesty here. And then all the illegals go into that state, get amnesty, and then go back to the other state that they want to go to.
See, everything in life has consequences, and when you want a smaller
They
government,
do. It does? Does everything in life? That's crazy. I didn't know everything. in
usually
life
when
had
people make
consequences.
dumb mistakes in law, they correct them. We're a young nation. That's how we grow.
Yeah. Do you know how you correct this? You get rid of the illegals. All of them.
I don't think the majority of our issues are illegal immigrants. That's what I'm trying to say. Illegal
What
immigrants
are the
is
majority of our issues?
I would say our tax structure and our $39 trillion in debt.
Yeah. So let's talk about our tax structure. You want us to pay 90% like Sanders?
No, I think that's ridiculous.
Okay. How much?
I say literally just start with getting rid of the loopholes for I think it's more the corporations. I think wealthy people who like are doctors and stuff, they're paying pretty high taxes. If you look at the corporate tax rate says it's at 21%, but it's actually with all the reductions and kickbacks and stuff, averaged at 11%. But if you look at the rich, and it goes from poorest corporations.
So you want to raise taxes on corporations?
Get rid of the loopholes first off.
That would raise their taxes, right?
Yeah, I think that would make a big difference.
That would raise their taxes,
Yes.
right? Okay. Let me ask you a question. If a corporation's making a product for you to buy, which is what they're doing, and you raise their taxes, what happens to the price of that product?
It could go up.
Oh, it could? Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't aware. Do corporations pass on the cost of a product to the consumer?
Yeah.
Oh, you
so
got
do
it.
tariffs.
Wait a second. Hang on.
The tariffs are adding cost to the consumer as well.
Wait, I'm super confused though. So you want to get rid of the tariff because it's adding on cost to the consumer, but you want to raise corporate taxes, which is adding cost to the consumer.
Well,
brilliant plan.
My plan's bigger in the future. Since AI is taking over and we're all basically going to be jobless. Yeah, I think the corporations,
yes.
There needs to be an excessive wealth tax. What's crazy, if 10% of the S&P 500 pays zero corporate taxes, and a lot of them are getting money back from the government, and I think that's crazy. In your brilliant time of the 1950s, yeah, we didn't have this tax
When
structure.
have I ever advocated to go back to the 1950s ever?
I mean, you've talked about it a lot on this podcast.
Never happened once.
I mean, if you look at from the 1970s and above, the wealth distribution has gone from the middle class to the rich, and it's still increasing, and you can see what happened. And it didn't start with Reagan, but yeah, he did a good job getting.
So your plan is raising the prices of consumer goods. That's your plan.
That's Trump's plan too, right?
No. His plan was to utilize.
My plan
his plan was to utilize tariffs.
My plan is legit. If you look at graphs, we're becoming poorer, and what you would call the Epstein class keeps getting richer, and they're the ones controlling what I also
the average
call a
American
shadow
is
government.
getting richer, not poorer. What are you talking about?
Can you look up a graph
all you gotta do is
showing the
look.
1950s to now about wealth distribution?
Yeah, no. It's not about wealth distribution. Show instead.
That's
hang on,
inflation.
hang on. Show instead poverty line. The poverty line. How do you agree with me right now that way more people are above the poverty line than they have
Do you know
been?
how the poverty line is created?
I do.
It's not realistic in a world with technology and stuff like that. That's an old school way of looking at it. If you look at it with realistic today's standards, the poverty line is much higher than that.
Yeah, and how many millionaires do we have right now?
I don't know.
The most
I'm not
in
even
history?
worried about. Yeah, I'm worried about the corporations.
I know you want to raise tax on corporations, thus raising prices on consumer goods.
Yeah, fine.
Great.
That's probably for the better.
Great.
If it takes our country out.
I can't wait to endorse this plan where I spend more money on things I buy.
You're doing that for tariffs.
No, you're not doing that for tariffs. Tariffs don't work that way. That's not the same thing at all.
My bigger picture is our society is going to collapse if we don't take down the debt. And how are we going to do that? We should make this government smaller, but also we're going to need more tax revenue, which that's where the corporations come in. And then once jobs are eliminated, if we don't have laws put in place, like an extreme wealth tax like they had in the 1950s, then...
That nobody paid.
Yeah, there was loopholes. Some people did pay it, but...
Almost nobody paid it. Just so you know.
Did they have the excess wealth?
Well, what they had was they had a marginal tax. So what would happen is if you reach certain threshold, then they would tax X amount of that.
Yeah,
They'd be
the
like,
average,
okay, now you made $10 million. At $10 million, we get 90% of that 10th million or whatever.
The average actual corporate
but even
tax
if you
rate
did
was
that
41%.
right, even if you did that right now, it wouldn't put a dent in the debt. Wouldn't
That's
even
why I say
dent
we
it.
also need to make the government smaller. Thomas Massey's plan is to take 6 cents off of every
And
dollar
what does our
funding.
government spend the most money on?
Our debt and
No.
the military,
No.
and then
It spends the most amount of money on entitlements.
get rid of entitlements.
Okay, so you want to both sides it and get all the people who are collecting Social Security to stop collecting Social Security.
They've paid for it. I think No, they're
that's
paying
our biggest
I'm not talking about everything, like every single thing. I'm saying reducing food stamps, reducing stuff like that. We're paying for our own retirement.
Sure, let's get
So
rid of
I would make a law that says people born from this date, there's no longer Social Security. And what I would do is we don't need a post office. That's pretty outdated.
So people who've been paying into Social Security, they're now, I don't know.
That's why you
they're now,
start-
hang on, now they're 59 years old. They don't get it. Fuck them.
No, that's why I said we have to make this law in advance to start for people who haven't been born yet or paid for into Social Security.
So we're going to rack up another 60 years of debt?
No. There's other forms to deduct. The post office is completely useless. We need to take money off of everything. Everything's going to suffer a bit, but also, like Doge was supposed to do, we need a better system of people who aren't connected.
You know what's funny? It's like I agree with you on some of the prescriptions that you have.
Yeah.
Right? For instance, shrinking the size of government in some arenas, I think is a great idea. Probably not the military, definitely entitlements. I think that the idea of a massive corporate tax is just going to raise consumer good prices.
I don't want a massive one.
But hang on. It's just, no matter what you do, it's going to raise consumer prices. So the thing is like, even if I agree to some of these prescriptions, if we're going back to the original point now, we're going to tie it back in. How the fuck are you going to get other people to agree with you on it? How? How are you going to get people to give up their entitlements? Saying I can do it. They're all voting in the interest of their entitlements. All of them. The whole reason democracy doesn't work in the long term, the reason that republicanism is much better, and the reason that the average person probably shouldn't vote at all, is exactly this reason. Because once they realize they can raid the treasury as a monolith, which now they know how to do by voting in politicians who will raid the treasury in order to give them entitlements, democracy's fucked. The second that happens, it's fucked.
I think the left really needs to be, and I mean everyone in general needs to be more educated on.
Oh, more educated.
No, I'm on the financial state of our country, because for so long both sides have been like, oh, it's whatever, we print money sort of vibes, but no one really understands.
I don't want to educate the stupid. You can't educate them. You just don't let them vote. That's what you do. You just stop letting stupid fucking people vote.
I do agree we need like some sort of competence.
18-year-olds shouldn't be voting.
I don't think they should be voting either. I think there needs to be a competency test so you can understand how basic things work.
How about stakeholder? That would be good. Something like that. Some kind of stake in the game.
I don't know about stake, because poor people.
Yeah, those.
I'm disabled. Does that make me unable to vote because if I'm poor?
If you're,
do I not get a stance in that?
Here's the thing that's funny. It's like, so you just made my point for me. If you're disabled, right, and you vote, you're not going to vote against your own disability, are you? You're not going to vote against cash for your own disability.
Well, I don't get any cash for it.
If you did.
Of course I wouldn't.
Of course you wouldn't. You're going to vote in your interest, and that interest is robbing the treasury of other people's money for you. That's the problem with democracy and power blocks, and that's why your plan of both sidesing, all the both sidesers, are retarded. It doesn't work in real time.
I'm not saying complete work for. I mean, vote for who you want to vote for based off of whatever values and what wants is. The only thing I'm asking for people to agree on is to. Like, I hate Gavin Newsom and how everyone's calling him the president, because they watch whatever, because he's the loudest, and they're like, oh, Gavin Newsom president. I'm saying, but if you look at his past, he's a corporate like slime ball. I'm just asking people to, before they judge people based off of their party, look at their campaign contributions.
So people are so fucking stupid that they're willing to vote a guy like Gavin Newsom into office, and you think you're going to convince those people to go along with your plans?
Yeah, everybody's kind of waking up to like the whole Israel thing and the deep state and all that.
Completely That's an X position. Listen.
It's happening all over the place already.
Israel, the support for Israel, I'm just going to be completely blunt with you. A lot of people don't like hearing this, but they know it's true. The position of support for Israel globally is still a very popular position. In fact,
look that up?
It's much. Yeah, you can.
You look that up,
you can look it
Andrew?
up. It is still a very popular position to have support of Israel. What you're talking about,
the boomers, not young people who are taking over.
Yeah, but young people don't support shit. They hate everything, which is fair. I understand that. I get it.
So
but what you're talking about, when you're talking about the global awakening, right?
Yeah.
The global awakening to do what? The leftist global awakening is to well, we're going to soak the millionaires and billionaires, and we're going to raise the corporate taxes, and we're going to stop these people from taking away your birthright by instituting more forms of entitlements and individual rights for abortion, things like this. The right-wing Great Awakening is we're going to stop foreign powers from interfering in our business, focus on families, and remove degeneracy. They're dialectically opposed to each other.
Yeah, not really. I'm saying
really.
vote for who you want. And the thing is take out the corporate PAC money. It's as simple as that. See how they vote on Israel. Like 83% of people vote towards Israel. Like, vote all those fuckers out. Start with that.
Look, you can get rid of the PACs. This has been looked at
Let's start with
many
that,
times.
okay?
The problem is that you give media then a massive upper hand.
No one watches. No, you're talking about like boomers. The media, like.
I don't know. Do you think that young people are voting? They don't vote. Who votes? It's the old people who vote.
Well, they're about to, not be around that much longer. And what's left now is.
Oh man, I've been hearing for 20 years the boomers are about to die out.
No, I mean, I hope
they're going to be around for a long time.
I look things at a bigger picture of how things are going to be swaying and how politics is going to look. So what I see is, the only people like who watch Fox and like mainstream news are mostly some Gen X, but like boomers. Everybody else who are young are coming onto like YouTube and stuff for sources. And if you look at them, everyone who's actually like has influence for young people, they all agree with exactly what I'm saying, and they're telling other people.
They don't.
Yeah,
no,
they do. About
they don't.
The PACs.
The problem is, you're right. People do switch over to online now instead of old media. They do. And you know who else they see there? They're not just seeing like a base Chad right-wingers. They're seeing Hassan Piker. They're seeing Destiny. They're seeing all these left-wing scumbags who are pushing their left-wing message. And guess what? That poisonous message, that's worked. It's worked well.
Yeah.
And you act like this dialectic just doesn't exist because you wish it didn't.
No,
but it does.
I literally watch all of them. There's something changing in politics. Like,
what?
Everyone's realizing we're not each other's enemies. Like, let's say... I know you're not. I watch both.
It's like the opposite.
It's
both. Like the opposite.
Yeah, because
they're realizing
you're on everyone's
enemy.
evil side. Like Tucker Carlson had the dude on that from the Young Turks with the. There's even a website where you can go sign up. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Just promoting the site to where we can all make a pack to end the pack sort of vibes. Mm-hmm. And
yeah, Sankiger has been on the end money and politics train for an awful long time. It's really funny, though, because a lot of that comes from Sankiger focusing on the fact that he was a media talking head who is very important. And a lot of these guys thought that if you got rid of PAC money, that they would be able to utilize media like they did the original time Donald Trump ran, where they used media to try to demonize him, run the Steele dossier, run conspiracy theories about him. You do give media an upper hand. I agree. I hate the fact that there's PACs in politics. I do. But the fact of the matter is that media is so fucking corrupt, you can't trust them either.
Well, that's why I also advocate for people to fact check, and young people are realizing
young people are dumber now than they've ever been.
Yes, that's why I would agree that's why I would agree that we should raise the voting age, but
to what?
Maybe like 25 or something.
How about instead of raising the voting age, you put in a restriction like got to be married and have kids?
That's the whole Christian nationalist thing.
What's wrong with that?
The majority of the country is Christian technically, but I don't think even they would want that.
Why not? Seems like a good idea.
You're kind of eliminating like your strength in the vote if you do that, right?
Why? How?
Because if you and your wife both vote for the person you want, if you're eliminating it, then you only get one vote instead of two.
Well,
it
so
doesn't
you're going to
make
be
any
people
sense.
with families and kids. You're going to be more aligned with my ideology.
Yeah, but you're still going to lose if you does that make you higher likely to lose?
No, maybe make you higher likelihood to win if the people who vote are more aligned with your ideology.
No, because there's a lot of leftists, right?
Who don't have families because they kill their kids.
You said married. You didn't say you can only
I said
vote.
married with kids. You have a family.
Yeah, well,
Why don't you do one household voting? Something like you don't even have to do that. I'm just saying that anything that has stake in the nation is going to be better than this dumb idea that just everybody should be enfranchised. Our founders didn't want that. They hated it. They hated the idea that everybody would be enfranchised. They didn't want anything to do with that.
well, the founding fathers also, gave us the way to amend the Constitution because they understood that they didn't have all the answers and society would change.
They didn't want it amended so that everybody could vote. I can tell you that.
Well, they put that ability in, and this is where society took
That
us.
was interpreted, by the way. But the thing is, it's funny about
Everything's an interpretation.
Yeah, the thing that's funny about this is like, no, they had no intention. They didn't trust the electorate because they thought they were stupid, and they were right.
Well, times haven't changed in that regard, but
They haven't.
yeah, I don't think it. Yeah, that's
Let
the
me,
whole Christian nationalist thing I don't agree with.
That's not even Christian nationalist.
A lot of people can't have kids. So
Did I put the restriction you had to be a Christian?
no, a lot of people can't have kids.
So what? Fuck them. Why do they get to vote? What makes it a right that people
That's so
have? Like,
stupid.
oh, you get to vote just because you exist. Like, that's the stupid position.
That's the Constitution.
No, it's not.
Currently, yes, it is.
It was never intended to have a vote. It was never intended for everybody to vote, ever. Never.
What they did intend to do was give us the option to change it. And we have that option. So if you want to take away that right, let's do whatever it's called, the conservation.
I thought you just got done saying you like the 10th Amendment.
Huh?
So why don't you just leave voting restrictions up to the state, like we used to? So then the state, right, the state can actually put in the representatives instead of you. Doesn't that sound better?
I mean, like, I'm not completely opposed to that, except that I would kind of make different, like, completely. The United States wouldn't be very united anymore, and we'd all just live
It's
in
not
different.
united now.
In your worldview,
No,
it's
just not. It's just not united. I don't know. I don't know if you know that this state that we're in right now is like a whole different universe than the state that I currently live in. It's like a
Yeah, I
whole
get
different
that.
world.
But basically, I think we should do a competency test. I don't think I mean, there's smart people who aren't married or with kids. I think that's kind of fucked up to not let them vote.
Why? Where's this idea that everybody should have the right to vote come from? Because
Our
it certainly
current Constitution?
didn't come from our founders. Yeah, but what are you
The
basing?
founding fathers,
what
it's
are
a
you-
whole different world.
Well, what are you even basing it on, though? Forget the Constitution for a second. What, from your view, actually makes it something that you think is right that everybody should be able to vote? What?
Like my
You just want them
values
to?
set aside, like
What part of your value set's demanding that?
like God, Jesus, all
God
of
would
that.
demand that everyone could vote?
No, not. God would demand not. Yeah, being fair to everybody, and
What?
like Jesus would.
You
Jesus
would demand that everyone could vote?
No, none of them would demand anything because they don't get into politics, right? But what they do, what Jesus does advocate for is groups that are seen as outcasts, the poor,
That people should be charitable
prostitutes.
towards those groups, not that they should have a say in policy.
But did he say they should though?
Yeah,
No.
well, that would make my point.
Yeah.
What is the value
the
set that you're
ethics of-
appealing to that just makes you think everyone should be able to vote? What?
What Jesus' words himself?
What words? What words of Jesus Christ makes you think that
Love
everybody should
your
be able to vote?
neighbor.
You have to hate your neighbor if they can't vote?
And be
What?
kind to be kind to sorry, I'm blinking. Be kind to foreigners. There's all kinds of things.
Okay, so
feed the
you can be
poor.
kind to foreigners and be nice to your neighbor, and they don't
Blessed
have
are
to vote.
the peacemakers.
Great. The peacemakers can be blessed, and they still don't have to vote. I don't understand. Where does this they need to vote part come in?
Because I think we all should be equal, like in that right.
Oh, we should just all be equal.
Yeah, if you can pass the test, that makes you qualified.
Yeah. Why is it though? Again, you see how you interpose
It's in our
immediately that they
Constitution.
should, without appealing to the Constitution. There's things in the
You
Constitution.
said take the Constitution out of it, so I did.
That's what I'm doing. I'm still asking you the
Okay.
same question. If we have the Constitution out of it, right? Then what appeal are you making that people should be able to do this. What is the ethical dilemma here? You can't vote, and that's unethical because...
This is how I put it. Like, yeah, my spiritual beliefs lead me to that conclusion.
What in your spiritual beliefs leads you to the conclusion that it's unethical if guy A is not allowed to vote? What?
We all, whether you're atheist or not,
Yeah.
have been put on a path
Okay.
from God, right?
Uh-huh.
And you choose to make good and bad decisions, right? That's free will. And yeah, I think this whole Christian nationalist thing is trying to control what decisions people make, which is against God.
This literally doesn't answer my question.
Okay, repeat it. Sorry,
So
I
we'll
kind of
start
blanked.
again.
I kind of blanked.
We're not appealing to
Sorry.
the Constitution. We're just purely appealing
I knew
to
where I was going with
your
that.
Christian
Sorry.
ethical system. Why, from the Christian standpoint, is it unethical if some guy can't vote or some girl can't
We all have like God's energy in us that tells us what's right and what's wrong,
Okay.
whether we realize it or not. And
Yeah.
we all have that. And my heart says that it's wrong. So, I mean, you can agree differently, but that's literally, that's
So
where the Constitution.
You're just appealing to your intuition?
Yeah, that's where the Constitution comes in. If you want to change it,
Hang on.
then
I just
cool,
want to make sure I
change
got
it.
this right. The reason it's unethical to not let people vote, from your view, is because your heart tells you it is.
There's right and wrong. That's how our Constitution is formed, by the
So then, by
majority of
this-
people saying what's right and wrong.
So then help me out here.
That's
Help me
where
out
we
here.
are.
If my intuition, right, and I make the same exact appeal because God puts on your heart what is right and wrong, I think it's wrong to let people vote.
Well,
Why am I wrong and you're right?
I didn't say you were wrong.
Yeah, but we're appealing now to ethics. So why is my ethics in this case inferior to your own?
I never said it was inferior. That's
So then what I'm doing is just as ethical as what you're doing?
in your own opinion and
No,
your own
in your
heart.
opinion. I'm not asking about in my opinion. I'm asking about your opinion.
I would say no.
Why?
It's based off of faith plus what's stored in the Constitution. If we want to go
Okay,
change
forget
that,
the Constitution.
then-
We're just talking about ethics.
well, ethics is based off of what the whole United States decides. So
Hang on, are you Christian without the Constitution? Constitution's gone tomorrow. You're still appealing to the same set of ethics, right?
yeah, I mean, I call myself a follower of Jesus, not exactly
Okay,
Christian.
fine. But if the Constitution's gone tomorrow, your ethics remain the same?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Then we don't need the Constitution to make an appeal to your ethical system. So in your ethical system, why does everyone need to vote?
If we don't have the Constitution, there is no voting and we're like
You can still
anarchy.
vote. What do you mean? You can vote without the Constitution. There's all sorts of countries that don't have constitutions which vote.
I mean, what I would do is just get out. Like, I mean,
That's not my question. My question isn't would you leave? My question is what would make it unethical?
I didn't say it would be unethical.
So it's not unethical then for Christian nationalists to try to push for people not to vote?
Yeah, I mean, it's not unethical because in your framework,
Okay.
that's how you see it, but that's
Hang on,
why
hang
I
on.
like the Constitution.
I'm asking from your framework. I know how I see it. I'm asking from your framework, how could the Christian nationalist be wrong if you're just saying that the appeal to your ethical system, if the Constitution wasn't there, would be exactly the same, and you can't tell me why it would be unethical at all. Hang on.
Okay.
Why it would be unethical at all for Christian nationalists to say you can't fucking vote.
I think you're putting power upon yourselves instead of leaving it to God. Like, and you're taking away God's plan,
That's
God's
what voting
path.
is. How is voting not that?
But if you're taking, that's what, if you,
What?
okay, let me think about this. Sorry, my brain is
Voting is doing
loopy.
exactly
is there any
the same
caffeine
thing.
somewhere? Yeah, we all, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. That's what I'm saying. I believe in the Constitution. And I believe in Jesus' words.
Yeah, but
and I
you
think
just contradicted
Christian
yourself. You
nationalist
said-
goes against Jesus' words. That's why it's unethical.
Wait, this is super weird to me because you said that Christian nationalists, by taking people's right to vote away, would be doing something unethical because of the appeal to your ethics. And when you appeal to your ethics, you say the thing is that would be restricting free will instead of putting it in God's hands. But then when I point out the contradiction of you wanting people to vote, which does the exact same thing, you just went, oh.
That's a society. I think God should be left out of it. Church and state. Separation of church and state, dude. That's why I'm against Christian nationalism.
Oh.
You shouldn't nationalize Christianity.
So what about your ethics says that you need to separate church and state?
Because of the way Jesus talked about the government. And
Oh, tell me how he talked about the government.
can I look it up? I need some caffeine.
Okay. Well, you do that. I'll have a smoke.
Okay.
Okay. You need caffeine?
Can I have a few minutes? I don't want to leave the podcast. My brain's just.
Well, I mean, I'll engage you on this a little bit because some of
Okay.
the reason I'm even not doing this as a 1v1, much of the criticisms that you sent us were directed at me, directed at the podcast. You, for example, wrote that you thought that we were down to bring on people with opposing views.
Yeah.
And you
This is about the
said-
James Tallarico thing. This is about James Tallarico. That's the whole reason I was mad at you. Is because for like a year almost, I kept trying to get
It
us
wasn't a year.
to like 6 months maybe since I started bringing it up. That's why I got mad at you. Is because you told me to find people who I thought were worthy to bring on the show, and then I kept bringing up James Tallarico.
Why are you doing a quote when I'm pretty sure that's not what.
We can go into the episode because I was saying, because you were telling me to recruit people because I didn't think it wasn't up to you said find people up to my standards of who should be on the show.
What?
You said that on the episode.
The episode or in the
that I
messages?
was on, the episodes that I was on, but the people can look it up. And I said, fine. And I did. And then you were ignoring it. That's why I was mad.
Yeah, okay. But you wrote scared to be called out on?
I was trying to appeal to. Yeah, you weren't answering me, so I was trying to appeal to.
I'm managing I'm juggling oftentimes hundreds of different DMs. We already had you on 2 shows. We had you on a dating talk panel, and then we had you on a sort of very similarly informal debate. You kind of crashed the debate. There's some other girls there. Frankly, I mean, based off of how this debate is going and your performance in the previous debates, I'm almost somewhat regretting having booked this. Your performance was quite poor on the dating talk. Your performance was poor. Your performance is poor tonight.
Cool.
You're all over the place.
I've never been
You're
in
completely
a
incoherent.
debate. I'm incoherent.
Well, then why are you asking if you're not a good debater, why are you...
I'm here for a bigger purpose, is to talk to the people who actually understand what I'm saying
You
and
were asking-
are
hold on.
tired of the hate.
Well, we'll get into that, which is part of the reason I'm sitting here on the panel.
Not here on your
relating to
show.
Yeah, but I mean, look, it improved a little bit, but the first 10, 15 minutes of this debate, ooh boy, that was rough. I almost wanted to apologize to Andrew for, look, hey, Andrew's he's a BSD.
What is that?
Don't worry about it. But I feel like I felt bad for Andrew. I'm like, man, you came all this way. We've got another debate for him tomorrow. By the way, guys, those of you who are watching the stream, Andrew will be debating not so erudite tomorrow at about, I think we're aiming to go live at 3:30 p.m. So given our 3:45, but 3:30. We're trying to go live 3:30 p.m. tomorrow with Erudite. And so we do have another debate tomorrow. Andrew will be here for our dating talk panel on Sunday. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream, can you go over to Twitch? Can you pull up the window over there, Nathan? Show us the Twitch window. Make sure nothing else is being shown.
I'll be right back.
Actually, it doesn't matter. Wait, hold on a sec. We got to wait. Actually, you know what? Hold off on that. You said...
What do you... And
hold on.
You said I did bad on the dating podcast. I had so many people in my inbox talking about how
Okay.
y'all did me dirty.
For example,
and
OnlyFans girls will say I'm a 10 because so many guys buy my OnlyFans.
I
But,
agree
the
with
woman-
that.
Stop. The woman could be morbidly obese and not attractive and still have men saying this. So in any case,
what do you mean? I agree with you on the
Okay.
majority of that shit. I don't know what you're talking about.
that's besides the point. You wrote that don't. This is what you said.
I
don't
never
act-
agreed to
hold
you
on.
going into my DMs and
What?
I told you ahead of time,
are you
I wasn't
talking
cool
about?
with you going into all my DMs and talking about everything we've talked about right before we started.
When?
right before we started.
Whoa. So just to be clear, we agreed to do this debate a long time ago.
No, yeah.
And 5 minutes before the debate starts, the messages that you sent to me on Instagram, they're not fair game. That's ridiculous.
Well, you said
everything that you write to
I'll
me.
show you the message right now.
No, you don't. No. Don't pull it up because don't show anything on fucking camera.
I'm not gonna show it on camera.
Put your phone down. You're not gonna show the messages. I have the messages.
I know, but literally today I said, "What are?" I was like.
The prompts that you sent.
Yeah.
And I sent this to you yesterday, your criticisms of the whatever podcast.
You didn't send me.
I literally said that. I literally sent that to you yesterday.
There was no criticisms. You resent me like my further points before that, which were the exact same things that I had.
You sent prompts. The only reason I'm sitting here and it's not a 1v1 is because you explicitly said that you want to debate me and Andrew. I would have been happy to have this be a 1v1. That's how most of the debates are. But I
didn't know I was debating you. I thought it was just me and Andrew.
I could show you the message.
I changed my mind over and over again. I literally just told you.
Maybe you should be less bipolar. I don't know what to fucking tell you.
I'm not bipolar, dude. What happened? Do you want me to explain what happened?
I'm using bipolar in not a literal sense that you're actually diagnosed with bipolar.
I realize you're not bad when you're like literally not agitated with like. You're kind of mean sometimes. When y'all were mad. Listen, let me finish this. Y'all were mad because of the crazy fuckers and like Jerry Springer was in the room. I was first chair.
Hold on. I'm not interested in having a.
I realize I'm not.
Stop. I'm not interested
against you.
Stop. I'm not interested in having a meta conversation about a podcast we did a year ago. That's irrelevant. What you wrote me since your last appearance was a direct request to debate. You literally said, I want to debate Andrew and you.
That was
to which you write. Okay, well, we're here now.
No.
You wrote, prove that I'm just a dumb woman, like you treated me on the show with a real debate. Prove that 140 IQ girl, as you labeled me, is an idiot. Now, here's, I guess, where we can get into some substance in terms of disagreement or debate. You wrote, I'm mad y'all, and when you say y'all, you're referring to me and Andrew, helped with the division in this country.
Yeah.
And then, in addition, there's a lot you wrote. It's a little. You sent me a fucking novel, and talk shit about you. You wanted to talk shit about us profiting from the division of this nation. So there's two things here. There's the assertion that me and Andrew have divided.
Listen,
hold on, stop.
If you want to get into, I literally asked you, and through the text, you said we're not going to go through any of this.
I literally never said that.
Can I show you the text right now?
You can't show it on screen, but you can read it. You can read it. So you wrote.
I asked if everything I've ever said to you was fair game, and you said no. Okay.
What are you talking about?
I'll show you literally right now.
I have it on my phone too, but I don't know why we need to get into the meta conversation.
Because you're literally going against what we just talked about yesterday.
What are you talking about?
I asked what was going to be included in the debate.
The prompts, and then I said plus
then
your criticisms.
I asked you what would be involved in those criticisms.
Okay, so regardless
then you sent my older prompts, which literally had none of this in there. So
I never made you a promise that your criticisms would be excluded. Furthermore,
I just asked you about that because I didn't want you to go through all my messages, and I never agreed to debate you.
You asked to debate me. Otherwise,
I changed it over and over again.
Most of the time, Andrew comes on and does 1v1 debates. You specifically asked to debate. Here's what you wrote. I want to debate Andrew and you.
That was.
I'm mad.
Look at my messages after. I said I realized you're cool, and I have nothing against you.
Okay, so regardless of that, now I want to move away from the meta conversation. This is on the table. We're going to discuss it. I don't know why you can't engage.
I need a break because I asked you ahead of time what we were going to be talking about, and I asked, well, I've blabbered a lot to you. What's going to be included? And then you sent your old prompts, and you said...
I sent the prompts, and then I said, plus your criticisms. Did I not?
And I said, I asked what criticisms? I've said a lot to you. And then let me find what it says.
Are you uncomfortable defending your previous statements that you've made?
Because they have changed. My opinion changed. Remember, after that, did I not say you did a good... that I have to admit that you were pretty based this last episode. And then I told you I realized what my issue with you was. I told you.
Then if...
That it was the way you act when Andrew is way different when he's not around on your episodes. I told you that was the reason. I figured out why I have a problem, and I told you exactly why, and that was like a couple weeks ago.
I'm trying to. It's all Andrew's fault. You're right. Everything's your fault, Andrew.
Smoky Man is objectively
Smoky Man bad. Smoky Man bad.
Yeah, I needed to take a break. And
Okay,
I just
then
didn't
take a
wanna
break.
leave
Then we'll dive right back into it.
Yeah, why don't you read to them that I said like after that you're cool, and I'm glad you're not being fake, and I said all that shit.
Well, yeah, but I think you can say that, and then the things that you said prior to that are still valid.
No, I had those.
Here, you said you need caffeine. Nathan can assist you with getting you.
I saw a bunch
But I didn't come here to talk about like the whatever podcast at all. Like, yeah.
That was literally within. Oh my God, it's included
Things
even
changed.
your prompts.
The new prompts, because we didn't have any prompts left. You asked me to make prompts to send to Andrew.
That your communication style is so incoherent.
This is all throughout like a year.
Shut up. That one day it's, Brian, I want to debate you and you're a terrible person, and the next day, actually, Brian, I'm cool with you. I never said you're I'm just curious, why are you so defensive about like going into some of the things that you previously said?
Because I literally asked you ahead of time, and opinions change, and my opinion changed.
Okay, so if it is the case,
I told you I was mad because of the James Talarico thing. That's why.
If I bring something up and you're like, you know what, Brian, I actually changed my mind on it, then I'll move on. Why don't you go ahead and take your break, though?
Well,
then come back.
Read them the last thing I said, that you're actually pretty based. I said that a few weeks ago or something.
Okay, take your break.
Pee time.
Take your break. Get some. Oh my God. That's the. We have some chats coming through here. Maybe I should wait till everybody's back at the table. Andrew, how you been, man? How's it going?
I've been good. A lot of travel, working on some big projects for the Crucible. We got something extra special coming up that's top secret, but I think it's going to shock a lot of people. It's going to be pretty amazing. And that's happening at near the end of the month. Glad to be back on Whatever with all of you. I know that there's tons of people in the Whatever audience who don't like me, and there's tons of people who do. But even to those who hate me, you missed me, right? You missed me. Admit it. You missed me. By the way, a lot of that exchange, just so you know, these aren't attributed to positions I have. That was for those of you who are slow boys out in the Whatever audience. The Crucible doesn't have this problem, but some of you in the Whatever audience do. Most of you don't, but some of you do. That's called an internal critique. That's me critiquing the position because it's incoherent. So I know that what'll happen is many of you stupid people are going to be like, Andrew believes X, when that has nothing to do with what just happened. What just happened was an internal criticism of somebody's incoherent positions. So that's how you debate. So anyway, just
William Payne donated $100. I ran an analysis over her body language, and here's the result. Posture equals slouching, confidence equals nervous, engagement equals disengaged, expression equals negative, eye gaze equals averted, smile equals none.
Thank you very much, William Payne, for that. I must have had the TTS threshold lower. It doesn't really matter. I would have just read it anyways. Thank you for the message there via streamlabs.com. Hey, Nathan, can you pull up Twitch? Show us Twitch here. If you can, go to Window tab.
By the way, some of the Whatever regulars, including the mods, how you guys doing? I've been popping into the chat here and there and saying hello to you guys during the dating talks, this kind of thing. And I'm kind of glad to be back on the Whatever stomping grounds. We got some good debates lined up and some good dating panels, so those should be good.
Guys, if you're watching over there on Twitch, drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. And guys, thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the support. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream, like the video. She's going to be returning here in just a moment. But guys, like the video. Also, debateuniversity.com. We'll do a little shout out for that in a little bit. $200 is the TTS.
Can I respond to whatever that TDS was?
I mean, no, we're just going to move on. So.
What? Everyone gets to respond.
I mean,
usually.
It was below the threshold anyways. Okay, go ahead and make your quick response, please.
Well, yeah, okay, I slouched because I have rods down my entire back. I'm not smiling because here you go, smiling. If it was a positive conversation, I'd smile.
I
so.
slouch because of Helldivers too. Because I'm like, fucking the bugs. Sometimes the fascist bugs come out. And
I
for
don't
the
think
purpose.
you're a fascist.
No, I'm saying the bugs are fascist, and when they come out for the purpose of democracy, for managed democracy, we have to destroy them. And so that's what we do. And so I ended up with a slouch.
Okay.
All right, so
you're trying to destroy democracy? Is that what I get? Or what?
Okay. So again, going back to this, you wrote that.
Okay, yeah.
Do you want to allow me to like finish a sentence
sorry.
before you?
Okay, I didn't
quip.
Yeah, sure, but I didn't agree to any of this.
What? You didn't?
I asked you ahead of time.
You literally didn't.
I asked you what was fair.
What? I don't know why you're doing this thing where you're attempting to delay what really should be
say
fair
what
game.
you want to. No, but I asked what was fair game and then you sent me the prop because I was like, what are my disagreements? And I asked you, and then you sent the look it up. We just talked about it.
I mean, do you want to just fucking leave? Is that what you want to do?
I don't want to leave. Why are y'all getting so mad?
Because you've been attempting to delay the continuance of this conversation.
Because I didn't agree to it.
You literally did. You asked for it.
Look it up yourself.
How could you possibly? How can you on one hand send me a message that says I want to debate Andrew and you, and here's all the things I disagree with you about?
If you look back at it, I kept.
And then you can't do a thing where 5 minutes before the debate starts.
It wasn't 5 minutes before.
You literally said rewind the tape. You were like, Brian, when we sat down here, I said I don't want to talk about that.
No,
sorry, it's on the table.
No.
Okay, can you?
If you let me explain my side of that, of what happened, you don't remember all of the messages because you get 100 of them a day, right? I do remember the messages.
Can you stop with the meta conversation? I know you want to delay here because it's going to make you look fucking terrible. Maybe that's why you want to delay it. But in any case, I think it's fair game. It's completely fair game. And perhaps you don't want to pull it up now because maybe you're not prepared to even defend the words that came out of your own mouth.
Like I said, we can pull up the text. First I wanted to do it too.
Baron, thank you.
Listen, this is how I will explain it. I wanted to debate you two, or even you on your own, because
thank you, Baron.
I noticed during the episodes you don't tend to answer a lot of questions. You ask people questions, and you put his point of view on. So my thing at the time was I want to learn more about you. It had nothing to do with I wanted to know your exact stance on things, because you don't always give out the answers to what you actually believe in. That's the only reason why I said that. But then I said we talked about me being on the panel and that would be okay. But then I said, oh shit. Then I changed it to just Andrew because I have shit to say about him. Say to him is what I said. I remember the messages because I don't get 1,000 of them. And then we stopped talking forever, and I said I want to debate because of the world issues with Epstein and all the corruption. And that's why I'm here now, is for a broader message that literally has nothing to do with the whatever podcast.
Okay.
I know I'm not great at debate. He's one of the best. He's very smart. He has a lot of good talking points. That my bigger mission here, I don't care if I win a debate. I'm here to, like I said at the beginning, we need to just agree on making sure we vote for people who are as least corrupt as possible.
So as recently as Wednesday at, it looks like it's 6 p.m. So this is basically 24 hours ago. Hold on. Wednesday at 7:36 p.m. So 24 hours ago. Andrew wants to do prompts 1, 3, 5, 6 of the prompts you sent, plus your previously stated criticisms.
And then I asked what
the ones that you sent via message.
Yeah, and then what does it say after that when I asked?
I don't understand. So even if there was lacking of communication, even if it's from both our sides.
Yeah.
What would be your actual objection to getting into other topics?
I agreed to get into other topics,
Like,
but
for example,
my views changed on you once I watched more episodes, so I don't know what you're even fighting. I agree. There is a lot of good that comes out of the podcast, but there's also a lot of
why are you trying to stop it ahead of time preemptively?
Because I didn't agree to it. Like I thought.
Let me go through the stated criticisms, and perhaps some of them are still valid. If they're not still valid, and you say changed, then I suppose that we don't have to engage there. But are you just going to continue? What's the term in Congress where they don't let anybody else
Filibuster.
talk? Are you just going to continue filibustering, or can I actually start to get through it? It's been 30 minutes of prattling, and you delay. Why don't I just get through it?
That's not actually what the term is in Congress, but that's not what a filibuster is. But I call it a filibuster.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, go for it, but I didn't agree to it. Let's go. Let's go.
It's not that you didn't. Again, I will repeat. You said you wanted to debate me and Andrew, and then you listed all these things. But okay, in any case,
my intent
Stop.
changed.
I'm just going to get right into it. You wrote that I'm mad y'all helped with the division in this country, and then you wanted to talk about how we're profiting from the division of this nation. So I guess first, how is Andrew helping with the division in the country?
I would say that calling, like just how you called me a feminist. What did you say I was?
Feminist, leftist, hater, 140 IQ.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of labeling
that
people, and then you only bring on certain types of. I mean, not only, but and then you clip. The majority of what people see are clips, right? That get shown, and they don't watch the full episode.
So labeling is divisive.
And no, this isn't about you. It's about him.
What if the label
is correct? It's the way he
Who, Andrew?
Yeah, it's the way he talks to people on the show and laughs at them, and he continuously talks about, like, instead of fixing the laws that make it fucked up to that men have to serve against their will, like, well, let's change the laws. But he always talks about taking away women's rights to vote instead of like, hey, let's change up the fucked up law. And then he said that women are more prone to propaganda. You said something about their period, and it was like a conversation about women in leadership.
That was a Pierce Morgan episode.
You brought like periods up and stuff. Like, I've since the show, I have had a lot of people in my DMs, and they were all very nice. But then they would say stuff like, "I don't think women should have the right to vote," and I think that is making the male loneliness epidemic worse, because if you look at the stats, statistically, more women are liberal, and and you're making, the way you talk about the sexes, and women do this too, which I would like for it to stop, is mostly on his side can be very, I would call it toxic. And then also gives guys confidence when they go in my DMs trying to date me, and then like tell me while they're trying to hang out with someone, that they want to take away my right to vote is, it kind of takes away.
The men who want to date you want to take
that.
Away
it kind of takes away their game in a sense. If
how would you know
you've given them a lot of confidence to say that?
Whoa, wait, hold on, really quick. Absent them,
who are these fucking base chads? By the way, that's the most base shit I ever heard. Like, hey, baby, you want to go out? By the way, you should be able to fucking vote. So it's like, that's fucking what the fuck? What are you guys doing? What do you do?
I'm just saying you're making their chances of getting laid
hold on.
or in a relationship far less.
So,
you can't fuck me if I can't vote.
Yeah, so, I would say that's a good idea, ladies.
Yeah, she's gonna lock your legs up.
I don't fuck anyway.
That'll teach the Christian nationalists that women are all gonna stop being skanks if you don't let them vote.
So, I mean, really quick, just on this point. Really quick on this point. Absent these people disclosing that they're viewers of the podcast, how could you even come to the determination that it's even my viewers that are sliding into your DMs trying to hit on you?
They said they saw me on the podcast.
Like a year ago?
I still get DMs. I've been getting DMs.
Well, I mean, really quick, my position on this. So you're saying some of these men are in favor of repealing the 19th?
Yeah.
I mean, my position on this is...
I just don't think that's a good way to if you're trying to date someone.
Well, yeah, I think probably like if you're trying to flirt with somebody...
Men, don't do that.
Getting into politics.
But
I mean,
it's the
really
show
quick,
that gave them the confidence to say that, is what I'm saying.
Well, hold on. Really quick on the question of the 19th.
That sounds like togetherness to me instead of division.
The bros.
Yeah.
Togetherly being alone.
Sounds like together.
I think we're all lonelier. Sorry. What were you going to say?
Yeah. So on the topic of the 19th, I mean, me personally, this is more so something Andrew has talked about. Although my understanding of Andrew's position on this is he wants to pretty much claw back the voting rights from both men and women.
Correct.
But as it relates specifically to the 19th and women's access to the vote, my opinion on this has perhaps evolved to some degree. Currently, in order for men to have access to the vote, they have to register for the selective service. They are subject to forced military conscription in a way that women are not. This would
They should be too.
Can you shut up, please? No. Like I've asked you to not interrupt multiple times.
I apologize. I shouldn't have done
But like, can you stop interrupting, please? I'm trying to get through a thought here at least go for 10, 20 seconds without being interrupted.
I apologize. It was rude.
Yeah.
I just know what you're going to say already.
She knows what. Okay, tell me what I'm going to say then.
The same thing I'll say is that it's not fair for men that they have to do that for the right to vote.
So my position...
And I agree, it's not fair.
Okay, but my position is as follows. So perhaps I'm not quite as hardline as Andrew on this. I'm actually perhaps in some ways, you might even label me even more of a feminist than actual feminist, even more so than yourself. Perhaps I'm more of an egalitarian. The current status quo is, in order for men to have access to the right to vote, they have to register with the selective service. I believe the first step before revoking women's right to vote is we ought to equalize this requirement. Women ought to have to register with the selective service, and then, of course, women should keep their right to vote. However, if we're not going to have a serious conversation about equalizing this, then I'm actually, if we make a determination that is, you know what, the current status quo remains. Men have to continue registering for the selective service. Men exclusively have to be the exclusive subjects of military conscription. Then under this landscape, and if it's a final determination, no, women will never be subject to military conscription, then we should have a serious conversation about either repealing the 19th or perhaps we can have the power of women's vote so they get half the power of a man's vote. That would be my position.
I agree for the majority of that. I mean, I don't think anyone should have to do that, especially with AI technology and stuff coming out. It's probably unnecessary. But either get rid of that altogether, or women should have to do the same.
Okay.
Those are my two options. Is that
Okay.
I don't think anyone should be forced to do that for the right to vote. But if we can't change that, give women drones and shit. Like,
can I ask you a question? I guess moving off the draft thing, is the system, the current political system, isn't it divisive inherently? So if you have Republicans and Democrats, isn't that already divisive? Two groups of people want different things.
I would also change it from a two-party system, because the way there is the two-party system kind of forces us to be divisive when 47% of people consider themselves an independent, and with all these corporate people that the corporate sorry, my brain's blanking. It's a dyslexia thing. So the way it is that most of us are being forced to vote for people like we don't even really like. due to like the funding issues and who gets the media time, literally everything I've been talking about. I didn't want to vote for Biden. A lot of never Trumpers voted for Trump and they didn't like him. So I would change. Thomas Massey talks a lot about this. Just the entire system is set up for only two parties, and it kind of forces people to pick shitty candidates and pick a side. And if both sides suck, you choose the less sucky one. And we're all kind of stuck in this, like, this fucked up, it's a fucked up system, the way we have it right now.
Okay, you also wrote, moving on to the rest of your notes, you wrote, I just want to tell you, you're a little bitch.
Little bitch.
You did write that.
No, little bitch is, it wasn't actually, can you repeat it exactly what I wanted to, how I said it?
This is your quote. I just want to tell you, you're a little bitch.
Bish, lil bish is not an actual, and I didn't.
Bitch, yeah,
bish.
B-I-T-C-H.
Can I see that? I don't think I said those words.
You can look it up after the show. I'm not inventing
I said, don't be a lil bish is what I said. Don't be a lil, L-I-L-B-I-C-H.
No, it wasn't, no. Oh my God, bro.
I know what I said.
We're getting in the weeds.
I know what I said. Don't change my words.
I mean, do you want me to take a screenshot? Okay, tell you what. Do you have any cash on you? If I take a screenshot of it.
$1.
How about this? You have to Venmo me.
Did I say don't be a little bitch?
Do you want to do a bet? Do you want to do a bet?
No, wait, I'm trying. I think you might have been right. Did I say don't be a little bitch?
Why does it matter?
I said don't be a little L-I-L bish. That's not a real insult. Don't be a little bitch. When someone I called you a bitch.
Are we debating about lil versus little?
And I said B-I-C-H.
That's not the substance of what I'm about to get into.
Okay, but I'm just saying I never called you name.
You literally did.
The only name I called you, don't.
I have it in
words.
front of me. I didn't change your words. Wait, do you want to shake hands? $1,000.
What are the exact same? What are
little bitch?
Don't. But what's the start? Little bitch.
She's arguing about
I'm
little
asking,
bitch over little bitch.
What's the first part of that?
I'm not
I said don't
anything.
be a. But I'm asking
God,
what was the sentence? Tell me what the full sentence was.
Do you want me to repeat it again? I just want to tell you you're a little bitch. Little bitch, not little bitch. That's what you wrote. Anyways, that's not
Can I see it? I don't remember that.
You're getting bogged down here. I'm moving it on to the next thing.
I do remember that.
Oh my God, Jesus.
Dude, can you, come on, I don't remember.
You wrote, I used to think you were okay and sort of nice. Can you shut up, please? Can you stop interrupting?
Dude.
You wrote, I used to think you were okay and sort of nice, but you're fake AF and hide behind your mentally ill minions, my viewers, and mystery. Okay. Okay, so how am I fake?
Because this was also about the James Tallarico thing. I was talking about how fucked up the Charlie Kirk thing was and how I wanted to come here to talk about real issues. And I was spilling my heart about how fucked up shit's gotten in society. And I was mad about you telling me to find people I find worthy, and I kept bringing up James Tallarico, which would be an awesome debate. It would be great. And then you just keep ignoring me. So I talk about all these issues that I think are more important.
How would that make me fake, though?
Because I thought that you didn't want to confront the actual issues. Because I spilled my heart out about how corrupt the government is, and
okay.
And how I had a message of, because he was talking about how the left is murderous and all this stuff, and I was upset about the majority of I was upset about reactions on both sides. I was. And then I wanted to talk about it, and I also brought up James Tallarico.
Wait, can I ask you a question? If I want to... Wait, okay. Stop. So we get a lot of requests for people who want to come on the show, a lot of requests, and you've already been on twice. And again, I'm not trying to say this to be insulting. Your previous performances were frankly lackluster. I already said this. I kind of already regret having booked this already. Andrew, the superstar that he is, but a little beneath him. I apologize, Andrew, in advance.
Dude, I've seen your other debates. No.
Well, okay. Anyways.
With who?
The girls literally have nothing to say and just repeat stupid shit on the left with no thought whatsoever.
I'm not saying this to intentionally be insulting. you were kind of low priority in terms of getting you back on the show.
That's cool.
Oh, but in any case, I'm not sure how that would be fake. It'd be like, I guess,
No.
is Joe Rogan, like if I reach out to Joe Rogan and he's not responding to me, does that make him fake?
No, what was
Because
fake?
I'm trying to get on his
what
podcast.
was fake is that I didn't think you wanted to talk about real issues. I was saying this is my purpose for being here, and I kept saying James Tallarico.
Okay.
And I was mad that I felt like I had real things to say that are bigger than culture issues to talk about.
Well, I mean, I feel like you're kind of you were name dropping James as an effort to.
I'm telling you why I was mad.
Shoehorn yourself into a debate. But like, I reached out, that email you sent me of his campaign manager, I reached out, no response. So it seems like.
I told you
were
ahead of time that it was going to take a
I think
while.
Your relation or connection to James Tallarico is a bit dubious at this point. I kind of get the impression that it was just. You actually have no connection to him, and his perhaps interest in debate is a bit, with Andrew Wilson, perhaps a bit dubious. But in any case,
Why did I have the direct contact to the person?
no response. No.
I told you
response from
ahead of
them.
time that it's a.
Anyways,
and look at
a
his
bit
travels.
secondary.
Listen, when I contacted y'all, James was not mainstream and like a few weeks away from the voting has already started. So months and months and months ago,
But
when I started volunteering for James, I told you, hey, I
Who the fuck is James Tallarico?
now everybody's gonna look him up.
I don't know who the fuck he is.
He's a Christian Democrat who's running for the.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Senate.
I'll debate with
No,
any
that's
Christian
why
Democrat.
I kept trying to. And even on when he was on Joe Rogan, I sent you the link of showing the comments where everyone was saying that you need to debate him.
I sent you his thing. I think.
Everybody.
If he's a Christian Democrat, he can't win a debate. It's not possible.
He's
Well,
pretty good
anyways,
at it.
I guess off
Not
of
possible.
the.
So yeah,
I don't believe
he might not be responding now, but he's literally exploded through media and is traveling around right now.
I don't know how me.
I was trying to get him to
Okay.
come
I don't
months
know
and
how
months
me
ago.
overlooking your messages out of the sea of messages that I do have. I don't know how that's fake, but
Because-
whatever. I'm not going to focus. Don't worry. I'm not.
I'm
gonna-
just.
Okay, but
It's because I
haven't
wanted to
really-
bring a real opponent to debate him instead of these young.
Andrew has gone up against some of the best. Andrew's debated some of the best debaters out there. He's debated
You asked me.
Destiny.
You even said you pay me to find people who I thought were worthy to bring on the show, and I find like the best person
You sent me 2 people, and then one of them was. Well,
No, people backed out.
Right.
But I've probably like 5 different times I brought up James Tallarico.
You sent like his name. And
And
it's
no,
like,
I showed
didn't
you
know who
his
that
Joe
was,
Rogan
so I was-
episode.
No,
I
okay.
showed you all the comments where everyone was saying
Well,
that
tell
they
you
need
what,
to debate.
Tell you what, you got the connection. I'd be happy to host a 1v1 between Andrew and James.
Christian Democrats aren't going to debate with me.
But
He's done debates like that.
No,
I'm very
telling you.
confident. Like those
His
politicians,
team already said he was
those
interested.
politicians only want to take the media that's going to paint them in a favorable
He
light.
went on
Andrew
Fox.
Wilson,
He's gone on
okay,
Fox and
is
shit.
Easy peasy compared to Andrew. Andrew Wilson will demolish, crush. If he was
he's
gonna
literally
win,
like a
if-
sermon. He literally went to school like studying the Bible. Like
Andrew would demolish.
Yeah, they
Andrew
do
would
it all the
demolish.
time. You know how many times I get these faux Christians who come in and they have these phony ass theology degrees? It cracks me up.
Anyways,
I went to seminary school to find liberal Jesus.
So, yeah, I was mostly irritated that literally.
But the thing is like, look, I don't know this guy. To be totally fair,
Yeah.
I never even heard of him before. For all I know, he's one of the best debaters on planet Earth, right? I got nothing against this guy. I'm happy to debate with him. If he's a Christian Democrat, those are my favorite. So I'm happy to do it. I got no dog in this fight.
So basically, I was just upset that like I felt like you only wanted to bring people in that. I was talking about corruption on both sides, and
Okay.
I was talking. Yeah,
all right.
it was mostly like I thought you were being fake.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Giovanni
TTS is coming
Jade
through.
donated $200.
Sounds right.
Tallarico is a disgusting hippie Jesus heretic who wears our faith like a skin suit, so you people who despise Christianity will clap like seals. He
Well-
will never debate anyone with an ounce of theology.
Well,
Anyways,
Jesus kind of was a hippie.
Giovanni,
No, he kinda wasn't.
Giovanni, really good to see you. Thank you for the message there.
Take Paul out of it, and Jesus.
You mean take the pinnacle part of the gospel out of it, and then he will be? As long as we just take out the parts that you don't like.
No, I mean we can compare. If you let me take my notes out, what he said that.
I'm kind of just trying to rapid fire through these things here.
Okay.
And then we can get back to some of the prompts. You also, in terms of your criticisms, levied, Andrew, by the way, Andrew's been a guest on the Dating Talks very frequently. He's our most reoccurring guests.
And thank you, whatever, for having me, by the way,
Yeah.
to do that.
I agree. Thank you for having me.
But one of the criticisms levied was your whole show's premise is about the male loneliness epidemic, but you're spewing garbage that makes women repulsed by men, ensuring all your incel homeboys never get laid. So really quick, just my response to that, and then I'll let you respond. So you wrote that the whole show, the Dating Talk, the whole show's premise is about the male loneliness epidemic. This just simply false. The male loneliness epidemic is not the premise of the show. It's a broad dating discussion show. I don't even really talk about the male loneliness epidemic. It's maybe come up like that actual term. That actual term has maybe come up 2-3 times on the show. It's not a central focus of the conversations that are had on the show. So your premise is flawed. Your premise is erroneous. The premise of the the dating
It's a dating.
talk,
I know it's a dating.
it's not about the male loneliness epidemic.
I should have broadened it, but
It's a total straw man.
It doesn't change the fact that your show makes people more repulsive of each other.
My show makes people more repulsed.
Yeah,
How so?
when people are coming into my DMs, it's because of the way people spoke to me in the DMs about the rights to vote and all of that. And when you're showcasing people who are young and dumb, you give the impression.
Like you?
I'm not young, but thank you.
How old are you?
38.
Well, I'll take back the young part.
So can you tell me what makes me dumb? I'm not good at debate. What have I agree with the majority of what you say. So what makes me dumb?
Well, let's investigate your claim first before I have to give an accounting of what would make you dumb. But you're claiming I bring on these young and dumb women. How's that? I don't understand how that's related.
Yeah, because you give an image that we're all asking for people to make $1 million, and that
I don't say that.
I'm giving a broad of how people perceive it. That everybody's entitled.
Okay, if I perceived you as a dinosaur, is that correct? Is that true?
In your head.
Okay, but so is it possible that somebody could have a false perception?
Yeah, that's
Okay,
cool. You want?
so-
I get you're doing some good things with that, but I think if you're doing some good things about getting rid of people's perceptions on, feminism did go too far. You are doing some good things to get rid of some people's perceptions, but I think if you wanted to be fair on it, you would have a broader sense of people, even maybe bringing young, like Trump supporters and testing them out to see if they know how many branches of government there are.
Wait, hold on.
And
Wait.
let me get back.
I don't want your gish. You're doing a gish gallop. So basically, I would like an attempt to maybe we can do one by one.
Yeah, I was going to get back to the point.
Because if you give me a bullet like 10 things,
Yeah.
it's hard for me. So I'd like to do one by one. So okay, you're saying that there's a lacking of diversity in terms of the guests that we have on the panel. You're saying, Brian, you bring on a very narrow range, a very narrow type of women onto the show that isn't representative of, there's these really intelligent women out there, or there's women on the left. And by the way, the panels frequently tend to be a little split politically. You'll have women who are liberal, women who are moderate, you'll have women who are right-wing, you'll have women who are conservatives. So this idea that I'm for example, only bringing on liberal women is not true. And by the way, liberal women and conservative women can equally get the smoke, because a lot of these conservative women, they're covert feminists. They're actually feminists. And, Sarah Stock, who we had on the show, who recently had this, who was, most people would have said, based off of her political takes, was like super right wing, like far right wing. And she's a total she's basically Lauren Southern.
Yeah.
Total grifter.
Yeah.
Total trad fraud.
There's a lot of them out there.
Right. So this idea that, you can't, I'm not levying this criticisms toward conservative women is completely false.
I didn't say
the conservative women can get the smoke too.
I didn't.
Honestly, hold on really quick. Final thing, and I'll pass it back to you. I think some of these conservative women, I sometimes respect the OF girls, the hoes.
They're real.
The liberal women, because in some ways they tell the truth.
Exactly.
At least they take ownership of being whores.
I totally agree.
Whereas some of these conservative chicks, the fake trads, they fucking lie. They're Sarah Stock. They're claiming to be trad, but they're not. I'm a virgin, but they're not. A lot of these girls who come on claiming they're conservative trad.
It's a lie.
I'm a virgin. By the way, I make it a habit not to expose people, but I'll get DMs from some guy that they were smashing the week before. So they can all get the smoke. I'm not just picking on the liberal women, but we have a vast diversity of guests. They're young, they're old. We've had women who are 18 all the way to in their 70s. We've had women who are in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s come on the show. We've had women
Aren't you close to 40?
Yeah, she's 38. We've had women who have bachelor's degrees, master's degrees, PhDs. We've had doctors. We have had lawyers. We have had professional women. And yes, we have had women who are sex workers. We've had OnlyFans girls on. We've had women who've dropped out of college, dropped out of high school even. So we've had a vast diversity of guests in terms of their age, in terms of their profession, their political leaning, their educational achievement. By the way, I'm not some intellectual titan here. I dropped out of community college. I used to do silly prank videos. I wasn't schooled. I don't have a philosophical foundation for my when I engage in these debates. Sometimes I get smoked. I'm on the back foot sometimes.
Same.
So this idea that I'm some intellectual titan bullying these uneducated women, actually the truth is the majority of our guests on average have higher educational achievement than me, the college dropout.
Look,
Anyways,
that wasn't really about it's not about any of that. I realize my issues is when he's on the show and the way he talks to people.
She just doesn't like you, Andrew.
I do like you. I just don't like the way you speak to people.
You've spoken to me worse today than I've spoken to you.
No, I mean, you're being great. It's every now and then you'll go. You'll say some fucked up shit.
When people do horrible things to me and I respond.
Hang on.
Let me defend myself here for a second, right? What it seems to me is that the most common complaint that I hear is that I don't allow myself to get bullied, attacked, my wife to get attacked, my family members to get attacked and doxxed, and I'm not a passive bitch when that happens. That seems to actually be what all those criticisms tend to reduce to. Give me an example of when it is that I was way out of line, where the other person wasn't doing everything in their power to be agitating or to come after me first.
Agitating? What do you mean by did they call you something messed up first, or did you just call them whores and talk about?
First of all, when I call a woman a whore or a prostitute, it's because she's a whore or a prostitute. Do you recognize the distinction? It's like
I get what you're saying.
So
but
if you're not a prostitute,
Charlie for just stating a fact. So.
Oh, what was the fact?
That your wife has 3 baby daddies, which is not meant to be an insult, was it? It's not an insult.
It's not. Well, help me out here.
It's not an insult.
I'm just wondering, if you're married to a man and you have his children, is he your baby daddy?
I mean, technically.
That's what you consider a baby daddy?
Well,
so every couple out there, every married couple, all of their wives have baby daddy.
I mean, technically, yeah.
So then I guess my response in the future should just be, well, so what? You got a baby daddy. Does that even make sense?
I mean,
that sounds.
I don't think she meant it as an insult at all.
Of course she did. Not only that, her prescription, honestly, and the reason that it got so brutal back and forth was because she basically wanted me to kill my kids.
I saw the episode. She didn't want you to kill her.
Yeah, she
You're
did.
kind of twisting what happened.
No.
She was making a dig at you because
She said it'd be better to have aborted.
She said
Which
it would
is
be
fucked
better
up,
for
but
me to kill my kids. Yeah.
From my perspective, it looked like she was taking a dig at like having to live with you.
And then Rachel called her, smacked her around, which was hilarious. The whole point is like, fine, if you women want to make digs at my wife, do it to my wife. Because watching her completely dismantle and destroy your worldviews is one of the funnest things that anybody has ever seen on planet Earth. And the reason women tend to attack me through her is because they're petrified of her for good reason.
Your wife is awesome. I'm just saying, you just took it as an insult when she didn't really say anything insulting.
Bullshit. That's lies and bullshit and reframing. And not only that,
I didn't see it as an insult.
Let me just seed the ground. That one time, let's just assume for a second,
Okay.
one time after a 6-hour debate with a bad faith interlocutor who was so stupid, the thing she had a degree in, I still smoked her on.
Oh, I saw that.
Okay, the thing she had a degree in that she studied her whole life, I still beat her on that topic too, just having a passive knowledge of it. Okay, let's just assume for a second that one time I lost control briefly. So what? I've done thousands of debates.
I mean,
how many debates have you done?
This one?
Yeah. So the thing is like, and you haven't exactly kept your cool. You haven't
What do you
exactly
mean?
been cool, calm, and collected. You haven't exactly balanced the room. You haven't exactly had the best showing. And so the thing is it's like, even if it's the case that I were to grant this, that out of 6 hours of completely decimating this person's worldview, she managed to get in 15 seconds of a dunk that liberals went crazy over, who were homosexuals mostly, by the way. The fact of the matter is like, so what? Anybody else who's in my shoes, right? They just get decimated by these people over and over and over and over and over again. They can't keep their cool. They can't stay calm. They can't stay collected. Case in point.
What do you mean? Like, yeah, my brain gets foggy and I lose track of what I'm saying, but I haven't been mad. I've stuck up for the conversation that we had. The only time I got annoyed was when he went against the terms of what we agreed to.
Oh, so you got annoyed?
Yeah, I wasn't mean to him. Was I mean to him?
How could you be annoyed?
I wasn't
when
mean.
you felt like somebody was being bad faith and misrepresenting something.
All I did was-
hang on.
I didn't- was
Are
I
you
mean,
saying that
though?
when you felt like somebody was being misrepresentative of a
I
view,
stuck up for myself
that
in
you
a
got-
nice
that
manner.
You stuck up
in a
for
nice,
yourself and got
polite
annoyed.
manner.
Yeah.
Every time I do something wrong, I apologize. I thanked him for having me
Well,
on
now
the
go
show.
do 3,000 more of these, and we'll see if you ever lose control in one. But the thing is, it's funny, is it's like, yeah, of course, people are going to attack me viciously, and occasionally they're going to get some vicious attack back. But generally speaking, I match energy.
I think that sometimes your attacks go a lot
Like
harder
what?
than the others. I mean, I'd have to relook
Yeah,
through
exactly. You
your
have
videos.
no examples.
Are your
None.
yawns genuine, by the way?
I'm
Or are
almost
those,
yawning like every single
those,
second. What?
like, I don't know. You know how somebody could yawn?
No, like, you know when you like, yeah, it keeps almost
yeah,
happening over
I
and
know
over
what a
again.
yawn is, but you can yawn like in a
Oh,
way to be okay.
do
Well,
I
let me do-
seem
I
like I'm
just-
trying to be rude to anybody?
Well, yeah, but that
How?
aside, well,
If it's a fake yawn,
No.
that's
I
rude,
just
Keeps always
look.
happening.
I just
I'm drinking
consider
my
it.
energy drink.
I just consider it trolling. Like I don't even care. But the thing is like the reason that I always bring this up is because there's just never any good examples ever. Most of the time that women are trying to tone police me is because they're actually saying that I just need to be passive. I'm not allowed to defend myself. I'm not allowed to defend my family.
That would
not
be
allowed to do
Jesus'
anything.
way. I mean, defend yourself, but
Jesus'
be meek.
way. That's
Wait,
not what-
didn't Jesus like throw
Blessed
the
are the
table
peacemaker.
over?
That was in the church for
called him
taking
Viper,
money.
or-
That wasn't. And during, yeah,
you-
he didn't call everybody.
Yeah, can I ask you a question? Are you aware that at the time of Jesus Christ, that if you made a personal insult towards somebody, they would often kill you?
Yeah,
Did Jesus call people vipers?
yeah.
And that's
Some of them.
that's a killable offense?
Jesus didn't say that though. That's
Yes,
like
he
the
did.
Old Testament.
No. What? How could Jesus say that in the Old Testament?
Show me where without Paul,
Yeah.
let's take Paul out of
Sure.
it. Did he say
It said
that,
it in Matthew.
Did he say to kill them?
Kill? What?
So what do you say? Did he say? Yeah, you said it was a
No, what-
punishable
It
by
was
death.
so insulting. You would get killed for saying it to somebody.
Yeah.
People like you live in what's called presentism. You see, in common parlance, a lot of the words that we consider to be insulting are moderate insults. Ultimately, they're moderate insults, like you're a stupid bitch, you're an idiot, you're tarded, blah, 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 blah. Those aren't things people generally kill each other over. In the time of Christ, they did. They would kill you for insulting them and slighting their honor, slighting their wife. And oftentimes the law would back them up on this. And so the thing is like when Jesus would say something like that, right, that caused so much insult as to cause a person to respond by killing them. And so this idea that tards have that for some reason Jesus, who called people whitewashed tombs, killable offense, called them vipers, killable offense. He said that they were hypocrites, killable offense. And by the way, they did end up killing him, by the way. They did. They crucified him.
Yeah.
And so the thing is it's like this is what's called tard theology. What happens is a bunch of people got together and decided that Jesus was a tree-hugging hippie, when in fact, when you're really speaking truth to power, it's the most insulting thing on planet Earth to the powerful. And so what ends up happening is there's this great conflation which happens that Jesus was all about hugs and kisses.
Well, his words were like...
except when he was calling people broods of vipers.
Can you look that up?
Sure, look it up. It's
the
in
quote?
Matthew. Yeah.
No, not calling people vipers, but he said something that, did he say it was a killable offense?
No. Andrew's saying that back then...
It was, but Jesus didn't say that.
Yes, he did. No.
No, wait.
No. He was insulting people. He was insulting them by calling them broods of vipers, by calling them whitewashed tombs. These were things which were so insulting, people would kill you over them. So don't tell me Jesus didn't insult people. He gave them the ultimate insults. So insulting that it was a killable offense in his time.
I think saying vipers is talking about people doing evil things.
think she
But
understands
no,
what-
I do understand. But it was a killable offense. But
When you insult a person, do you generally expect that they're going to kill you?
no, I get exactly what you're saying. I just don't think. Yeah, Jesus didn't say he was going to kill people.
No, that's not what Andrew's
But
saying.
I know
At the
what
time
you're
that
saying.
Jesus-
I get that. What's the time?
But
I get what you're
Andrew's
saying.
contention is not that Jesus said that that's a killable offense.
That
He's
it
saying,
was at the time. I get it.
but those are two separate things. So there's what Jesus said, and there's the social cultural zeitgeist of thousands of years ago.
Yeah. So why are you calling what Jesus actually did say woke? And even though it was a different time period.
First of all, woke
Like-
means infantilization.
Okay, so that was a whole different time period. Why are you using that for modern times? Like, it just doesn't make sense. If you can agree during the time period things were different and the Bible was written
because we have
of that.
context. We have context, and not only do we have context, but I have church history, which has an apostolic succession, which goes all the way back to the time of Christ, to the original apostles,
Yeah.
which would include Paul.
I mean, he wasn't technically an original apostle, was he?
Well,
Can you
okay.
stop
Oh,
the
sorry.
counting? I'm sorry. Were you aware that Paul hung out with Jesus' apostles?
Yeah, and a
Now,
lot
let
of
me ask you
them.
a
Wait,
question.
I'm not.
Hang on, I just wanna make sure
I
that-
didn't.
yeah.
I wasn't finished answering.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and a lot of them were very skeptical.
Which ones?
James.
Nope.
Yes, he was. Look it up. Can you look that up?
No.
What do you want?
Yes,
They all accepted.
They were all.
They all accepted
Eventually, they accepted and calling him a brother of Christ or whatever. But did James?
He was a bishop in Ephesus. What are you talking? Paul was the greatest evangelist of all time. Paul set up Timothy as a bishop. Paul was in Ephesus. Paul was in Corinth. And literally apostles backed his place. In Acts,
few of them
we
did.
can look in Acts. You can look in Acts at the very very
I've
first
looked at Acts.
You can look in Acts in the very first ecumenical council. Paul was looked to for leadership, in fact. So the thing is,
For
it's like you have no,
that time
you
period
have-
for
you have no
government.
clue what you're talking about.
You're just arguing to argue. We're getting
Yeah.
so off
I'm not
topic.
arguing anything.
We're getting so off topic.
He's
Here, let
asking
me
me
bring it
questions.
back. Let me just bring it back then.
Yeah, I know. You reject Paul.
No. Yeah, I reject
get it.
Paul,
You
but
reject Paul.
even like James and
The original thing was your contention is essentially Jesus was this like hippie tree hugger that never was harsh or.
I didn't say.
And Andrew's saying, well, actually, there's this example where Jesus said, "You brood of vipers," and so okay,
Yeah.
that's the origination. I guess moving it on to back to this.
But
Well,
what people don't.
No, moving it on. Hold on.
I'm not allowed to make my last point.
Make it.
I mean,
Make it.
We're supposed to follow what Jesus told us to do.
You don't know anything Jesus told us to do. Literally.
wait, are you Christian?
I actually want to hear
Follower
one
of the
thing
way.
that you think Jesus told us to do.
Love God, love your neighbors.
you-
Love God, love your neighbors. Follow the
Are you
commandments. I call myself a follower of the way, which means the original before the
you go to
Bible. Sometimes before the listen. Let me explain.
What's the denomination of the church you go to?
Protestant.
Okay.
I don't have one in
Protestant
Austin.
is not a denomination, it's an allocation.
Yeah, okay. I've been to 1,000 different types of churches. I don't call myself a Christian. I go to church for the community and love of God.
So you don't even follow Christ?
I follow
She's a
Christ.
follower of
It's
the
a
way.
different. A follower of the way is the.
No way.
Jesus tells you the way. It's is following the commandments.
Yeah, that's
to become
the
a
70s
disciple.
hippie shit. Yeah. I remember
whatever.
reading The Way.
Yeah. So
Mm-hmm.
I've tried to bring
Was
myself
Jesus
more
God?
towards. Was he hot?
Was he God?
No.
No, Jesus
He
isn't
was a
God.
prophet.
He's a prophet.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's not God.
No.
So you deny the divinity of Christ.
Can you stop with
I'm
the
so
pen?
sorry. I'm a very
Do
twitchy
you
person.
deny the divinity of Christ?
He is divine. No, I don't.
How is he divine if he's just a prophet?
I mean, he's just as divine as like Buddha, or I mean, I think it's all the same God with a different dialect and different
course.
cultures. I don't.
You're spiritual.
So it's monism.
I mean, sort of. I mean,
Not
I
sort
think,
of. It just is, right? So all different denominations have truth.
No, I wouldn't say all. I believe what I believe. I also believe in like reincarnation. I don't fit. Whatever. Like, don't make fun of me. I'm not making fun of y'all for your beliefs.
Well, no, the thing is like, I'm not going to, here's the thing, like my position. I don't get or take lectures from non-Christians on Christianity because they don't know what the fuck they're ever talking about.
You don't own Jesus. Christianity was created after he passed away, and people are interpreting it in different ways. I follow what he said, and I've looked into the history of all of it.
You have, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's.
Can you just tell me what happened in Acts?
Okay. I don't.
What
let me
happened
look
in
it
Acts?
up.
Yeah, what happened? Just tell me. You've researched it all. What happened in Acts?
Well, she wants to look it up on our.
Well, I
Why do you
have
need
it-
to look
have
it up?
all
I thought you researched it.
Can I? Yeah. I don't.
I don't think. I think it's almost more of a rhetorical question in the sense that
I know it's a rhetorical question.
I don't think he actually has an interest in.
But can I just give you the list of what Paul said compared to Jesus and how
Oh, you're going to
I
look
don't
at the
call
Pauline,
myself.
the Pauline contradictions, the supposed
Yeah.
Pauline contradictions?
Yeah.
Really? That's what you came equipped with? That's what you came equipped with, was the supposed Pauline contradictions? Really? Okay. We can go through them if you want. You can't even tell me what happened in Acts.
In Acts, there was like on the hill. There's. Can I?
Got me. Man, that's why I don't ever listen to non-Christians about Christianity
Well,
ever.
shouldn't you listen to? Shouldn't you listen to Jesus above anything else instead of Paul?
Well, here's the thing that's funny is like, did Jesus himself write anything?
No, but
So who am I listening to?
He told us exactly what to do and his disciples and who becomes a disciple.
Did he appear to his disciples
Disciples
post-death?
need witness.
Did he appear to his disciples post-death?
Yeah.
Okay, and is that true?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Then why couldn't he appear to Paul?
I think that Paul.
That's not my question. My question is, why couldn't he appear to Paul if he appeared to his other disciples? Why not?
Because he wasn't a disciple.
Why couldn't he appear to Paul?
He could.
Okay, so then he could, right? Paul's on the road to Damascus, right? Jesus makes an appearance. Is that correct?
If you think it's Jesus, he
Okay,
blinds
and then
him,
this
throws
is
him off the
verified
horse.
by other apostles who tested him. They had power given to them by Christ, didn't they? Because he went to each of them post-death. But you know better. What do they know? They were just his apostles.
First of all, they were still human, and I think Paul is a test because Jesus warned us ahead of time that there would be fake apostles, and he told us exactly. Mm-hmm. He warned us in several different statements that there would be heresies and fake apostles, and even committed people.
What was Paul's name?
Apollos, Saul was the original.
And what did he do? Do you remember?
Murdered a bunch of Christians.
What did he do?
What do you mean?
What
For
was
work?
his job, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that.
You don't know. You don't know anything about the very.
I just told you his name is Saul.
You don't know.
What do you mean?
You don't know.
I don't know it all.
You don't know anything about the context of the very thing it is that you're talking about, which is why I never listen to lectures about Christianity
You have
from
to know what
non-Christians.
someone did for a living.
Checkmate.
You have to know what someone did
It's
for a
very
living.
important,
Maybe
especially
checkmate that.
with Paul,
Or just
to
take the
see
L.
how Paul's beginnings, right, changed into something far more humble when he became a tent maker afterwards. And this is why, in fact, they tried to drive Paul out. What you're talking about, there were fake apostles. They were called super apostles. And they tried to drive Paul out. That's what happened. And he had to go and put a stop to that. That literally happened. And the thing that's so funny is, like, you don't know any of that. You don't know any of the history. You don't know what happened with the cult of Artemis. You don't know what happened with any of the Pauline doctrine. None of you ever do.
Yeah.
You just go, Paul said mean shit that I don't like. That means that Jesus is not a hippie.
It's counteractive to what Jesus said. I don't think Paul meant bad, but like, does that mean everything he ever says is going to be?
I got to redirect the conversation.
I'm just saying.
I got redirected a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just saying that if it goes against what Jesus Christ told us and the way he
You
said.
don't even know what Jesus Christ told us.
Yes, I did.
No,
Dude.
you don't. You don't know anything about the Bible. Just stop. It's embarrassing.
I think you're a little bit out of the wheelhouse, just a teeny bit. Andrew's a Christian. Andrew's an Orthodox Christian.
Yeah,
He's,
this is why I wanted you to debate James Tolerico.
but I don't think you have a strong theological foundation, like an understanding.
I'm
be
just
able
telling
to
you.
effectively participate in this.
I'm a
discourse.
red liner. If you follow red line Christianity, read what Jesus
And
said.
you believe in reincarnation, and
Jesus.
Jesus believes in
Red
reincarnation.
line Christianity is.
I don't know what that is, to be honest.
It highlights what Jesus actually said and comparing it to what's actually in
All right. Here, I
the
gotta
Bible.
Move it on.
Red line is way different than modern Christianity.
Well, let me ask you a question about what Jesus said. Just last question.
Okay.
What does John 1:1 say?
I don't have all this memorized.
No, this is important because you denied the divinity of Christ. What's John 1:1 say?
God, like probably.
Does John himself say that Jesus Christ is the Word? And in
He
the
is the
beginning,
Word. He
hang on,
is
and
the
in the
Word.
beginning there was the Word, and who was the Word with?
Was-
Who was the Word with in the beginning?
I don't know.
The
tell
Word
me.
was with God, and who was?
No, I
hang
thought
on,
it was
and who
God.
was the Word?
Jesus.
No, the Word
is
was
speaking
God.
it,
The
God.
Word was God. In the beginning, there was the
Chill.
Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God.
Yeah, he's speaking from. Yeah, he's
If
speaking
Jesus
God's
is the
words.
Word,
He is the Word.
And and the Word is God, then what is Jesus by the transitive properties?
We all have.
And hang on, I'm going to ask the question. I
He's
want the
speaking
answer.
through-
If it's the case that Jesus is the Word and the Word is God by the transitive properties of this statement, what would that make Jesus?
He's speaking from. Yeah, he has God's message to send. Like he
No.
isn't God. He never said he was
Jesus
God.
is the Word.
He's speaking God's words.
John, he said, okay, first of
I
all,
don't understand.
this is crazy.
Dude, I haven't slept well. I'm not.
Nobody
just-
slept well.
Andrew
Just explain it to me
Andrew
then.
flew in today to do the debate.
He flew in today. His nicotine.
I told you that
he's
I'm not
jonesing right
a
now.
Bible
Andrew's
expert.
jonesing. Huh? Well, then why? Just let me move it on then.
I want to move it on.
I'm trying to move it on, but you want to get the final word. Okay, all right. Did you?
I never claimed to be. I never claimed to be a biblical scholar.
Look, I'm not trying to say you're a biblical scholar, right? I wouldn't have even brought it here.
That's been established.
The problem comes. I'm not a biblical scholar, okay? But the problem comes in.
I don't have it memorized.
The problem comes in. I don't have. Look, I'm not asking you to memorize anything. What I'm saying to you is this: the reason that I don't listen to heresychristian.com and heresy Christians who try to tell me what Jesus would do in any given situation, use that as their baseline for criticism, is because they don't know fucking anything about what they're talking about. They don't know anything about the New Testament. They don't know how it was put together, why it was put together. They don't know anything. Hang on. Because they don't know anything, I don't listen to their criticisms using that as the foundation for criticism. If you had used something else, we would perhaps be getting into that. But you didn't. You said, I'm going to criticize you from the baseline of the Bible that you don't know anything about.
Andrew
just because I don't have it memorized.
Stop. Andrew had the final word on that. Okay, let me finish up some more of this, and hopefully we can get to something more. Okay, really quick, touching on this very briefly. Again, going back to the premise of my show, male loneliness epidemic. Your position is my viewer base is incels. There are incels who can't get laid. Just curious, I think it is fair to ask, when is the last time that you got laid?
First of all, I don't think the majority of you are incels, and I said that because when
you think the majority of my audience is incel losers, basically, who never get laid. Which
the people who are saying rude shit in their comments, who watch you religiously, and
what if they're just
tell people that women that they shouldn't be able to have the right to vote while they're trying to bang them at the same time? I think that would kind of put them in the incel category.
Why would hold on? Words need to have meaning. Incel stands for involuntarily celibate.
When they're becoming an incel if they're coming at women like that.
But why should we even believe that that's true?
What do you mean?
Why should we believe that there's men in your DMs who are trying to date you and telling you?
Yeah. Okay.
I want to see the actual context. Yeah, I do. I do want to see the actual context behind. Okay. Hey, I want to date you and take your right to vote away. I want the context there.
Okay.
By the way, I took a poll of my audience, and they're just.
I don't care.
They're definitely not incel. They're just.
I don't think they're incels. I'm saying when you go about things a certain way and make things mainstream that aren't, and they're trying to date you and they're saying shit like that, then they're kind of narrowing the dating scene.
Because a handful of men. By the way, my live streams.
I'm not talking about everybody.
Damn. Can you stop interrupting, please? Can you stop? Okay. So, even if it's true that a handful of men sent you DMs and it originated from my audience, the total viewership just for the live streams, typically after 30 days, we receive about 200,000 views total on my live streams. So let's even say a dozen people DM'd you. I don't think that would be representative of the viewer base, not even factoring in the hundreds of millions of monthly views we get across our clips. So, I mean, I don't understand.
I know. I'm talking about a certain type that maybe clings on to that a little bit too seriously. I don't think the majority of them are like that.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't know why. It's interesting. You made a criticism multiple times throughout the show about labeling, yet in your messages to me, you wanted to label my viewers as incels, and that my show, that I, or perhaps Andrew, were spewing garbage that makes women repulsed by men.
Yeah. I was talking about exactly what I was going on in my dating life with it.
Right, but people who DM you wouldn't necessarily be representative.
I just said that the majority of them are great, nice people.
I'll pass on that.
I still talk to a lot of them. I'm hanging out with one of them in the next month.
So then it sounds like it's a very effective dating strategy.
It was just as friends. I told him.
It's just as friends.
Just as
Yeah.
I straight up told
You're
him
saying
that.
somebody in the whatever audience is having a one-on-one rendezvous with you?
As
Whatever
just
podcast.
friends?
There it is.
I straight up said, I straight up told him,
of-
like, if we do hang out, like, legit, like,
That-
it's just friends.
Yeah.
I mean,
He's coming into
my
town, and I said,
personal-
okay, cool.
I mean, my advice to you is, everybody who watches my shows is
An incel who's getting dated.
Dude, why would I still be talking to these dudes if I thought they were, like, bad people? I don't
know, have you tried
the
Tinder?
majority of them? Oh,
Bumble.
gosh.
Maybe you could go out.
It's so horrible. No.
Don't you live in Austin? Aren't there a bunch of?
I don't even date. I told
Maybe
them.
you should go to an anti-ICE
I'm-
protest and you can try to
Dude,
find a guy there.
I don't give a
But
shit
hold on,
about it.
gonna
I'm
move-
not trying to find
By
a
the way,
guy.
just to be clear, sometimes
I'm not trying to find a dude.
Okay, but sometimes you don't have to
fair.
respond to like everything I say. But anyways, okay, moving off of the incel thing, I do. To be fair,
There are some. Just
I
admit.
don't think you have-
Admit.
Sure.
Sure,
That's
sure,
who I was
but I don't
talking
think
about.
you have any evidence as to the makeup of my
not-
audience.
I think that there's feminists who have incels in their chat.
So it's when I
actually probably
can,
more.
can,
Probably more, yeah.
so the
Can I
case.
respond? It's when I watch like it live and you see the chats coming in. It's
Wait, really quick though. So, YouTube comments, I'll just stick to YouTube. YouTube comments, YouTube live chat. Even prior to me ever starting the Whatever podcast, you could go watch a baking video, and the YouTube comments. YouTube has a reputation, the comment section, for being like fucking awful, even for content that is not perhaps as controversial as the Whatever podcast. You could you see a gaming video, the comments are like insane. You could look at any video and the comment section is pretty wild. Live chat, even more wild.
That's
so I don't
who I'm
think that that's
talking
anything
about.
representative of the Whatever podcast necessarily.
That's who I'm talking
That's
about.
just the climate online.
I get
YouTube
it.
comments.
And let's face it, that shit's fun. Like that shit's fun for people to go. Like people like to go and they like to vent. They like to talk their little shit in comments.
Anonymously.
Because it's fun. And here's the thing. I don't think you're above that. I bet you've been in YouTube comments and talked your little shit before.
She called me a bitch, a little bitch.
Little bitch.
No, little bitch. By the way, you said some very mean things about Andrew, which I'm holding for a little bit. But I guess moving on here. In any case.
then later I
Stop.
undid my response and said,
Oh,
okay.
okay, we'll get to it. You don't have any evidence as to the makeup of my audience. I'd prefer you debate the actual points, not like do a caricature of what you think my audience is.
what do you
don't
mean?
have to.
I told-
Hey, you don't have to respond to everything. It's okay. It's okay. I'm moving it on.
It's funny because a lot of the whatever, like if you're talking about hardcore fans versus like random viewers, things like this, I would tier it. So I would always say you're not going to monolith an entire audience of hundreds of thousands because that's the audience base, right? Some of them are in the live chat. Probably before this is done, maybe close to 70, 80,000 who come through the live chat. And then you have people who just watch videos and like it's all over the place. So you would have to tier it. But I've been in the Whatever Discord and I've been where like the fans hang out and stuff like that. A lot of them are married, right? And
women.
surprisingly, there's a lot of women.
A lot of women.
A lot of women who
Shout
are
out
like
Discord.
we really, they consider women watch the show because they consider it a human interest piece. They're watching for totally different reasons
I
than
watched
men
the show.
are.
I love the show.
Yeah, of course, because you're interested in probably what makes people tick, what makes you tick, what makes you think like you think.
No, you all have a lot of good views. I just sometimes
Am I an incel? Do you think I'm
no,
an incel?
no,
Yes.
not at all.
Fucking piece
No,
of shit.
I'm talking about that one type of people that
DM
It's
you,
it's kind of
okay.
like the
Well, that's a great mod in Bailey. So at first it's Brian, your audience, all your incel homeboys. Oh no, actually it's just like the dozen men who DM'd me.
If I
One
got into
dating?
detail, if I got into detail, if I got into
Privately?
detail,
Is he gonna crack? Is he gonna crack? You think or?
crack about what?
Never mind.
Sorry.
Anyways, moving
He's
on.
going to frame
Here,
mod.
What is
This
he's
dude's going to
frame
show
mod.
up and he's going to frame mod.
He's gonna incel max.
Totally.
Yeah, I just don't think it's good for society
Incel mom.
for us to literally make fun of each other all the time, and it's not everyone on the
You
show.
called me.
That's a very feminine view, too, by the way.
What?
Just the idea of like, everybody should be nice to each other. We should all really rally around the things we agree on versus what we disagree on, things like that. Men don't actually think that way very often. Oftentimes, in fact, the way that men get along best is when they're roasting each other, when they're hard on each other.
Roast each other.
When
That's
they're
cool.
when they're awful to each other. They don't even actually consider a lot of that to be anything other than what's considered pure bonding. And it's a very feminine view, and women have it all the time, that men need to act like women. And part of the whole coming together thing and this type of stuff inside of a political frame usually comes from a feminine view. Men seem to be much more understanding of the fact that there's going to be political tribalism and that it's a fight for dominance and power. That's what politics actually is.
Yeah,
it's not actually about coming together at all. It's about imposing your views on society.
Brian, and I hang out with mostly dudes a lot of the time. Calling you
That
a
doesn't
little
make
bitch,
you one, though.
That
Doesn't
Yeah,
make
I
you
didn't
one.
Wait,
say it
hold on.
was.
Moving it on.
it wasn't like a serious, like your evil message.
Okay,
like
that's
no.
fine. Well, hold on. We'll get into that. What garbage am I spewing?
I don't think you're spewing garbage. It's more of
You
the.
wrote it. You said I was spewing garbage. Oh, it's Andrew who spews the garbage.
I've told multiple times
That's
that it's.
That's fair.
I've never said you have things. Yeah.
You wrote here. The whole show's premise, blah blah blah. You're spewing garbage that makes women repulsed by men.
The garbage, it would
What
be
is the
stuff like
garbage?
the voting, and the things he says that women find repulsive. It's not anything you say.
Okay.
Your views, I would say, are very based. It's sometimes the way he goes about things that
All right,
make
well, we
women
already
repulsed.
talked about the 19th, I guess. So, is
Smoky
there any-
Man is indeed bad.
Is there anything besides the voting that you would consider spewing garbage? The voting stuff?
I talk the stuff about propaganda.
Wait,
Women being more.
Easily
prone to-
propagandized.
If there was a
propaganda.
study that actually demonstrated this,
I looked it up.
be-
There, I
you
haven't
find?
seen anything.
Oh, well, but there is.
I've looked up all of this. Is there one study?
Andrew, what is the position?
No, there's there's actually a
I've
lot.
looked it up. I didn't find anything.
I'll demonstrate it to you very simply, actually. So, can I ask you a question? Out of men and women, who do you think are the largest retail consumers?
Women.
And so, if you have a corporation, you're running advertisements for a product. If it was the case that men responded better to the advertisements than women, who would you tailor the ads for?
Men, but they're
Hang on.
doing
and,
that.
And who do they tailor? No. In fact, because it is the
Dude
case that
wives
women
and
are
all
so
that.
much easy. It's so much easier to make women buy than it is to make men buy because they're much easier to propagandize. By the way, there are tons and tons of studies about this. You can go to Rachel Wilson, my wife's Substack, and she cites a lot of this. I don't remember what the article was called, but I'm sure that she can DM Brian and we can get it over to you. But she's talked about especially the consumer idealism and the fact that women are specifically targeted by corporations and things like this because it's so easy to sell them shit because of their emotional responses to advertisements.
Okay,
Like,
so
who was the arms of the angel with the little dogs for? You know, like when Sarah McLaughlin, is that her name? Sarah McLaughlin?
McLaughlin.
McLaughlin.
Well,
when she's like, in the arms of the angel.
That was
hang on.
hilarious.
Is that for men? Or are they trying to make women open their fucking purse and send a bunch of money in because they're like, oh my God, this really gets my heart.
But aren't women more in charge of like buying things for the family and stuff like that? So
Now, here's the thing that's
it
interesting.
doesn't seem accurate.
That's a great argument, and it's one leftist women often make, but it falls short, and here's why. It is true that women generally will buy for the household, right? Groceries and things like that, but we can adjust for those things by looking at luxury goods and luxury items. And who do you think buys more of those?
The guys are buying it for sugar,
it's not the guys.
for sugar babies.
No.
Yeah, I don't like. Yeah.
No, hang on. I'm just going to ask you directly again. Who do you think's buying all these luxury items for the home?
Can we look up that? Because I think
Yes,
there's a
we
bunch
can
of
look that
dumb
up.
dudes doing that too.
No, of course men buy
Guys
luxury.
do it to try to impress the
I'm not
women.
telling you that
Yeah.
men don't buy luxury items. I'm asking you, which sex is buying the most of them?
I'd say women, but the dudes are paying for it.
No. What's going on? Even if that was the case, so what? Even if that was the case that men paid for it because they wanted access to sex or something like this, the advertisements are still going to the more easily propagandized sex. That's women.
I don't think it's the more easily propagandaed. It's really for middle class people who want to feel rich. Rich people don't buy that shit. I don't think it's really based off sex. It's like,
No, we're talking about even poor people who are
I'd
buying
like to
luxury
see a
items.
study. I mean, if the study
Yes, you
is
can
there,
again.
I
You
would
can
change
go
my
to
mind on
Rachel Wilson's propaganda, or not propaganda,
Propaganda?
her
clip that,
Substack
please?
on female propaganda.
I mean, I would love to read that, but politically, I would argue that y'all were kind of duped, the conservative side.
Conservatives overall?
Oh
Or
no,
conservative men?
dudes. I think dudes were more duped with
I
the
don't
last
even know.
vote.
I don't even care.
So wait, is it equal in terms of who's prone to propaganda? Is it equal between men and women? Is it men more prone, or is it women more prone?
I think it's same but different ways.
Really quick question on this. In terms of appealing to emotion, who's more prone to that, men or women?
Women.
Okay. And can propaganda be an effective way of appealing to emotion?
Of course. That's not the only distinction of
Well,
propaganda.
earlier you were mentioning
political propaganda. I'd say. I'm not saying. Yeah, I'd say that
well, when it comes to all
the
this
dudes
stuff,
got duped when it comes to Trump. Is what I'm saying.
okay, well, we're right about to get into that, so
Hang
I
on,
guess
she sent it over. Rachel did for Substack.
Okay,
And here's
I'll
the
see
excerpt.
it.
Women often show stronger positive responses, higher trust, better attitudes towards the ad brand, and greater behavioral intent to emotional advertising, especially empathy, sadness, rational appeals than men. Men prefer to respond better to rational, factual humor, things like this. So, I mean, yes.
I don't disagree
Yes,
with that.
they are 100%
No.
more. Yes, they are.
I mean,
research indicates women exhibit more favorable attitudes and trust towards brands using emotional content, while men may suppress emotional responses due to social desirability or stereotypes.
But like, where did that? We buy shit or whatever, but y'all got Trump elected and fell for a lot of lies.
so. No
I
women
think
voted for Trump.
they did.
What lies? What lies did they fall for?
The America First shit, no more wars, the economy.
Where's the wars?
The Epstein files.
Where's the wars?
Well, bombing Iran
So
and
is that
stealing.
a war?
I think when they say America First, they mean literally.
That's not my question. Is that a war?
Not technically, but they're getting ready
So
for a
there's
war.
no new wars?
Lots of bombings,
Is there
lots
any-
of money.
yeah, is there
the
any
whole
new
point of
wars?
America?
Is there any new wars?
Technically, no.
Okay.
The money spent, the bombing, all of that, that is what America First is. No one wanted that. No one asked for that.
But Trump said he wasn't going to engage America in new wars, and then went and made sure that to not engage America in new wars.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Okay, which new war?
I didn't say that. No, I'm saying the people saying, "Oh, I have to fight someone to prevent fighting someone." That's propaganda they've been using forever.
Okay, but what does that
Yeah.
have to do with no new wars?
Literally not getting involved and shit that we don't belong
There's
in.
no new wars under Trump. There's none. That's just a typical
Literally, they
libtard
said
talking point.
America First, meaning don't get involved in foreign shit that we have nothing to do
And
with.
Trump has mostly focused on domestic policy, especially
Like
illegal
what?
immigration. Like
Other
illegal
than immigration, what
you mean
has
one
he done?
of the major campaign promises that he did?
Yeah, and then he's
I know. He's
doing
what a
it.
terrible fucking guy. No new wars, and he focused on illegal immigration.
Did he tell
like
everyone
said.
ahead of time that they were going to wear masks with no identification, shoot people in the face? No.
Well, you mean
And-
hang on. When it comes to ICE, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, his base is not upset by ICE.
Can you look that up?
Yeah, you can
I've
look
looked
up.
up
Yes,
all of
you
this.
can look up the divide.
I've looked it up. The majority of all people.
We're
are not
talking
cool.
about his base. How does MAGA
What,
respond?
the 37% that still like him?
Yeah, his base. His base responds very favorably to what's going on with ICE.
Okay, so like a third of the population.
And by the way, here's the thing. The susceptibility to propaganda is a fun one. You'll find the divide is, once again, mostly along sex lines. I'm so stunned. I'm so shocked that women get very emotional by the fact that you're going to have to, if you're actually enforcing the immigration policy of your country, separate families, like Joe Biden did.
That's okay.
Like Joe Biden did. And where
okay.
the fuck were they? You're going to have to
Listen.
you're going to have to utilize your federal assets in order to remove illegal immigrants, just like Biden did. The only difference is these fuckers weren't out there when Biden was
Because
doing
he
that,
wasn't
or when
masked.
Biden was doing.
He
or
wasn't allowing
Obama.
masked people. Can you let me
Yes, they
explain
were
to-
allowing masked people. What are you talking
Joe
about?
Biden had ICE, not like face masks for COVID, but literally to cover their identity and won't
Like
respond
face
with a
masks
badge.
for COVID?
But when asked to identify yourself, like cops are supposed to do, law enforcement, they won't. They're coming out of vans in masks.
That's because
chasing people
leftists-
down the
that's
street,
because
going
leftists-
into houses
yeah.
without judicial warrants.
Okay, first of all, that's because leftists will dox their entire family and begin harassment campaigns against their fucking families.
That doesn't put them above the law, does it?
First of all, they're not. Nobody's saying they're above the law. But guess what?
That is above
They
the law.
don't-
That's against the law.
No, it's not against the law. Show me the law.
They're the only.
I just had this debate with Brian Shapiro. Guess what we found out?
They
No.
have to identify themselves,
No.
which they don't.
No.
Literally, so yeah.
Federal officers only in some circumstances have to do that. That's one.
Can you look
The
that up?
second that you need to look at is the protocols for their safety, right? Safety is what matters here. If it's the
the
case
people of
that
your
a
eyes.
bunch of leftists are going to dox your entire family, put it on private websites and then public websites, which they were doing, and funding it from leftist organizations, and then they would harass the shit out of these guys' families, yeah, I'd hide my fucking identity too.
Well,
I do
there's
have,
also.
You want me to look something
yeah,
up?
Yeah,
Okay.
but there's also
Hold on.
the.
Well,
Can I
let me,
respond real fast?
You asked me to look it up. Let me just give it really
But
quick.
there's also the safety of the people matter.
Okay, there is no federal law requiring agents to not wear masks. California did quite a bit later, or I guess recently, they passed a No Secret Police Act to ban federal agents from wearing masks
Under Newscomb.
that conceal their identity while on duty. But that's just California, and that's very recent.
I know that. I said identifying
But you said it's
themselves.
illegal.
I
They
said
are
not to
identifying
identify
themselves.
themselves when asked.
I can look that up
That's
too.
what I was talking about.
They're
Can I
in
take a pee
they're
break?
in
I'm sorry.
uniform.
Anyone can have a fake uniform. There's literally
they're
been people
rolling up-
arrested.
people are rolling
There
up
was
in tanks
people-
with fake uniforms.
Someone got arrested for impersonating a cop.
People
Hold on.
get
Yeah, an
arrested
ICE
for
cop.
impersonating cops, yes.
So yeah, I think it's important to have more than just a mask and an ice
So
thing.
they need to wear no mask and get doxxed by leftists and have their families harassed if they're enforcing the laws of the United States. Brilliant plan.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
they're causing violent
Typical
situations are
libtard
happening.
No,
Wait, you're
no,
saying it's illegal, though.
No,
Oh, you just
that's
have
not
to-
what's
you
going
have to-
on. The leftists are the ones causing the violent situation. They're the ones surrounding federal buildings and committing violent acts and doing everything they can to agitate federal officers. That's what leftists are doing. Tell me this. Why is it that local police officers inside of these various leftist states won't deploy the local police departments to these federal buildings in order to maintain peace and security? It's because the fucking governors of these states and the local mayors of these states give them stand-down orders so that the feds have to deal with them, knowing the feds aren't trained to do that. And so what they're doing is they're sparking incidences on purpose, and that's fucking leftist.
No, I mean, but ICE is like cops are supposed to like if someone's irritated, what do they call it? The sorry, my dyslexia brain. They're supposed to, instead of causing more anger, they're supposed to
De-escalate?
De-escalate. Yeah, they're supposed to de-escalate.
Then have the trained local police do their fucking job. Stop
or
telling
train
them to stand
ICE
down.
better. Like the people
ICE
that got
is not designed to do riot control.
It's not about riots.
Yes, it is.
The people who got killed weren't involved in riots. They went up to them.
Bullshit.
Maced them in the face, got on top of them.
Both of those shootings was confrontations at protests where these people were going out of...
If you go up to someone who's just standing there...
Bullshit.
But they went up to him.
First of all, Renee was blocking off the fucking road. She was told to move. She refused. She hit an ICE agent. She got shot.
Moving.
Yeah, she moved her car into a fucking ICE agent.
She got shot for moving.
No. Well, hold on. You're forgetting the part where they initially they wanted her to get out of the road, but then she was blocking the road, and then there were a couple different agents. He was approaching her, and he said to exit the vehicle. He was giving her a lawful order to exit the vehicle. Once you're being detained by law enforcement, you don't get to leave anymore. She was being detained.
But you also don't get to shoot them in the face. It's that Alex Pretti, though. They came up to him. He was just standing there.
No, the opposite. He went towards the officers after they had moved a woman back. He moved towards the officers.
All he did was shield her from mace. He didn't go up to them to fight.
Guess what? You're not allowed to interfere. You're not allowed to interfere with federal. You're not allowed to interfere with cops in the middle of doing their job.
That's not a death sentence.
Well, here's the thing. Don't resist then. And you won't get killed.
He got maced in the face. 6 people attacked him.
Don't get involved?
While they were like breaking ribs and punching him in the face with a pistol.
Do you know what would have stopped all of that?
You know what stops resisting is not beating someone up.
You know what really stops all of that? If you just let the ICE go get the illegals and throw them out like they're supposed to.
I've got to pee really bad.
But no, we can't do that because that's mean.
I just think they should get better training, and there should be consequences.
But my question is, before these 2 incidences, the 2 killings occurred, I guess the genesis of what was happening there is that these ICE officers were conducting lawful investigations. They were doing the baseline. They were protesting their baseline law enforcement activity, which was apprehending illegal immigrants, right? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Yeah.
So like Renee Good and, well, I guess Alex Pretti, that happened after Renee Good. So you could argue he was in the streets because he was upset about Renee Good. In any case, you acknowledge that prior to Renee Good, she was upset with their lawful conduct, which was apprehending illegal immigrants. So why was she interfering? I think that's stupid. Yeah, but why was she interfering with lawful law enforcement operations?
I mean, I think because of, like Obama deported a shit ton of people.
Right, it's completely political.
No.
Yeah,
I think it's the way they're going about it.
Oh, what's the difference?
The masks, the chasing.
They had masks then.
Because
they didn't chase people down the street.
I'm going to tell you right now.
They didn't chase brown people down the street.
I grew up in...
They didn't arrest people from the works that were citizens.
Listen.
Even though they...
Oh my God, this is crazy. I grew up in California. Home Depots got raided constantly by ICE. When I was a kid, they were getting raided by ICE. Here's how it used to work. You'd go pull up in front of a Home Depot.
Wearing masks.
You'd pull up in front of a Home Depot and you'd go
law against it.
Yeah, you'd go 3. SWAT teams wear masks too. They would go 3. And 3 Mexicans would jump in the back. You take them, they do your day labor, and you drop them back off in front of the Home Depot by 5. That's how people used to do things all the time. ICE knew all about that. They would go do raids on Home Depots. They would do raids in department stores. They do raids at Taco. Hell, when I was a kid, they did a massive task force raid on tons and tons and tons of burger joints like McDonald's and Taco Bell and shit. And we couldn't get hamburgers for like a week because they arrested all the employees. Nobody gave a fuck. Nobody gave a fuck. They only give a fuck now because it's Trump, and that means it's fascism.
I think the whole masks and not providing information proof that they actually are who they people are it's.
Wait, can I ask you a question? Would there be a need for these ICE agents to wear masks if there wasn't a foundational objection from the left to the baseline enforcement objectives that they're trying to see out? So that's just apprehending illegal immigrants. The issue is that the left has an issue with the foundational operational procedures of ICE, which is lawful and legitimate and valid immigration enforcement. So it's just an escalation. So it's like, okay, you have ICE who's trying to enforce immigration law. Leftists don't like it. They're trying to dox these people, ruin their reputation, follow them around while they're conducting lawful operation. Then ICE is like, wow, these people are like basically trying to interfere with us and dox us and find our family and our children. We need to now put in place these things to protect our family. And then you're now using that as further justification to continue your essential bullying of what is otherwise lawful immigration enforcement. Yes.
Look, can I explain
Okay.
real fast?
Do you think if question
They
for you.
started off in
question
masks.
for you.
They didn't start wearing
No,
masks.
question for you. If everybody in the country was like 100% okay with the immigration efforts being undertaken by law enforcement, would there be a need for ICE to wear masks?
No, but like.
But why do they wear masks?
Because people don't agree. But doxing wouldn't mean everything.
No, not just that they don't agree. What are the actions that these agitators
they're
are
doxing,
undertaking?
but doxing doesn't mean anything if you're being illegal. Like if you're being fully transparent and letting people know actually what's going on instead of hiding yourself.
There's videos of them saying, hey, we're about to apprehend a child rapist. And there's literally the activists are like, I don't care. There's videos of this.
Well,
they say, I don't care. We don't care. Even if you're apprehending people who are like child predators, they're like, we don't care. We just don't like that you're part of immigration enforcement.
Oh, yeah, they're dumb. They need to let them do their jobs.
They ran.
But they need to let them do their jobs.
If they let them do their jobs,
do it without a mask. They need to be accountable.
There wouldn't be a need for them to wear their masks if
they weren't
people
doxing
allowed them to do their job.
Do you realize they were creating apps?
Obama, like he deported way more people at a faster rate.
Because it wasn't political. This is political.
They didn't wear masks.
It wasn't political. There was no resistance to it.
But ICE officers didn't act the way that they are now.
Yes, they did. What was the difference? What were they doing different? They were going to Home
Wearing
Depot.
masks, macing babies.
First of all,
they're macing babies.
The very first thing that kicked this
I don't think ICE
off.
did that before. Can I
Wait,
please?
hold on. Really quick. There's way more scrutiny on law enforcement ever since like 2020, the BLM George Floyd riots. There's more law enforcement officers at body cams, which
that's great.
Let her pee, Brian.
Yeah.
Go pee.
Yeah. All right, go pee.
I mean, they should have the. I think all.
But I think there's more scrutiny.
There just needs to be more transparency. So
there is transparency. Okay. All right. We have some super chats here. We have Latumio. Brian is scary. Andrew is awesome. Hey, 140. I'll save this for when she's back. The only campaign promise Trump hasn't made good on is term limits in Congress, which is definitely disappointing, but in all other areas, he's mostly kept his word. Thank you, Matt Jacob, for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it, guys, for the messages there. $200 will be TTS. I guess we'll do $100 reads and then $10 and up if you want your message displayed. All right. Well, while we are waiting on that, Erudite tomorrow. Guys, if you're watching the stream, we have Andrew doing a 1v1 debate with not so erudite.
Which I prefer, by the way.
This was kind of a unique one today. And most of the debates are 1v1s.
Actually, this is the first one I've ever seen where it was not that, ever.
Not what?
Not 1v1.
We did a 2v. Well, we did
that's
a 2v2 with the
2v2.
guys. Yeah, 2v2.
Yeah.
Although to be fair, you did do most of the talking for that one. So it's basically a 1v2.
You did no. I mean, when they got to the criticisms for whatever, you tangled with them pretty hard.
I did a little bit, but
those two degenerate feminists.
That guy still talks shit. By the way, what was his name? The pillow talk guy or whatever.
Well, yeah, he got wrecked. They talk shit after they get wrecked. That's how it works.
Didn't that guy say something like he was basically trying to do a justification of how it's okay to be immoral or something? I'm trying to remember what he said. It was really bad.
Yeah,
it was really bad.
Yeah, those guys were something else.
Terrible. Wrong way. I know it's hard to follow instructions that have been repeated 20 times, but
Dude, I have No sleep, ADHD,
I mean,
dyslexia.
Didn't you?
Sorry.
Didn't you arrive yesterday or 2 days ago or
I
something?
have insomnia. It's not easy to manage.
And why did you ask for debate given all these disadvantages?
That's
anyways?
what I mean, because I have a greater
Okay.
message.
All right.
I have a, just
What
be
did-
transparent.
what did that-
That's it.
okay.
They should be more transparent.
All right, here. There's a super chat for you. Can women, or excuse me, can men be women?
No.
Like, is a transgender woman? Is that a male or female?
It's a male.
Okay.
Do you consider them women?
Are transgender?
No,
Are trans?
I don't, but I think they should be able to live their lives however they feel like it.
But like not. What about sports? Not.
I don't think they should be
Okay,
involved
all right,
in
we're not
sports.
gonna linger there. Here, moving on then. You wrote, you are all about cult. I guess me and Andrew, you are all about culture wars which spread hate and divide our country. You used your show to promote Trump because you're dumb enough to be brainwashed by a con man. Now you're going to have to come to terms with not only helping get a predator criminal, con man, grifter elected, but also with the fact that you will forever look like a dumbass for falling for his bullshit. So you wrote that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It is.
Because, yeah.
What do you mean predator?
Yeah, I was going to ask, what do you mean predator criminal?
I mean, yeah, all things point to that. I mean,
Nothing points to that.
should we bring up all of the things?
Sure.
I mean, just the fact that he said he'd drain the swamp and bring.
That has nothing to do with being a predatory criminal.
He was barred from even having a charity in New York because of a fake charity,
Well,
a
first,
fake
what do you
university.
mean by predatory criminal? What does that mean, predatory?
He's predatory. Like he went into the dressing rooms of Miss Universe where there are minors and
no,
with
Miss USA.
whatever.
No, there's no minors there. That's an adult beauty pageant.
It starts at 16, but also it doesn't matter if it's teenagers dressing and basically bragged about getting a pass because he owns it, that he can go and see all these beautiful women changing and stuff, and he gets a pass.
Yeah, he's running a beauty pageant for beauty and gets to see beautiful. That's crazy to me.
Why would you watching women change?
Oh,
Is
my
not
God, Lord.
predatory to you without their consent? What? And like him,
Without their consent?
it's without their consent.
And how many of these beauty queens have come forward and said that Donald Trump was in there spying on them without their consent?
There's a lot of stories from people that said that they stopped going to the pageants because of the
Name one.
I don't know the
don't know.
names of
Yeah,
them.
you don't know.
I've seen several interviews of how they were treated in the pageant. And it connects with Jeffrey Epstein and the whole modeling world, and it was a different time that there was a lot of there was a lot of creepy shit going on, and 26 different women came forward saying that they
all frauds.
Oh my God! See, that's where. See, this is where the Epstein class comes in. Is rich people never have consequences for everything, and they say, "Oh, people are doing it for power, for money, or political reasons." But a lot of these people came forward way before he was political.
Which ones?
The 13-year-old that.
You mean the one that's not credible?
Who proved that she wasn't credible?
The she did when she retracted her claim?
No, it showed. There's an interview that shows her lawyer saying the reason she retracted is because she's getting threats and is scared.
Oh yeah, what's he supposed to say? She retracted because she's a fucking liar. Lawyers
But
don't
there's
do that.
also proof of all of the Epstein survivors that still now
What's the proof?
getting threatened.
What's the proof that Trump, in any way, shape, or form, was involved with a cover-up of a pedophilic organization? Because that's where you're going, right?
Because his actions are proof, and he's in there's still just a small portion of.
What's the proof?
Redacting stuff that should not be
done
redacted.
Mostly 90% of the redactions. Plus, you can go to Michael Tracy's Twitter to track this. Most of the redactions in the Epstein files are because victims demand them, and because
That's not what the victims are saying.
Which ones?
For what?
Which ones are even victims? Virginia Giuffre was not a victim.
I don't have
She claims she was a victim, but she's a chronic liar. She's a fucking chronic liar. And that's
whole
documented.
Republican Party is like trying. Yeah, he's legit. He said there was no. How do you say accomplices? Not accomplices. What's the word that they're using? Oh, he said that no one else was involved in sex trafficking, and there's proof.
We don't have any evidence of any sex trafficking.
Yes, there is.
Okay, tell me who was sex trafficked.
Their names are redacted.
So your evidence is you don't have evidence.
The evidence is that Pam Bondi and what's his name?
Cash Patel.
Cash. They under oath said that there was not any accomplices or a list of any kind. And Thomas Massey says differently. He's seen the files. He said he's willing to say the names.
The same Thomas
himself.
Massey who, along with Rokana, decided that they were going to unredact the names of 4 innocent people, and those innocent people got completely fucking inundated, according to their lawyers, with death threats and everything else, because they were assuming that they were part of a massive pedophilic cult that doesn't exist.
Yeah. The law that they put saying that no people except that were victims, like the women, children,
What
are
victims?
allowed to be.
What victims?
Don't have them memorized.
Because listen, I'm just going to tell you right now. Here's what we have for evidence. You have zero evidence.
Yeah, because Trump's covering it up.
Covering how? How is he covering it up? There's redactions.
Breaking the law of the Epstein Transparency Act.
Here's what Trump's in the files doing. Trump is in the files assisting law enforcement against Ghislaine Maxwell. That's all that he's in the files doing wrong. Period. Is assisting law enforcement.
In 2006 or 2007, whenever he made a statement saying, "Oh, I'm glad, that you're doing this investigation, blah 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 blah," but and instead he cut off Epstein from his life. But then the Epstein files show that like up to 2016 that he was still in contact and a few times hung out with Epstein. So
first of all, this is insanity. Let's back up. Let's start with this. Who are you accusing Donald Trump of? Are you accusing him of being a PDF?
I say that there's either he's a pedo protector, which is I would say 99% likely.
Now give me your evidence. Your best piece of evidence. What is it?
His actions, all of the actions.
So what's your best piece of evidence?
Saying that it was a Democratic hoax.
First of all, the Democratic hoax is that they're calling this guy and he knew it, by the way. He knew that the second the files were released, because of all the redactions, Democrats are going to run and say that he's part of a pedophilic ring, even though we have no evidence of that at all.
We don't have the evidence because they won't give it to us.
So wait a second. So you don't know.
I think that protecting pedophiles, hanging out with pedophiles, add all of the women that have came forward.
Which ones? Which ones do you find credible? Which ones?
I find them all credible until we see until we actually see how the investigation actually name them uncredible, because it's the same people.
They did name them uncredible.
The same people who gave Epstein the sweetheart deal.
No,
are those the ones?
No, this is FBI investigators who are investigating this. First of all,
the FBI that lied on the stand
about
there being no co-conspirators.
Who were the co-conspirators?
Massey says there's at least 6 of them that he's uncovered so far.
Okay,
and he's going to name them. It has to be in the Senate to legally name them.
Oh, got it. So there are no co-conspirators that you can name. You just made it up.
Because they won't give them to us. But I listened to Thomas
Massey
and all the other people that have read the files are saying that.
Here's the thing.
And if you take MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene
I know for
came
sure
out,
that you're a PDF. I can't prove it, though, because law enforcement won't give me the evidence I need to show you that you're a PDF.
In his own words, through several interviews throughout the years, all of the women that came forward, the girl that said she was threatened.
Which one of those girls do you find the most credible?
I mean, I'd say all of them.
No, which one specifically? Give me one name of any of those girls that you found credible.
I don't know their names.
You don't know anything about it?
Katie Johnson.
You don't know nothing about it again.
What? Do you have every name memorized in them?
I don't need to. I'm not making the claim.
I'm following the actual evidence that
Okay, what evidence?
He's covering up for his friends.
Show me the evidence. Where is it? Where can I look at it?
The lies.
What lies?
Not that there even is co-conspirators. That there is that. Yeah.
So your
him
evidence
saying that
is no
he
evidence.
said he never went on the plane. He said he lost. He stopped. He banned Epstein
He
from.
did ban Epstein from his properties. Not only that, he worked with law enforcement.
He didn't work with them. He made a statement. He made a statement, which someone who's
and here's the
covering up
thing.
would
Why
do
didn't Biden-
exactly that.
Yeah, why didn't Biden release the Epstein files?
Yes, he's directly involved with that. No, he's not a pedo. There's no proof of that yet.
There's no proof that Trump is. You just made it up.
I didn't make it up. There's,
You made it
there's
up.
Women who have come forward who said he did the same.
And which ones did you find the most credible?
The girl that retracted her statement.
You found her,
because she was
and why did you find her credible? The one who
because she
retracted her sworn statement?
Because she was a minor and it directly involved Epstein as well.
Hang on. Did she make the claims when she was a minor? Did she make the claims when she was an adult, when people were getting millions of dollars in cash settlements when they said that they were a victim of Jeffrey Epstein?
Oh, actually, new evidence have came out that have directly correlated her suing the Epstein estate around the time the claims were made and it being settled. I don't know if you've read that.
Again.
So yeah, if she sued the Epstein estate and won during that time period.
Nothing. There was all kinds of...
If there was no proof of that,
there
then
was
why would they have
all
settled?
kinds of settlements which came out of the Epstein saga, but here's what did not come out of the Epstein saga, at least thus far. There is not a single shred of evidence that Donald Trump participated in any sort of sexual activity with any minors at all, nor that he was part of some PDF ring, nor that there even was a PDF ring. And you know what evidence you have for this? Here's the evidence you have for this.
Emails.
I don't have evidence.
There's a lot of the
Okay, which
emails
thing
that
in the
point
emails?
to that.
Which things?
Can we look it up? Do you think I have it all memorized?
Go ahead. I actually want you to. We can go through them one at a time. You could show me the best evidence you have that Donald Trump's a PDF.
I didn't say there's direct evidence of it.
So no evidence?
He's at the...
So he's a PDF, but you have no evidence he's a PDF?
Okay. First of all, it's very hard to prove if someone raped you or not. If you compare it to murder cases where there's what they call it, the what's the type of evidence? Sorry, my brain's circumstantial evidence. You can be convicted of murder without any actual DNA, without...
That's nice. What's the most credible piece of evidence you have Donald Trump's a PDF?
The women's statements that are connected
which
to
one
it.
did
Him being liable of rape
can
through
you tell me?
him being liable, his own words of how he talks to women. Him being held liable of rape. The way he specifically liable of SA. Yes, he was by our courts.
You know what? I'll just grant you that Donald Trump has graped 300 women, let's say. He's graped them. He just did. I'm just going to, logically, I'll just say he did. What's your best piece of evidence that Donald Trump is a PDF and did anything
I don't know for sure he was a PDF, but I know he's a pedo protector.
Okay, show me how he's protecting PDFs.
Literally, the proof is what's happening with Epstein files.
What?
And the email.
What's the proof?
Him lying about him saying that he was going to be transparent, bring the Epstein files out.
He has brought the Epstein files out.
After being forced by, there was enough votes to where even if he
so
didn't.
Dan Bongino becomes the assistant deputy director of the FBI. He comes out, right? He's done now. He's back on his podcast. He says, you know why there's all these redactions? The victims want it. There's porn in it, right? And lawyers are suing for it. So what are you talking about?
Well, lawyers suing doesn't make it against the law.
Yeah, they can tie up redactions forever because they're victims.
If there's, they're supposed to, of course, edit out the people that are the victim, like the female.
And all
like
sorts of information which can point to what their identity is, which would be a massive redaction.
No. That's why you
look. I would love it.
Face.
I would love it
face.
if you redacted. If they had unredacted files and could release them. I would love that.
But
I would adore it.
There's proof that they're redacting people that were guys that have nothing to do with the
I'll tell you
the
what.
survivors.
Let's try this. Instead of the conspiratard shit, let me just ask you this.
It's not conspiracy.
Okay, name one of these people who you think is currently in government who's a PDF because of the Epstein files that you've read.
I think they're pedo protectors.
Name one. No, that's not what I asked you. Name one who's a PDF. Which PDFs are they protecting?
I didn't say that there is any.
Which PDFs are they protecting?
The Epstein class,
Who are they?
they're donors.
What are their names? Nothing.
Should I bring up the list?
Go ahead.
I don't have their...
And then show me your most compelling piece of evidence that they're a PDF. Go ahead. You're living in the midst of a left-wing disinformation campaign,
Right. Literally,
which
the
is
rights
claiming.
talk- what about
it's amazing to me
MTG?
that
MTG saying the same thing.
The left-wing,
So stupid.
MTG, who left disaffected from Donald Trump. She was all sorts of pissed off because she wasn't a golden girl.
She left because she realized it was all a lie.
Fucking
and that
cope.
He's covering
It's
for
MTG
pedos.
cope. And not only that, let's point this out.
funny.
It's really funny to me that suddenly, the left is so concerned about supposed baby eating and baby killing. It's like they do that every day. That's what the left does. They kill untold swaths of children. And suddenly, Trump's at the head of a baby killing, baby molesting,
I think
fucking
that
empire.
people are more aware of, I mean, I don't know about that conspiracy, but I think people are more aware that both sides have been propagandaed and we've all been lied to, or both sides can agree.
Name for me the strongest piece of evidence that you have that Donald J. Trump ever did anything like this with children. Anything.
I didn't say there was actual...
Then why do you say you're leaning
the
towards him being a
circumstances
PDF?
point to that.
No, they don't.
If a sheep...
None of the
If a sheep-
circumstances point to that.
If a dude surrounds himself by sheep fuckers,
So if he's surrounded by PDFs, name those people.
well, he was friends with Diddy. He was friends with Epstein.
You mean Diddy? I'm sorry. Was Diddy charged with being a PDF? Convicted of being a PDF? No.
People came forward about it.
And then he went to trial. And then what happened? What happened at Diddy's trial? What did he get charged? What did he get convicted of?
Sending sex workers across state lines. And stuff
So
like
nothing
that.
to do with children.
Well, all I have to say is if you, if you surround
name
yourself
one of these
with people-
PDFs. Name one he's surrounding himself with. Who? You got to Google it.
Jeffrey Epstein, you told me to find them.
Jeffrey Epstein was not convicted of being a PDF. What are you talking about? Neither was Ghislaine Maxwell. They were convicted of trafficking prostitutes.
A minor is not a prostitute.
A minor's also not a prepubescent child. And yes, it's true that Jeffrey Epstein should have been convicted for doing the trafficking to himself of people who were being recruited at a local high school to have sex with him. Totally agree with that. But this idea that there's this massive...
Their emails show that...
The emails don't show that.
Yeah, they do.
Then show me them. Show me the best piece of evidence you have that Donald J. Trump is part of a PDF protection ring and who the PDFs in this ring are. Who are they? Nothing.
I'm trying to look it up,
Yeah,
and
you
every
gotta
time
look
I
it
do,
up.
you keep saying more shit.
You got to look it up because you don't have the facts on your side.
What do you mean? The facts on my side
The facts on your
show
side
that he's hiding shit.
It's just pure incredulity. You have no evidence.
It's so stupid.
Yeah, it's stupid because you
All
have
of
no
the-
evidence at all.
Because they're covering it.
Oh, because it's a big cover-up. Well, that's an unfalsifiable
Literally,
position.
the people who have seen the files are saying that, yeah, they freaking lied.
UFOs are real, but I can't prove it because they're covering it up. The government's
Literally-
covering it up.
Literally, the people who have seen the unredacted files say that there's at least 6 people so far that were involved.
So therefore, it's true.
There needs to be an investigation.
Oh, okay. You can investigate it. Go investigate it. Even though that's what all of the files are, is investigations. That's what all of them are. And do you think they're going to unredact the victims' names? Do you think they're going to unredact most of these things?
Name. I think that things didn't get investigated properly because
how do you know? You don't even know the details of any of the investigations. You don't even know the details of the investigations.
And the email showed originally that there was 10 co-conspirators, and it said where they're living and that they were doing subpoenas and all of this crap.
Okay, let's back up. Okay, what was Epstein actually charged with? Do you even know?
Like sex trafficking of some sort?
Do you know any of the specifics of the case?
No.
What about
I know
Ghislaine,
of the case. I don't know the
Maxwell?
exact...
Do you know any of the specifics of the case?
She mostly trafficked the girls to Epstein, but a few times I think she actually did touch the girls.
Okay. Do you know the details of her case?
Like what, the raping the girl?
No, anything. Just give me any of the details of these. Do you know?
Like,
do you even know where this occurred? Like where the Epstein stuff occurred?
I mean, some are in the island, some are in New York, some are in his office.
It's all in Florida, basically.
I wasn't done speaking, but it's literally all over the place. It wasn't just a island.
So what was he charged with?
I don't know the name of the exact charge.
You don't know anything about any of these cases.
So stupid.
You don't know anything about what's going on in the files. You don't know anything about any of these cases.
Yes, I do.
Okay, well then give me your most compelling piece of evidence.
Every time I keep trying to look up...
You have to Google the evidence that you know so well?
I don't have every freaking name of the people they've uncovered.
You don't have any names.
Bill Clinton was there. There's no proof that he did anything. I don't know the names. Let me look up the name. I don't have it memorized. Doesn't make it untrue that I don't have these douchebags' names memorized.
No, I'm not even asking you for that. I asked you for the details of the cases, what your most compelling evidence is, anything you can reference. You got nothing. What you have is, I was on X.
If you've read all of the emails, it shows exactly what's happening.
I was on X.
Oh my God. I don't use X.
I'm glad you asked. You want to know what happened? What happened is a woman named Virginia Giuffre.
I know her.
Okay, do you know that she's a chronic serial liar and that her story has more holes in it than Swiss cheese? She claims that she was trafficked by her dad, completely unverified. Claims that she was raped. Is not a lie. Claims that she was raped by two men, falsely accused them of it.
How do you know it's false?
Because the police investigated it, determined it was consensual. She's made rape allegations multiple times. She's had to retract. Okay, she claimed that Epstein's lawyer raped her and then had to retract that too. She had to retract that Dershowitz did this to her. And then she said later, well, the thing is like I was just confused because I was just raped by so many. She claimed she was with him for 4 years. She wasn't with him for 4 years. That would have been completely impossible, right? You don't know anything about this. You should it's embarrassing. It's fucking embarrassing. Oh, it's embarrassing for you.
I don't find it embarrassing.
That you don't know.
What I find embarrassing is you're sticking up for administration who's obviously lying to us and not following they're not following the law that they were instructed to do, are they? They lied about there being co-conspirator.
What laws are they? What laws?
The Epstein Transparency Act says it doesn't matter if it embarrasses them or that they can only redact the actual victims' names. And they're going against that. And they're also not, they're not, and they have to redact like the photo of someone actually.
They're going to keep on doing these dumps. They're going to keep on.
They?
Yes, they will.
They said that they were done, and this is the end of it.
There's going to be more.
Well,
and by the way,
that was it.
Let me point this out to you too, right? You don't even know what's in them. All you've seen is what dummies are posting on X.
I don't use X, first of all. I've read a lot of these emails.
Okay, which ones did you find?
There's like a torture thing where they talk about like a 9-year-old. There's what?
You don't know.
What do you mean?
It's just nothing. Now, that's the thing is like
I don't have it all memorized. I read. I didn't read the entire.
People speak so much on things that they just clearly don't know shit about. Like you don't know anything about the Epstein case. Nothing.
What do you mean? I literally get updates on all the files all the time and read through what the updates are.
Then how
and what
come you don't know? You're not familiar with any of the content of it.
My brain doesn't memorize things easily. That's
Then why do you read if you can't maintain any of it?
I don't read. I watch the videos and then I read what they found and fact check it because my brain.
What's the point if you can't remember it?
My brain processes stuff through videos because it's a dyslexic
That's fine.
thing.
Look, not everybody is going to read something and then memorize it. Sure, you can use video, but what's the point of doing that if you can't remember the details of any of the things that you just watched?
I don't have their names memorized.
I'm not even asking for names, details of the case. What are they charged with? What are the details around the one who spawned all of this, which is Virginia Giuffre? What? You don't know any of it. And it's like, what a waste of time. Anyway, I'm going to go have a smoke.
Literally.
Oh.
I mean, I'm supposed to have all of these memorized when there's like millions upon millions of documents that I'm reading every day. I'm supposed to like.
I don't know. That conversation is not my. I don't know anything. I don't really know much about it. I can't really speak on it. I think Andrew was just looking for, like, what's the evidence? That he was looking for the evidence.
The evidence. I never said that. The evidence that he's covering shit up, I think, is there.
I think Andrew's frustration might have just been, at least he was looking for evidence, like what is Trump's involvement in all that? And again, I'm not an expert in this, so I don't know the details.
He's involved in covering it up at the very least.
But so what's the evidence for that?
Him calling it a Democrat hoax and saying that he doesn't want you to even follow him anymore and every time the Epstein files are brought up, he like wants people to shut up about it. He lied about what was in the files, and many times he lied about his relationship with Epstein because there's now proof out that their communication and stuff did not end when he said it did. He lied about being on the plane, all kind. I think
I don't
that's
know the details of it.
And then
but like
his own staff lied about.
But hold on, really
his
quick.
staff lied on the stand.
Logically, can somebody lie about something, but they not be guilty of like a different, unrelated crime?
Yeah, I mean that's why I said at minimum he's covering up.
If Trump has lied, is that evidence of like something else sinister? Or also, by the way, sometimes either misremembering things or, isn't necessarily a lie.
Yeah, but I think...
Like, if I were to say...
But if he said he lost communication in 2008 and it comes out that he was hanging out with Trump in 2016, I think that's a pretty big lie.
But if somebody said, like, have you ever hung out with somebody by the name of Quincy Smith?
And you don't remember them, I get where you're going.
Look, again, I don't know how to parse all that stuff. It's not really a focus of my attention, but it does occur to me that if somebody could approach me and like interrogate me and be like, do you ever recall meeting, somebody by the name of Jackson McDougal? And I'd be like, no. Well, hold on. Here's a photo of you with Jackson McDougal 20 years ago at some frat party. And I'd be like, okay.
Yeah,
I get that.
I get that.
I don't know.
As someone who's very forgetful, obviously,
I don't know about.
I think it's a pretty big lie to cover up several years of relationship, pretend you're never on the plane. I think, and then trying to, all of the rest of it, all directions point to that he's covering up.
There is that
several
video.
people in his staff were found to be in the Epstein files too.
I don't know. There is that. I guess anyways, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyways, we'll move it on to a different topic.
I'm just sick of this narrative that lefties have that Donald Trump is a PDF and he's protecting PDFs and they never have any fucking evidence. They can never point to anything. And the best that they can come up with is Andrew must be protecting PDFs because he says there's no evidence DGT ever did anything with children, and there's not.
If there was no evidence, then why didn't he just release the files?
He can't. You can't unilaterally do it.
It just the law says that you have to redact the names.
Here's the other thing. Let's say that he's hiding them for some reason we don't know. Let's just say that he is, right? Yeah. The absence of evidence is not evidence for you that Trump ever did anything with anybody. And I'm tired of the libtards doing everything they can do to pretend like they didn't have fucking presidents before who had access to these same files, refused to release them.
They're involved
Suddenly,
in it too.
Oh yeah, sure. Mm-hmm.
That's what the deep state is.
Yeah. So here's the thing that's going on, right? You don't have any evidence that Trump was part of any pedophilic ring. You don't have any evidence that Trump's a PDF. You don't have nothing,
pedos.
And you're not even familiar with the files.
Yes, I am. I've
no, you're not.
Literally stayed up to date with all the information just because
but you
I don't
know any of it.
Yes, I do.
Okay, whatever you say. The thing is,
let me let this chat come through.
Letomio donated $200 to prove I'm not stupid and show Andrew my support. Love you, man. You are the closest to Charlie to me.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Lizzie.
Now, for the whatever audience, so that we're clear on my position here, I would love if all the files came out unredacted. I think that would be great. Okay, but here's the thing. In the interim time, you're not going to come to me with zero fucking evidence and say that the president's a PDF because the left has been running this gambit for the last year straight with no proof, and that is an op, and it's a disinformation campaign. And so when I put these people to the question, the reason that I do it as aggressively as I do is to prove they have nothing from which to base this on. Zero. It's all just, well, we don't have evidence, so therefore it's true. And it's fucking crazy.
There's how many women have come forward, and how many creepy statements has he made? He admitted to barging.
Tell me the woman who came forward who you think is the most credible, please.
I think because of the massive amounts of people that have came forward, there needs to be further investigation.
Celebrities have women who accuse them of
all
this
of the
all
lies,
the time.
plus of the people who are pedos that he's hung out with, several of them which have been found to be in the Epstein files. I think if you hang out with pedos...
Well, which ones are the pedos he's hanging out with?
There's no direct evidence because we don't...
Then why do you keep saying he's hanging out with pedos?
Because he's hanging out with all the people listed in the files. He's trying to keep more evidence of what actually happened away from the public. He's lied about his relationship with Trump after he was already convicted.
So let me make sure I got this right.
He said he cut off Epstein for being creepy.
Wait,
but then there's proof that he was still
so let me just
chill
make sure,
with Trump in 2000. with Epstein in 2016.
Can I just make sure I got this right? Trump's a PDF. You have no evidence that he's a PDF. Trump hangs out with PDFs. You can't name a single. Hang on. You can't stop. You can't name a single PDF he's hanging out with. Your evidence that he's hanging out with PDFs is that you don't have any evidence that he's hanging out with PDFs. And your evidence that he is a PDF is that you don't have any evidence he's a PDF. Brilliant leftist.
I'm
brilliant.
So fucking dumb.
Yeah, no, I don't think I'm the one who's so fucking dumb.
Circumstantial evidence can get you convicted of murder.
It can. That's true.
Grape is pretty much the only exception to where the laws are different, where you can't have someone say, this is the person who did it to me.
So believe all women?
Don't believe all women. I think. So
believe women based on evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, then give me your most compelling piece of evidence from one of these women.
There's of what, Trump?
Yeah.
Most of them said that he didn't do anything of them. What I'm mostly saying is that we need. I said it, most likely he's a pedo protector, but if he didn't have anything to hide, then. And all of these 26 women are false.
But you referred to him as a predator criminal.
I think it's predatory to speak about dating.
I think it's predatory to call the president PDF with zero evidence, but
it's predatory to say I'm going to be dating you in 10 years to a 10-year-old. I think it's predatory to go into locker rooms where teenagers are changing.
Show
How
me
is
the
that not
locker rooms where there was
predatory?
teenagers he walked into that were changing.
He admitted to it.
Can you tell me what? Can you tell me
It
a
was
single
at-
locker
it was
room he
at
walked
his-
into where teenagers were changing?
Yeah, it was his.
The Trump campaign does deny it, by the way. They denied the allegations.
He literally said it.
He said something on Howard Stern
About the
but
Miss USA pageants.
Yeah,
He wasn't saying
admitted
anything
to
about
it.
teenagers.
it was,
There are
wait, it was
teenagers, and it's
contestants.
without consent.
But it was contestants who alleged that Trump entered changing rooms while they were undressed.
No.
But Trump's
He
campaign
said it.
denied the allegation.
But he said it on Howard Stern
fine.
before
He said
AI
it.
existed.
Yeah, let's just grant it.
that not predatory?
Let me just grant it. Let's just grant that Trump used to like to peep at women at the beauty pageants and watch them change. Okay.
And then add all
What's
of the women.
most credible woman
The girl
who
that-
has accused him of SA?
The girl that won civically about SA in court.
Who?
I don't remember her name.
You don't-
The
okay.
girl that got finger banged.
Oh, you mean
And-
the one who named her cat Vagina and is a lunatic?
Well, the courts
Whose name, of course, you don't know. Yeah.
Dude, I don't remember stuff that way. What I do remember is the details of what she alleges happened and who she told people about.
move it on.
Who she
There was not a single piece of evidence.
the court-
That was a Mickey Mouse ass trial.
Our peers followed
They
the
went-
evidence and voted in her favor.
No. First of all, they didn't find him guilty of a single crime. What happened?
Liable is
he
different than guilty.
It was a process thing in civil
process.
liability,
It's
which is
called
easy
liability.
to prove. And by the way, she had all sorts of coaching. She's a lunatic.
what
She said
lawyers
that
do is
grape was
coaching.
sexy.
No, she didn't say
Yes,
grape.
she did.
See, you're taking her words and mixing it. She said men think that way. If you watch the full interview, she
I watched the interview.
She said that it's sexualized and
And she's
such
crazy.
As society.
That woman is crazy as shit. And
Well, the
no.
courts disagreed.
And even
so-
then, right? What is the most that had nothing to do with the Epstein files? What is the most compelling evidence that you can cite in the Epstein files that trumps a PDF? What?
I said most likely that I said predator. I never said PDF.
You did. You said it. I'm leaning towards he is.
Due to the circumstances of the way he speaks about minor women, the way he barged in on teenagers, all of the women who have come forward, and then the fact that he's lying about what's in the Epstein files, telling his base, I don't want you to follow me if
So your most
if you-
compelling piece of evidence, you don't have any evidence. Okay.
No, literally, there's proof in the files that he kept communicating with Epstein and hung out with him in 2016, that he lied about being
Even
on
if
the...
that was all true, what's the most compelling piece of evidence?
He's a pedo protector, and he has predatory behavior.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
It is. You said let's give you that. Him barging in on naked women is predatory. I never said he grapes little kids. I never said that. He's
All right,
at least
well, we're
covering
moving
up
on.
for
Shall we
them.
move it on?
Yeah, we can move on to the next
Can I have
thing.
you tilt your mic down and straighten it for me? Tilt it down. There you go. Okay. You
It's
said
just like talking point, just lefty talking
Yours
point
is
after
just
lefty
talking point too.
you wrote here. There's a great awakening happen. Everyone is done with culture wars and bullying each other. We are going to come together to fight the corruption. Bullying is out. Identity politics is out. Blaming each other for our government's corruption is out. And soon, if you, me, Brian, don't change your angle, you'll be out too. Hope you have some savings. LOL. So that was just you hoping that I come into financial ruin.
I don't hope that happens.
You said hope you have some savings to indicate
I hope
that,
you do have savings.
I guess because
These are unrelated.
the dating discussion.
I like Brian.
shows. Bro, okay, whatever. You also wrote, look at Candace and Tucker. They stopped engaging in culture wars, accepted they were wrong, and now we're at the top. But you had a chance to talk about real issues and stop the bullshit.
That's why
And
I was
now-
mad. You
hold
left me on red.
And now you're destined to be a has-been, LOL. Destined to be a has-been, okay?
Well, eventually, when
I mean, who are you? A never has been? A nobody?
no,
I don't know.
my point of all of that is we can all agree that we've all been propagandized, and podcasts fell for that propaganda on both sides, and contributed to what's happening now, and so many other people did. And like the majority, I watch a shit ton of right wing. Majority of them agree that they were wrong. And
About what?
About trying to elect Trump?
yeah, that they got bamboozled.
Should I have pushed for Kamala?
No, I think they both
So
sucked,
who should have?
but I think of the
pushed
people
for?
that
Also, it's a bit of a post hoc
I think
all
that
these new revelations.
I think that the people who keep fighting for Trump, even though there's 1,000 things, like everything he campaigned on for the most part, other than the border, like he's basically
I think he should go
flip-flopped
harder on
on
immigration, to be honest. I think he's not doing enough on immigration.
I think for the amount of money that we're paying for extra money for ICE, he should be pulling higher numbers considering
it'd be nice to deport more people.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have to pay all this extra money because the other administrations...
because they weren't doing anything.
They deported way more.
Because they had an open border and more came in.
Well, you think, but somehow there's... Wait, so where are all of these people that came in if they can't find them?
They're
but
stopping.
All of the other administrations
First of all, they're being
found them.
stopped at the border, and the second is there's way less border crossings because Trump will collect their ass and deport them.
Yes, I give him credit. That's great.
Sorry, got to move it on.
What?
Hey, it is what it is for the sake of time. You also said, congrats, you're now in my top 5 douchebag YouTubers. You listed it. Andrew Tate, Ben Shapiro, Andrew Wilson, me, and Brian Atlas. And then Nick Fuentes. And then you said, congrats, you're more douchey than Nick Fuentes.
I said that because at least Nick keeps it real. My issue is...
Okay. You call him a douchebag, and now he keeps it real.
He keeps it real, but he's
he may have douchey. My issue was at the time is I felt like
there's a lot of feelings.
Okay, go ahead.
My observation is that
I what?
Is that like you had all these talking points for MAGA, and when to get him Trump elected and all of this stuff, but there's certain people in the mainstream.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you weren't that much, but
and Andrew did an election night stream.
Yeah. Well, it's more like
that was mostly
the same questions that everyone else on the right was saying, which did contribute to more.
What questions?
About
what is a woman? Was that Trump propaganda?
No. Let me continue what I was saying. Is that there's certain people...
Don't worry, just focus. Focus.
I'm trying to, but every time I'm trying to get to a point...
Miss Yawn, every time Andrew's
I'm freaking
cooking,
tired.
you just yawn. Okay, go ahead, continue.
I'm not trying
and
to...
you look there, you're looking...
Dude, like this is my brain. I'm not trying to...
It's okay, go ahead. Hey, wait.
Every time I'm trying to say something, you're interrupting me back. I've been trying to be better about not interrupting, but every time I'm about to freaking say something, you have to say more shit until I forget what the fuck I'm saying.
I'll move it on.
No, see, exactly.
Well, you lost your train of thought. It happens to the best of us.
Dude, you want me to answer. You haven't even let me answer what I was saying.
It's prattle.
No, you haven't even let me answer.
I'd let you answer.
No, I never even got to my full point before you keep interrupting it.
Okay, well, just for sake of time,
I'm trying to explain
about the Nick Fuentes thing, blah blah blah.
Because
Trump
first of all, Nick Fuentes literally.
Well, we're not talking about Nick at this moment.
It's because what I was trying to get at is I wanted to talk about real things and have real people on the podcasts, and every time I brought up James Tallarico, you shot it down, and
I didn't shot it
down. And then
I just had no idea
after the Trump. And after Trump became president, I don't see anything talking about what actually is happening in the administration that could be bad for Trump. And you helped him get elected. The majority of everyone else who helped him get elected now...
I have a dating podcast. I did an election night stream with Andrew. And look, I lean conservative, but... my dating podcast is not... I don't know how... Okay.
Well,
I'm
my issue is that... When I see people, let's say him.
Do you think Kamala would have been better than Trump?
I think it would have.
What were our choices?
Both shit. I think that Kamala would have been like another Biden. Too many people would have came in.
Been worse.
But
it would have been fucking terrible.
Yeah, I don't.
And also, I've seen a lot of free speech has opened up quite a bit since.
What about TikTok and what about the FCC and TikTok is now censoring Epstein, Trump, the border. No, don't say I'm all over the place when I'm bringing up a valid point about censorship. But every time I have a good point, you say moving on.
All these platforms, like from 2000 to 2024, there was like massive amounts of censorship on these platforms.
Yeah.
Luckily, since Trump term 2, actually quite a lot of these platforms kind of opened themselves up a bit in terms of their moderation policies. Massive broadening of free speech acceptance here.
Well, that's great. What about TikTok?
What about it? TikTok's a left-leaning platform.
No, TikTok, whoever bought it is like
okay, well, I don't know the changes
aligned with
recently.
Trump, and the recently changes.
There's still more leftists on there.
They're censoring the leftists.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
Lady, I go on TikTok and deal with more leftists probably than any right-wing personality.
They're censoring certain subjects like Epstein and...
Yeah, okay, YouTube censors certain subjects too.
There's less free speech now that it's been bought than there was with China.
There's more free speech.
There's more free speech now.
I'm talking about TikTok. And then him going after, like, suing literally everybody. And then the FCC, they wouldn't let, James Tallarico on what's it called? Whatever, late night, not Jimmy Fallon. Yeah, the FCC said that they couldn't have him on.
Because of the
fairness and
the
whatever.
Fairness Act. And
but
who wanted that?
That's not a law.
Who wanted that?
I don't know, but that's not even the law.
That's leftists who wanted the Fairness Act.
Yeah, but it's not a law for talk shows, and they're not going after Fox and literally. It's not for talk shows.
Wasn't that a policy? Wasn't that a policy?
It changed, but the policy hasn't changed back. You can't make threats and tell people they can't have them on if you haven't changed the policy.
Wasn't that Stephen Colbert said that that was his company who was like, look, the FCC came in? Yeah.
His company said that the FCC told them not to, and his company has to get approved to buy.
Maybe leftists won't get into the Fairness Act anymore then, because they're the ones who push for all that shit.
There's, and then him calling his administration saying there's a difference between hate speech and speech, and saying that they're going after people who use hate speech. Is
you mean
kind
like
of censoring.
the Israeli thing?
Oh, yeah, that's a good point, too. They're not allowing college students.
Now, that's a point that I'll grant you. I will grant you.
The colleges thing is crazy.
I will grant you a point that it is bullshit, absolute fucking bullshit, to say that that it's the case that if you're anti-Israel, you're going to get deported or, something like this. That's all fucking bullshit. And I did think that saying Zion Dawn then was a reasonable thing to do to push that administration back away from it. But while I can grant some of these criticisms, right, as being valid, like that criticism, I had it myself, right?
Yeah.
I'm not blind. But the thing is like, I'm still not going to let you call the guy a fucking PDF because that's bullshit.
I didn't call him a PDF. I called him a predator.
Or protecting a PDF.
I said predator, did I not?
And I'm not going to allow you to besmirch him on great policies like what's going on with ICE based on the fact that people got killed who were going out of their way to agitate them.
Is it a great policy if we're spending extra money to deport less people and then killing people?
Did you say spending less money?
Sorry, spending more money to deport less people. Is that a good policy?
No, we're spending more money for border security.
What about ICE?
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you fact check that?
Yeah, you can fact check it.
Okay.
You can look it up.
Go ahead. But yes, the truth of the matter is that the amount of border crossings have gone way down.
I grant that. That's great.
Yeah.
But the rest of it, with everything else that's going on, everyone else seemed to deport more people without violence
the left is doing everything they can to tie every case up they can in court. They do everything that they can, so the government has to spend all this money in court fighting with the lefties.
Well, that's due process, dude.
It's not due process. It's an obstruction. It's literally obstructionist leftist policy. They didn't give a shit under Biden.
ICE is literally going to court. Was literally going to courthouses and arresting people during their court hearings.
Good.
While they're doing the right thing by going about the right way.
That's not the right way.
Following the law.
No, the right way would not be coming here in the first place. That would be the right way.
The wrong way would not be showing.
First of all, these fucking people show up. They apply for amnesty when they know they don't qualify for it. They take advantage of the catch and release. They take advantage of everything they can possibly take advantage of.
You would do the same. Doesn't make.
Whether I would or not, I also assume that the country that I was trying to get into would do the same as my country is and throw my ass out.
Yeah, that's what they would get to, but we have due process, and taking them out.
Do illegal immigrants have due process?
In certain ways. While they're in court, they're not listening to the judge's stance on it. They're literally picking them up from the courthouse while they're trying to do the right thing, the American way, and they're arresting them.
That's not the right thing. The right thing is not to come here illegally and then retroactively apply to stay. That's not the right thing. That's the wrong thing. So, I don't know. It's like, oh, we're doing the right thing. It's like, no, you're really not doing the right thing. You're doing the wrong thing.
Well, I think they're also doing the wrong thing by going ahead of the
Why even
courts.
have a border? Should we just open the border?
No.
Well, why not? Because everyone would want to come. And you just said like that
I said
you would want to come.
strong border security.
But why?
Because if there's too many people, then yeah, we're obviously fucked.
So grab them and throw their asses back in their country?
Yeah, with due process. What the
They're
fuck?
using The problem is that you can obstruct to the point of absurdity using paper warfare, using left-wing NGOs, which they do, in order to perform paper warfare to stop even the most hardened criminals from getting deported.
Well, I mean, I think that's an issue with the system itself. Not, that needs to be changed.
It's left-wing terrorists like Antifa.
Oh my God.
You can roll your eyes, but they're terrorists, allocated as terrorists. They have been declared terrorists because that's exactly what they are.
Everyone who says they don't like fascism is a terrorist, or what?
That's not what Antifa is. Antifa utilizes the idea of unorganization while they are secretly organizing. They use signal apps. They use all sorts of different things. We've watched these protests live on my channel many, many, many times. You can literally watch them as they coordinate. You can watch as people come over and give interviews, and most of them aren't even from the state. They're from 3 neighboring states over. They're there whipping mobs up in front of federal buildings to obstruct ICE from doing its job for no reason.
Well,
just Trump's a fascist. That's it.
Where are all these signal chats and stuff, though?
Well, first, you can go right this second to Cam Higbee. He has an X account. Go to Cam Higbee. He went in and infiltrated the signal chats at these various locations.
Has that been verified?
Yes. Not only verified, but easily. You can verify it right now. You can read the chats for yourself.
I'm not saying that people aren't doing that, but I mean, it happens literally. Yeah, on both sides, there's crazy shit happening. But to label,
you say both sides again.
But what?
They're just both sides.
No, let me finish explaining real quick, please.
There's right-wing people on signal chats opposing immigration enforcement.
No, I mean in different situations, like there's probably left-wing people that tried to rile up the Jan 6ers and stuff. I think it goes both ways. But to label,
that would just still be one way.
To label anyone who's like. I just want to know how many of these hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people protesting are domestic terrorists, because like there's like shadow dockets and stuff that
usually the ones who stay up after the protest is done and start setting shit on fire, burning cop cars, setting up dumpsters, fighting with police.
They burned two. What's the
bullshit? In California, in Los Angeles, they were dropping rocks on cop cars. They did set them on fire.
Fucked up.
They were setting fire to local shops. We watched it all live.
Wait, in California.
Wait, were the BLM riots peaceful?
No.
No. She grants that, I guess.
No. What was I saying? Sierra. Yeah. I lose my thought.
Moving things on a little bit. You said that to me, I guess me and Andrew, you're a cancer on society, but can't look in the mirror. You're way worse than OnlyFans, LOL.
Yeah.
How am I worse than OnlyFans?
Because.
And why am I cancer on society?
Well, I don't think. I was really mad at that. I already explained myself several times that I thought you didn't want to have real discussions and you had no accountability to the Trump thing. So I think it's a cancer on society is dividing left and right and women versus men. Instead of coming up with solutions to problems, you play the blame game based off of, and then you don't show a broad picture of what's happening. Like, I think it would be great to have dudes in the same age bracket come on the show.
Then just go start a show.
Yeah, I might do that. And yeah, I just think
what is he in that criticism?
I think it's not just you, it's the whole propaganda of the internet thing. And at that point in time, I thought you were kind of not picking and choosing people who wouldn't have education or anything to be a good opponent.
You DM the whatever Instagram, we let you on, basically. I mean, if you can make it to Santa Barbara, you want to be on the show, we pretty much let you on. And then
I think that anything,
we let you on.
Porn, I
140 IQ, we let you on.
I think, and people who make things left versus right and women versus men are doing harm to society.
Well, really quick on that note, so I think this all would be, I think we can just blame feminism entirely. As far as
they went too far.
Well, I think there's a reactionary component where you basically had feminists on the offensive. You had feminists who were belligerent. You had feminists who were the aggressors with their narratives, with their attacks on men, with their attacks on all kinds of systems, their attacks on the family. You know, even you might say, well, that's what was it, stage 3? What are the different?
The third
wave. The waves, yeah. No, feminism from its inception was anti-family. You can go back into the 1800s, early 1900s, and find anti-natalist, anti-family perspectives in feminist dogma and
rhetoric. I kind of disagree with that on the first wave.
Right, but so feminism has always been antagonistic towards men, and so if you start poking at somebody, they're going to poke back. They're going to examine.
I get it. One extreme causes one extreme.
Well, yeah, but so this idea that the blame would be on me, if somebody is attacking me, I'm going to attack back. And so I didn't, I guess I just don't understand this criticism of people who have like a sort of reactionary response to feminism when feminism is extremely belligerent. It has it holds all the cards. It holds all the power. If you go to a university, and you would agree, universities, their systems, they have their institutions, massive power. They have massive $1 billion, perhaps in total, $1 trillion endowments at all these institutions. Massive influence. There's not manosphere classes being taught. There's not red pill classes being taught. There's not men's rights advocacy being taught in universities. It's all feminism. It's all women's studies, gender studies, feminist studies classes. My message.
Most people don't even take those classes.
How would it matter if in every
It's not
single,
like it's mandatory.
It extends beyond just the classes, the administration. It's all steeped in feminist ideology. Corporations, the media, the news, it's all steeped in feminist ideology. And so it's interesting to me that you point to me in my podcast and perhaps a few other podcasters who have anti-feminist viewpoints, and you want to say that it's literally David and Goliath. My message is I'm David. Feminism is the Goliath that I'm going up against. I don't have influence. I don't have power. But these feminists, they hold all the cards. They hold everything.
I get where you're coming from, but one extreme causes a different extreme. Feminists went too far, and then
anti-feminism is not extremism. It's counter-extremism. Well, hold on. Let me phrase that better. It's counter to extremism.
Well, I'd say, the first waves of feminism.
Or even bad back then too.
Well, I mean, so back in from my research, like in the 50s, there was more drug use. 30 to 50% of men were were committing adultery. It was more common.
50% of men were.
It said 33 to 50% of men were cheating.
In the 1950s?
Yeah, and then women was, I think, like 20%. The numbers have gone way more down. Like,
I don't know where. Okay.
Why are you laughing? And then
Because those are fake
they're
numbers.
not. Dude, everything's fake.
Here, I'll tell you what. Take a second.
Okay.
Pull those numbers up and tell me where they're sourced. I know you don't know. That's why I'm asking you to do it.
I am.
I think feminism is a cancer on society, and I'm the antidote.
Well, yeah,
And Andrew's the antidote.
I think middle ground is probably the antidote. Like, hey, you went too far. Let's not try to take away your right to vote or anything. Let's all chill out here.
I mean, even foundational feminist authors are like insanely misandrist. They're anti-male. They're
Yeah, that's not cool.
anti-family. No. But it's not just like if the core people of that movement are. You can pull up quotes. Actually, Jake Rattlesnake released this really interesting video recently where he's like pulled these quotes from all the like Sally Miller Gearhart, all these like foundational feminists. And if you take a feminist class, you're going to hear from them. You're going to read their books. You're going to read their literature.
All from occult feminism, by the way.
They are. They're anti-male, they're man-haters, they're misandrist, and this is like
That's
core
fucked up.
to feminism.
I mean, yeah, I don't call myself a feminist. Like I said when I came on the show before, I was fighting against everyone speaking to each other that way. I think their extreme caused this extreme, and all I'm saying is nobody should be extreme, basically. That isn't going to solve anything. We should find some sort of solutions, like telling people it's not right to hate men, telling people it's not right to hate women.
Well, but the difference between me and a feminist is they would justify their contempt or hatred for men. I don't categorize myself as a misogynist. I think women are great.
I think
women are great, but you'll find a lot of feminists, they love to justify their contempt and hatred for men. And that's a difference.
Yeah, that's gross.
I can do male advocacy without tearing down women. However, feminists have a very difficult time doing women's advocacy without trying to tear down men, and that's the difference.
I think where it kind of blurs the lines for me is because there's like no dumb young men giving their viewpoints too. So not only does it frame just the left as dumbasses, but it also women.
Wait, hold on. You've had the entire media apparatus for the past 30, 40 years. If you look at sitcoms, you look at the media, you look at commercials, they paint men as these sort of oafs. The father figures, the sort Homer Simpson. You look at Friends, you look at sitcoms. You don't have really good representations of a more traditional masculinity in mass media. You look at Homer; they're just oafs. They paint men as oafs. So this idea that Brian, you're painting women in these ways. By the way, I'm giving women a microphone to open their mouths. I'm not making women look stupid.
I mean,
if women
they
come
are.
on the show,
but everyone's a freaking idiot.
You're saying the women are stupid? Well,
a lot of them
that's
are.
very sexist.
But I think a lot of dudes are equally as stupid. That's my whole point.
I agree with that.
Have some of the dumbasses on too. Like, are there Trump supporters in that same age group? That would be awesome. That would be so cool.
Just give us the.
Because you're only.
Why don't you start a show and only invite men on?
I would invite some of.
And there's
the
women
girls.
who do that anyways. There's women who do that same thing.
Yeah, I mean y'all do make a lot of good points and things, but I think. I think
Okay.
you should be able to see both sides of the dumbass dudes who are also being idiots.
Yeah, sure.
It's equal.
There's stupid men out there.
It's really an issue with our educational system more than left or right. Like, everybody is dumb. Like, that's a problem we should solve.
It's a bit vague, but you wrote that Andrew's been talking about all the shit and, of course, has grotesque views. Y'all only want to debate dumbasses. So what are Andrew's grotesque views? Or did we already get into that?
I think we pretty much already did. It's just really the shit he says about periods and...
Who should I debate?
I mean, I know
James, she wants you to...
Yeah, I know that guy, but who else? Who should I debate?
I know you debate people of all types, but...
Should I debate everybody?
Hey, maybe do a Charlie Kirk thing, like situation.
Don't I do that? Don't I debate basically all sorts of people from all walks of life at all times?
You remind me what the question was, because I had a point.
That's my question. My question.
Well, I was going to answer his question.
You said that Andrew had grotesque views.
Oh, just like I've heard him through a lot of his stuff. Like, really, basically, he doesn't believe in democracy a lot. Talking about...
How's that a grotesque view?
Talking about how there's a long
Wait, how is
plan.
not believing that democracy is a great system a grotesque view?
Because...
Don't we have a constitutional republic?
Yeah, it's a constitutional republic. He said it's a horrible idea, and then
It was a
using
horrible idea.
Christian nationalism to take
saying
down the
I don't
democracy.
care about any of that. I just care about one question.
Yeah.
Why is opposing democracy a grotesque idea?
When you're trying to replace it with
That's not my question.
opposing democracy.
So opposing democracy itself is not a grotesque idea?
I don't think that is, but when you're using power to take away people's rights and not let people get married and taking dominance.
Wait, you talking about
and
gay? You talking about gay marriage?
Yeah, it's okay to be a Christian leader, but
Wouldn't that be coherent for the Christian worldview, though?
What?
That gay people can't, from a Christian
the
point.
majority of Christians believe gay marriage should be legal.
That's not true.
I'll look it up.
And then look up what a nominal Christian is, too.
I know what a nominal Christian
What
is,
is it?
but the majority of people aren't nominal. You mean the people that go to church all the time? So you own
So if you say the
Christianity.
majority of Christians, you're actually saying that nominal Christians,
Yeah,
the meaning
nominal.
people who don't practice their faith. But the ones who do
They-
practice their faith,
Jesus never said you have to go to church.
Yeah, I'm not interested in
doesn't
what
make
you
you-
think Jesus said.
That doesn't make you
I'm
not a
interested in
Christian.
this. What is a nominal Christian?
Someone who has a nomination and goes to church regularly.
No, the opposite.
A nomination?
A nominal Christian.
Oh, someone that doesn't have. Stop, bro.
What? I'm looking.
Yeah. So
Yeah. Can
so when you're talking about people who are not nominal Christians, though, what do they say about gay marriage?
Some of them are for, some of them are against.
The overwhelming
The
majority.
majority of them are against. But legally,
So
I
the
don't know
people
about
actually
that.
practice their faith from
But if
Christianity.
if you look at the statistics, 10% of people are a Christian nationalist. Out of the 32% or whatever that are conservatives, it's like 40% of them want to. It's only 40, literally less than half of them
You like
want
democracy? Do you like democracy?
in this current state, I think it needs some revision.
But you like it?
Yeah.
How come people weren't allowed to vote on whether or not gays should get married then?
They should be able to.
Well, they were in states until the Supreme Court ruled that they couldn't.
I know that.
But then how come in all the states, including,
should make an amendment
including
about that.
California, they ruled against it?
That was in 2014, and there was and they should revote it.
Yeah. So all the Christian nationalists is saying is the same thing,
Have a
that it
vote.
should be up to the states, not the feds, to make a universal law on marriage, but states, and that the states should be allowed to vote it in or vote it out, because anytime it's left to the states, they say no.
I mean, looking at the statistics, it seems like
Then you should.
if people actually got the chance to vote, then they would
Then
vote
what would your
yes.
opposition to my plan be?
My opposition is like Project 2025.
What does that have to do with what I just said? My idea here is that you bring marriage back to the state, and that people within the state can vote whether or not LGBTQ people can or cannot get married. What would your opposition to that be?
My opposition would be that we should make a constitutional amendment and then do that. Like, yeah, the Supreme Court, if you don't like
A
how...
constitutional amendment to do what?
If you don't like how the Supreme Court ruled, then you have to, like, amend
No, you don't
make an
need to
amendment
amend it. That was an interpretation, and they can reinterpret it.
Well, then have them do that.
Yeah, that's the idea. That's what Christian nationalists are proposing.
But you also said that you want the church to decide, be responsible for marriage, and that you don't want.
Yeah, that's a
anyone
really
else
good
to get
idea. It
marriage.
seems like a terrible idea to have the state responsible for marriage. They haven't done a bang-up job, have they?
I mean, there's issues, but I don't think the church, like, only allowing Christians to get married is the.
No? Well, who said that?
I've heard you in your interviews talking about it.
If you wanted to go and sign a contract with the state, I don't see why you couldn't do that as a secularist.
You said that the church should, like, it shouldn't be, only the church should be responsible for marriage.
Yes, for Christians, and the state should have no say. Yes,
for only Christians.
Yes,
so everyone else can still.
Yeah, I don't
do
give
their
a
thing.
shit if secularists go and fucking go. Oh, we're gonna get married and divorced in 5. I don't care. I don't give a shit.
But I thought you said everyone else shouldn't get married.
I want Christian. I don't. If I was a secularist,
you wouldn't
I think
allow
you conflate,
anyone else to get married.
I think you conflate many things. So let's walk the position through. Okay, Andrew's position. Secular marriage is fucking stupid. It's stupid. It's meaningless. It's not foundational. I have no idea why they do it. You would be better off just walking out in the street with some random guy and being like, "Hey, we're married," and he goes, "Yeah, I agree." That would be just as good. But if you wanted to, if you just demanded that the state come in and intervene in your marriage and have contracts with you, fine. I don't fucking care. What I'm saying is that I think Christians should be able to exempt themselves from state control, and that should be governed by the church.
I mean, yeah, that's fair.
Duh.
I mean,
it's a completely reason. The problem with you is like you don't even know my position.
No, I do know that position because I've literally watched all the interviews.
Why did you just straw man it?
I'm not straw manning it. Like, you literally just said that you don't think anyone other than Christians should have the right to get married. You didn't say it about the state in that interview. No, you did not.
Listen, what I said was that marriage should go back to the church. I don't consider secular marriage valid. I don't even consider it valid.
Well, you realize that like 80-something% of people consider themselves Christian?
Yeah, that's nice. Anybody, from my view, who will marry 2 men or marry 2 women or marry 3 people together, that's not a valid institution from my view anymore.
Well, I mean, that's your view, but...
That's right, and I'm going to rule from my view. I'm going to advocate for the rule from my view, not from your... I don't fucking care about your view. Your view is dumb. So I'm not going to advocate that we rule from that view.
I mean, all I have to say is that your view is highly unpopular, and yeah, none of that basically is
Yeah, that's happen. What leftists used to say about abortion, too. Your view is highly unpopular, but guess what? Times are changing.
Well, yeah, times are changing. Trump, yeah, all of your little Trump supporters, the majority of the young people now against that. Project 2025, yes, they're implementing a lot of it, which is all Christian nationalist beliefs. But when the whole Epstein thing happened, it kind of derailed all of that to a point.
By design.
What, their Project 2025
because
plan?
Dumb twats are running around claiming that Trump is part of a pedo ring. Just made up, completely made up by leftists.
Yeah, I never said I said he was a pedo protector. Who's
yeah,
also
whatever.
A
he's not. You just made that up too. You have no evidence of that either.
Literally, the majority of all people in every country, literally, even on the right, they know that he's covering shit up.
Yeah, whatever.
You're in the small part of the population.
I'll tell you what,
that still thinks he didn't have anything to do with covering it up.
I'm going to end up being completely vindicated on it, like I am every other view I have.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see about that.
We should take you seriously because, after all, your views are completely coherent.
Yeah, not being able to communicate.
When you reference things you don't know anything about.
I do. I don't have a great memory. Doesn't mean I don't know what I'm talking about. Like, I have dyslexia. I haven't slept, and I've never been in a debate. And then y'all keep. Before I even answer, y'all say something else.
You've been in multiple debates on whatever. I've watched them.
Well, I've been on whatever.
Engaged in multiple debates.
Yeah, and then y'all kept trying to shut me up before I got to the point.
Look, it's not my idea to have a 2v. I always do 1v1 debates.
I didn't want a 2v.
Always. I always do 1v1. But the thing is like, look, when Brian's going back and forth with you, I'm not saying anything. I've been sitting here quietly.
Well, I appreciate that. But yeah, I wanted to debate you. And then, yeah, every time I try to say something, then get to my point, then y'all say something to where I never get to my point. And then he says, well, moving along.
Well, do you understand, though, try to look at it from the opposition view. So I try to be real short and concise with the things that I say so that I can reiterate what it is that I'm saying so that other people can understand it the best way possible.
Well,
when
yeah.
somebody else is going like, and then it's all incoherent and it sounds like babble, of course people try to rein that in. I'm trying to be charitable, though.
Well, I appreciate that, but I'm never debated. My brain thinks differently, different ways than other people's brains, and I'm doing the best I can. And I knew that I would not win the debate. That's not my purpose of being here. My purpose is literally what I said in my beginning is follow the money, don't vote for the PACs. Literally all of that. Stop hating each other.
Why ask for a debate if I don't understand?
I mean,
You reached
I
out
knew that I
wanting to
wouldn't
do a debate.
win a debate.
Well,
my
regardless of whether you'd
purpose
win it or
here,
not, why?
my purpose of being here is not to change Andrew's views, is to put out my point with a greater message that
That's fair.
for the truth of don't switch to being Dem or Republican if it's a corporate puppet versus someone who's not. Pick whoever's in the party that's not, and
Don't vote for the bad person.
We
don't
get it.
vote
Got it. You also wrote, "Good job grifting off Candace and Charlie."
Yeah, I mean, that was based off of him calling people murderers, calling Candace crazy, and then you reposting,
She is crazy. She's an idiot.
and then
Literally, she's
Literally
objectively. She can't even pronounce the word she says. She's
pronounce
so
words.
fucking stupid.
literally, that doesn't mean that you're stupid. I have a condition that causes me to do that, and neurological issues that
Her
causes me.
neurological issue is that she's fucking stupid.
Well, literally half the world believes more than the majority of people know what happened is the FBI is not really telling us exactly what's going on. She's proven a lot of lies that are going on.
Totally right. And when Charlie Kirk walked into rooms, the light flickered, and he went to an X-Men school, and he was a time traveler. I know.
I mean, this is all stuff that Charlie Kirk said, so is he crazy too?
Now, it's all stated out of context, always. And that's the most charitable. Why do you think Candace doesn't debate with anybody? She doesn't
She was
debate
on
with
the show.
anybody who will challenge these views because she gets destroyed. In
She's on
fact,
She's on Piers Morgan all the time. Him calling her, yeah.
because she's debating with Piers Morgan. Give me somebody like Steven Crowder. She was offered $30,000 to debate with Steven Crowder on these various issues. Nope, she's not going to do it. Right? She's not going to debate with any of these people.
But you're also not realizing that there's like 6 other
Would you debate her?
podcasters.
Yeah.
All right,
Candace,
I'll see if I can.
Candace.
She's not going to do it.
I'll
She
set
would
it up.
lose.
I got
Candace.
it. I'll try.
In fact,
Candace.
tell her she can bring Ian Carroll both at the same time.
What about the other podcasters who are doing their own investigations?
Hold
Can
on.
they come on too? There's several other people who are also investigating and using their platform with other people to find stuff
Investigating what?
out. What happened to Charlie Kirk?
Well, that's fine. I don't mind anybody investigating what happened to
But
Charlie Kirk.
They're backing.
You think it was an inside job, or what do you?
Yeah, at some point, I think our CEI has been doing shady
Do you
shit
think it
like
was
that.
Tyler who killed him?
He might have killed him, yeah, but I don't think he was the only one
think there was-
involved.
okay. But I don't understand.
Do you think Erika Kirk's a PDF too?
There's some grooming text that came out, but I don't have any evidence that she's a PDF.
Even though the person who those texts were to literally said, and she's an adult and has been for a long time, that wasn't grooming. You took it completely out of
Well, no,
hang on.
Candace
You took
talked
it
to her.
completely out of context. And what did she? And that's what she
She
said.
said at the time, like most people who've been groomed, she didn't see anything wrong with it. But as an adult, she looks back and was like, yeah, that's kind of weird.
That is not true. That is factually not. She literally said it was not grooming at all, that she had a great relationship with her and she helped her out. That's what she actually said. What a
Well,
crock of shit.
no one's actually. Did you hear her say that or what?
Yeah. Not only
Where?
that, but
Where is it? She said it?
Who's ever accused Erika Kirk? Where's a single victim See, this is my biggest problem with these people, right? Is like
The
they
texts
always
are there,
they
the
always
proof is
make all
there.
these crazy and the victim says they weren't a victim.
Saying I want to touch your butt and like stuff about vagines and stuff like that.
The victim claims they weren't victimized.
She said at the time.
No,
she didn't feel
claims she
victimized.
wasn't victimized. So it's like that's the craziest part. Is like,
did you hear her come
one
out
day,
and say that?
You know what I would like one day? I would like one day for you people when you get involved in these fucking massive, crazy ass tinfoil hat conspiracies. Which, by the way, I love conspiracies, and many are true. The problem is like our quality of conspiracy theorist has gone way down. I don't know why, but since the Art Bell days, it's just rapidly decreased. I would
Candace
like for there to
has
actually
proven a
be
lot.
victims. Show me the victims. Where are they?
Of what?
Of
Which
Erika Kirk.
conspiracy?
Where's her victims?
I didn't say she was a pedophile. I never
A
claimed
groomer,
that.
though.
I mean, literally, if Brian was on that, if those texts were about Brian, everyone would be calling him a groomer too.
Except
Or you.
except the victim.
That's kind of how grooming works. I was groomed
right.
as well.
Even though they're adults.
I didn't see anything wrong with it as well when I stuff
That's
happened to me.
amazing because so now by this
Until
standard,
I would later
I ask
in
you a
life.
question really
nobody
quick,
can
really
ever
quick?
say they were victimized.
Like, can I ask you a question
or not
really
victimized.
quick? Let's say you have an uncle, and say, it's an older uncle, and you're like 13, and your uncle's like, you're very handsome, or says
That's not
to a
grooming.
woman, you're gonna grow up to be a beautiful lady or something. Whatever.
That's not-
Is that grooming?
No, but what's grooming is Erika saying,
And by
I
the
want
way,
to be
I don't-
inside your lady garden. I think that's
Okay,
grooming.
I don't know. I ain't gonna defend that.
You know
Look,
what I'm
I don't
saying?
know
This
the
is
details.
crazy. She
don't
said,
know
I
the
want to be
details.
inside your lady garden.
I
And
don't
she
know the
also said she
details.
wanted to touch her butt and all kinds of stuff saying, oh, I haven't.
Okay, that shit might be a little weird now.
That's what I'm saying.
But I don't know the details.
What's the context if I want to be
I
inside
don't
your
know the
lady garden?
details. Wait,
Where's
here.
the context?
We got TT.
Bolsonaro donated $200. Question for the near genius lady.
Dude, I don't think I'm a
How do you
genius.
usually handle situations where there simply isn't enough data to make a logically sound decision, but you are still forced to act?
Wait, how do you usually handle it very simply? Like what? I need more context to that.
That's all he wrote. That's all there is.
There's literally no data for it and no context to anything.
I guess.
I mean, that's kind of broad.
Okay.
Like, have a vote from the people. I don't freaking know. And consult other people and see what they have to say about it, like in your staff or
Okay.
literally. I mean,
Okay. But I guess what was the thing about the grifting off Candace and Charlie thing?
it's because I wanted to talk about Candace and all of what was happening. That was, and also it was the James Tallarico thing. It was when I saw that you had were reposting like Candace's interview. That took me off because he was calling her crazy. I was trying to talk to you about Candace and all this alternative.
Yeah, months ago I reposted. I posted.
It was right when he died, and the whole Candace thing. It was like a battle. It's like, I mean, I get that. Yeah, maybe posting Charlie's stuff to keep his legacy alive, but then when I saw that you were reposting Candace's stuff, I was like, dude, like you won't talk about Candace, but then you're reposting her
I've
shit.
had her on the show.
No, that's what I was
I've had
saying.
Candace on the show.
I was just saying I wanted to talk about that.
I don't have any beef with Candace.
No, I don't think you do.
I mean, I don't agree with her on everything.
I don't
but
agree with her on everything too, but my beef was
I was
that
grifting off.
that I wanted.
How do you define grifting? What is?
Well, I
grift?
think posting Candace's stuff, but not being willing to talk about her after a murder and stuff. Like, I was mad that you were leaving me on, because I said, I want to debate, and you said about what? And I said, only if you're willing to talk about things that are deeper than dating, and you had me explain everything I want to talk about.
I wanted you to give prompts about what.
No, you never said prompts. So I told you everything I want to talk about the corruption and everything.
Corruption,
And then, then you left me on red and then posted Candace's stuff. I'm like, dude, he doesn't want to talk about it, but then he's financially benefiting off of reposting this stuff.
She was on the show, and we posted the full version, the full portion of her appearance. But how do you define grifting?
I think the grift part was not wanting to talk about
what the define grifting.
Grifting is making money off something in a immoral way. Like
Immoral way. How? So is making money grifting in and of itself?
It can
So
be.
everybody's a grifter.
I mean,
What do you mean it
pretty
can
much. If you don't, I would say if you're like spreading lies to make money, or only willing to talk. Listen, let me finish this. When you're only talking about one perspective, but not willing to have people on who.
That wouldn't even be grifting, but
No, but the grift was that he was calling everyone murderous. I had an ulterior idea, and I was telling you, hey, watch all these other people who are showing evidence of this and this and this. I think something might be wrong with this case, and then when he has all these disagreements about Candace and the narrative. I want to talk about it. You leave me on red, but then you post Candace's stuff.
I posted her appearance.
Yeah.
We repost old content all the time, but
I get that, but it's literally the same time as all of this. Everyone's making money off Candace and Charlie. That was my issue with it.
I guess two things here really quick. I think my definition
He makes money off of me too. Is that grifting?
If somebody gets murdered and somebody else has an ulterior idea of what happened, and I'm trying to get that out, and then you're saying that
Then Candace would be a grifter?
to a point, everyone's
Look,
grifter.
as far as Candace's stuff with like the assassination, and Andrew has I think said this many times.
I think it was
Stop.
yeah, okay. Poor taste.
Andrew has said this many times. I don't think that Candace has forwarded any compelling evidence as to like alternative explanations of the assassination. Perhaps there's coincidences, but in terms of what's the word you use?
That's why it's an investigation.
Compelling evidence.
That's why it's an investigation.
Yeah, in that case, affirmative evidence, yes.
It's like, where's the actual evidence? Look, if it
everything
exists,
is just skepticism.
Andrew,
She's proven like several things that people are lying about. NTP USA.
Andrew, would you agree if like some evidence did come forward, you'd be totally prepared to believe it?
In fact,
the weapon
I want to
alone,
believe it.
the story with the weapon alone doesn't make sense.
With the 30-06?
Yeah.
Because there's no way a 30-06 could penetrate.
Oh boy.
Plus,
are you talking about that Ian Carroll? No, it wasn't Ian.
It was
Carroll.
Ian Carroll.
Well, it was. He was saying how he was apparently a ballistics expert.
It's not just one. The whole internet's talking about this. Yeah.
Yeah, but Andrew.
Except it happened with Martin Luther King.
Huh?
I saw your video.
This happened before with the same type of weapon with another political leader who was shot, and it did not penetrate all the way through. And the reason that you don't use cow bones and things like this is because or ballistic gel, you have to use a pig spine, and in order to simulate what happens with a human being. But this has happened before, especially if you're using soft point ammunition, and which makes sense if this is a hunting rifle. It's SP ammo, right? That there wouldn't be any penetration. The entrance wound was actually quite large.
The timing of it, though.
The age
timing
of the firearm too doesn't have that.
It's supposed to be old
an impact
school.
on the barrel or something.
It can have an impact on the twist
but then
rate.
if you add the time frame to what they said happened, it doesn't make sense.
Listen, do you see what I mean though? That's not affirmative evidence. What you need is affirmative evidence.
Well,
what that
that's
means
why
is
it's an
this. That's what
investigation.
So here's the thing, right? It's just always endless investigations. This was what happened. Here's why I'm so skeptical. I'll explain. Let me explain my reasoning. I remember when the Steele dossier came out, and I heard Democrats in unison for 2 years say, where there's smoke, there's fire. Where there's smoke, there's fire. We need more investigations, more investigations, more investigations. Things aren't adding up. And where there's smoke, there's fire, more. And it was all bullshit. The whole Russia collusion thing, total fucking bullshit. From the ground up, it was total bullshit. It was a complete hoax, and it was a con job. And at the time, I remember, and people forget, but I was around. I was doing political content at the time. You don't want the reasoning?
Oh, she's
I do. I know all about this. I agree.
What I'm saying to you is that I remember them for years doing this. And I remember a bunch of stupid-ass right-wingers falling for that psyop, too. And coming in and saying, hey, Andrew, look, there are a lot of questions. You know, they are bringing up a lot of valid points. Hey, Andrew, you know, and it was all fucking a crock of shit.
Yeah,
And the never-Trumpers were all behind it, too. Those are guys on our side. And it was all bullshit.
Yeah.
And so the thing is like now, when I hear people and they have endless fucking questions but posit no affirmative evidence, I instantly don't believe them. Instantly don't believe them until they give me affirmative evidence. All they do is endlessly call for investigations. I want more investigations.
Like Candace has proven a shit ton of lies from TPS USA, and then there's a ton of people who actually.
That they're all lies. That's not affirmative evidence of an alternative explanation to Kirk's murder. It's not. It's not.
That's why it's investigated. There's a lot of shady crap going on.
Yeah, more investigations.
Well, if
no
if
evidence,
our
more
FBI is not being transparent, and if the story doesn't make sense, it forces the public to go through the conspiracy route. Candace has been correct about like Epstein's connection, like things that before it was cool, she was telling everybody was happening.
She says that Brigitte Macron is a man. Brigitte Macron is a man based on a
book. It's based off of a book.
By a lunatic who has been proven to be a lunatic many times. What do you mean? This guy has all sorts of mental issues, and also in court. And not only that, you know what's missing from all that Brigitte Macron shit? A single piece of affirmative evidence. A single piece.
Yeah, I don't think that makes her crazy.
Zero evidence.
I don't think zero evidence. I don't think that makes her crazy. I think it's necessary
we'll just do endless Russia collusion
I don't think
hoaxes.
the contention is that she's
if
crazy.
We didn't have
no evidence.
I mean, I believe there is.
Yeah, I don't think she's crazy. I think she. Listen, I genuinely don't think there are people who are crazies online. I genuinely don't think Candace Owens is crazy. I told my wife this. We were arguing about it, and I was like, she's not crazy. She's just fucking stupid. But people can't fathom that. They're like, no, it can't be possible because she's popular, this and that, blah blah blah. But think about this. Think about the incongruence here. Why are all these men listening to a fucking woman to begin with? That's insane. And the second thing is...
She wrote a book about feminism.
The second thing is she was a former Democrat operative. She was a former Democrat. Yeah. She was an operative. She was suing based on racial issues. She had a doxing website that was left-wing based. The whole shift to the right
we're all propaganda.
The whole shift to the right is recent. And it's like, no... Look, she's an opportunist. Recent. She's an opportunist. And the most important part is just this. And Fuentes got this right with Ian Carroll, too. Right? Ian Carroll's probably go back to delivering fucking pizzas. Okay? These people are just not smart. I don't know what else to say. They're not smart people.
I think Candace Owens is pretty smart.
On the grifting thing. It was
really just about the Candace thing.
Well, then the Charlie. But so I want... Yeah, because I had reposted some stuff around that time. I do want to point out, I think I would frame it as counter-narrative. So people on your side, the left.
It's my side.
I'd say you're left. Okay.
Oh, sorry. It's not my side.
Okay. Regardless of people on the left, Democrats, liberals, progressives, whatever, instead of just simply recognizing the tragedy for what it was, almost immediately, the other side, within hours, started clipping him out of context to try to paint him as a racist, sexist, misogynist, transphobic, etc., in an effort to diminish or lessen the impact of his assassination.
I agree with that.
So,
and I had
seeing this, and also being like, completely shocked by what happened. We'd had him on the podcast 2 times. And by the way, when Charlie came on, he was a saint.
He was nice to everybody.
Very sweet. But people wanted to clip him and paint him as this monster. And I was like, well, if they're going to clip him, I want to push out like some counter narrative, like here he is being really nice to these women when they're accusing him of being this monster, this sexist. He hated women. He was a misogynist. And so I was like, let me push out all the nice things, like how pleasant he was to the other women panelists on the show when he came out, while the other side wanted to paint him in a negative light, which I thought, look, you can disagree with Charlie, but it did seem a little despicable. It did seem like an effort to try to diminish the impact of what happened, and you had people rejoicing, people who were happy.
Yeah.
Completely disgusting.
Remember all those
That was
invasions?
messed up, dude. Like, I had to unfriend people who were like laughing me, like being sad about Charlie Kirk. I didn't like Charlie Kirk, but I cried several times because it was all fucked
I
up.
have a question for you, though. I have a question.
Yeah.
You've done a lot of research on me, on Andrew. I did a little digging of my own, not really digging. I mean, on your Instagram, you include a link to a website.
Oh, that's my grandfather's.
Grandfather.
He was one of the original metaphysical authors before
Right.
it was cool.
But
He-
so,
he's
really
not
quick-
alive anymore, so I don't
Right.
want anyone talking shit about my
Well, I'm
grandfather.
not, I mean, I'm not really going to talk shit, but
Yeah.
You accuse me of grifting. I suspect you accuse Andrew of grifting. Me personally, I think grifting would be doing something for profit. For example, saying something that you don't believe in.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So,
Yeah.
like, if you're LARPing as like a conservative because you feel as though this will be my pathway to making money, so I'm going to espouse a conservative viewpoint, even if you don't believe it. That's what I would consider grifting. If you happen to be conservative and you make money by doing it, but you genuinely believe that in which you are espousing, that wouldn't be grifting.
No, I said my only grift was
but
the Candace
I'm
part
curious
is what I
about
said.
You, because you have a decently large following on Instagram, 20,000 followers on Instagram, and I looked at the website, your grandfather, and it's interesting you accuse me of being a grifter.
I've never made any money off of that. What are you talking about? I'm
Well, you
keeping my
sell
legacy
you
alive.
promote his books.
I promote the website. I don't make money off that. It's not
Well,
my
I
money.
mean,
That's
the
my family
estate-
legacy.
Well, the estate, I assume you said he passed away. I'm sorry to hear that. But the estate makes
estate-
money like your parents generate
like $1,000
revenue?
bucks a month. What?
Okay, which would I assume would pass down to you. But I mean,
I'm trying to keep my family legacy alive.
Well, my research into that, your grandfather had a heavy focus on ESP, psychic abilities,
Yeah.
mind over matter claims.
I mean, look at the CIA.
which is
There's
about
actually proof of that shit
pseudoscience.
work. I mean, if you look at the CIA, they had programs like that too, like
But
Project.
his claims of
what is
like
it called? Project Looking Us?
telekinesis.
Project.
That's one of them.
He had telepathic.
There's the CIA used that program.
Yeah,
and
in
he
order-
talked about that CIA program in his book.
But he sells books. Okay, but here's so okay. In his books, it's influencing reality with thoughts, developing ESP, extrasensory perception, healing the body through visualization, telepathic communications.
Why are we
These
talking
claims
about
are
like
not supported by mainstream science.
He graduated from
claimed-
MIT.
By the way, he
like-
claimed that you could develop telepathy, clairvoyance, remote viewing, precognition.
I mean, there's a lot of- the CIA did- the CIA had
psychokinesis.
these programs.
But hold on, here's where it gets a little iffy on the grift. By the way,
I
there's
said I don't wanna
there's
talk about
no
my-
reproducible scientific evidence that humans can develop psychic powers. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, look at the
but
CIA.
He claimed
The
that
CIA
through,
doesn't make that claim.
he claimed through visualization that you could cure physical diseases, speed tissue regeneration, fix chronic
Yeah.
conditions, eliminate pain
Dude,
immediately.
I don't want you to talk shit about my
I'm not
grandfather.
talking shit. It's facts.
What does this have to do with me?
Claiming act as a potent substitute for medical treatment.
Pretty funny how defensive you get when people attack your family.
Hold on.
Dude,
He wrote the
my
book
it's my grandfather's dead, and you're.
Psychotronic Power.
Yeah, it's a great book.
Okay,
It's very popular.
so
It's a great book.
also
Go
he
check it
claimed
out
you
on-
could communicate with inner psychic entities. Now,
Dude, if
no, but
y'all are
if the claim
religious, you
is-
believe in
No,
shit
no,
like
no.
that
But
too.
hold
Like,
on. If
what's
the
so
claim
crazy about it?
If the claim is like if he was pushing people away from, for example, if somebody had cancer and he was pushing
He
people
never did
away
that.
from.
Which I mean, if you read the Bible and
But it
stuff
seems
too,
a bit grifty
no.
that you're
If you
promoting
read the Bible,
pseudoscience.
it says fasting and praying, especially long periods, can heal you. He literally, a lot of the stuff that's in the Bible, he was saying too,
Did he
that
claim-
God can heal you.
Did he claim that visualization can cure physical diseases?
It's about your mindset.
Can cure cancer? Did he claim that?
I mean, I don't know if he claimed that it will cure cancer. As a chronically ill person, when I was really negative in my life, didn't know what was going wrong with me, the sicker I got because I was so worried and like, oh, poor me, poor
stress.
everything.
Yeah.
I got this really negative place to where like I legit lost the ability to walk and stuff. And it took me finding the light again, you could say God or whatever, to where my chronic illness like got better, like 3 times better. And that's not doing his technique. It's literally not being depressed and stressed and like, yeah, stress actually kills. There's proof that stress will age.
Sure.
Stress will cause.
Sure.
It's literally that.
But I think there is a mind-body connection insofar as, yeah, like let's say you have
You, the
an
healer.
illness.
Yeah, it does help. It
Right.
does
So
help.
like if you're super stressed out versus like doing meditation, relaxation exercises, that can have well, it wouldn't cure cancer, I think.
I don't think
But-
it would cure cancer either.
But I just find it interesting. There's a lot of accusations of grifting, but you're promoting your grandfather's work.
What do you mean?
which
I don't make any money off of it, so it's not a grift.
If you are promoting his work, which eventually would
It's like
funnel
3 views a
financially-
month, by the way.
would
Like
eventually financially funnel down to you.
the 3 views per month from my Instagram is a grift. Okay.
If I made less money, would I still be grifting?
No, you would just
According to
be
you.
shit posting on the internet.
Okay, all right, I guess. I don't know. That's all I had on that.
I mean, yeah, like you can literally see how many views my page gets, even though I have all those followers. There's basically
Wouldn't that be irrelevant, though,
Basically
because you
0
wanted to get-
views.
but you
My
wanted-
dad asked me to put the link in, and I did because I love my grandparents. I love my grandfather, and I don't want his legacy to die. It's not about money. I don't make money. My family barely makes money. It's about loving my.
Yeah, but you want them to make money off of it, and you want it to get viewed, right?
Yeah, because.
So let's assume for a second
Because
it
it's
was
it's a
wildly-
legacy, right? You
Yeah,
don't want
so
a
let's
legacy to
assume for a
die.
second it was wildly viewed, and it was wildly bought. Is it a grift then?
I guess it could be. I mean, my thing is using someone else's misfortune or of a situation to make money. As you know, like you saying Candace is crazy, everybody's grifters, and then me trying to be like, dude, this isn't cool. Then you reposting Candace's stuff without. It was the Candace, it's not the Charlie part. It's like, because you know Candace is popular in the moment, and you not only reposted.
well, I think if you're going to levy accusations of grifting,
I just
in
thought
my
that video
direction,
post was a grift.
I think if you're going to levy accusations of grifting towards our direction, I
no
think
money,
it's fair to
dude.
examine.
Yeah, but you want it to.
Well, even let's assume you didn't. Even,
could all be free. I'd still-
hold on.
I'd still
My
have it on my page.
You know what? Even if we put grifting aside, my objection to the content that you're promoting, let's assume you don't make any money whatsoever, although it would eventually, I suppose, trickle down through the estate. I could just find it objectionable that you are promoting content that could be deemed as pseudoscientific. Telepathy, you can cure cancer, or you can cure illnesses.
You can make them better, and there's.
You can't just cure cancer through positive vibes, bro.
I mean,
Positive
fasting
thinking.
and
It
other
can-
ways. Yeah, I don't think he claimed like
Well, I
don't
don't
go
know
to the
the speci-
doctor.
I don't know
You didn't
specific-
read the books, did you?
No, I don't know the specific claims, but I did look into it.
And the Bible
And-
says fasting and all of that does
But
heal.
You're not
Jesus can
absent
heal
Christ.
too.
Absent Christ, it does the opposite, according to
Yeah.
the Bible.
I mean, yeah, my grandfather believed in Christ too.
But I think delaying, like starting chemotherapy, for example.
Oh, he would never condone that.
Okay, well, I don't know the exact positions. I'm saying if that was the case,
Yeah, that'd be
if
fucked
he
up.
was like, no, read my book about visualization and meditation, and that will
They should go to jail if they did that.
That will cure your ailments. Well,
That would be fucked. They should go to jail.
so I don't know, but I'm asking you if that was the case.
No, that was not the case.
Okay. But he
mean-
does have some pretty,
Yeah,
out there
he's
pseudoscientific
wacky,
claims.
Yeah, he's wacky, okay? He's also very smart
and you're
and
promoting
ahead of his
the
time.
books on your Instagram.
I put a link in there because my dad asked me to. There's literally 0 up to 3 clicks per month. Like, I don't know if that's a grift. Is that a grift? If 0, mostly 0.
Even if you don't make money, I would still object to somebody promoting pseudoscientific content. But
Okay.
anyways, whatever. That's
Whatever. Like, that's my grandfather. Like, that's
I
my
think it's only
grandfather.
fair.
That's my family.
I think it's only fair if you've basically been interrogating us on our positions that we
That's cool.
investigate a little bit on.
Oh, that's
what
cool.
you're-
Now you know. I didn't believe in everything my grandfather said, but
ESP, telekinesis. Anyways, whatever.
Can you move the pencil with your mind?
no.
Well, then what sort of telekinesis is this?
And couldn't you like control?
Dude, who did I even
What was
say
his
that I
name?
believe in everything he said? No. And yeah, I
All
don't
right,
want to
well.
keep talking about my grandfather. Like,
Okay, then we'll move it on.
that's my
You
family.
did say
You don't want people
you
doing that to
wrote-
your
But
family
But it was
either.
funny earlier when you said somebody brought it up. You said it's fine because it's just a fact. Well, this is just
What
a fact.
facts?
These just facts.
What facts? What do you mean?
He's just reading you facts.
Well,
Why are you so
it's-
defensive when
I'm
it's
not
just
being-
facts?
I'm not being
That's so
defensive.
weird.
It's
Why are you
not a
so
grift if
defensive
I
when it's
don't
just
make money.
facts, right?
It can't be a grift if I don't make money. is
It's
all I'm
fine. So
saying.
it's just facts. We're just stating facts.
Facts of what?
Yeah, well, what do you mean? Remember earlier? She was just stating facts. I had no reason to ever question. It was just facts, right?
all those incel men who are DMing you definitely bought like all the books from your grandfather. They're
Just stating facts.
They're gonna learn the telepathy so they can seduce you.
Hey,
All
he
those
actually has
incels.
books on how to do that with the opposite sex.
Mind control books, like
Yeah, which
yeah.
I believe is wrong.
Well,
But
yeah, isn't-
man,
Aren't the
go,
books
go
kind
read
of-
the books?
So you don't believe in the content.
No,
but
I
you
believe it's
promote it
possible to do
anyway.
that. It's my grandfather. People are manipulating people in
If your
all kinds
grandfather
of
was
ways.
Hitler,
My grandfather's
I guess it's. Well, hold on.
That might be a little far.
Bit of a stretch.
literally a book about. It's literally about charisma and shit. Like,
If your grandfather was Epstein,
okay,
hold on. I'm going to maintain the integrity of this island.
I don't think you should manipulate people. Sorry, dude. Shut up. I'm dyslexic. Okay, can
Not
you
you.
stop?
I was laughing at his
Oh.
joke. That was just funny. I'm going to maintain
Does
the
he have
integrity.
did he have children, Epstein?
I don't
Did he have
think.
children?
I don't think he did actually.
Ghislaine,
That
how do you
you
say
know
her
of.
name? Ghislaine? Ghislaine?
Ghislaine.
Ghislaine?
Actually, I actually don't know. I don't think he did though. Jack can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
She was kind of, anyways, whatever.
He had a brother.
You wrote something very mean about Andrew. You said that
What did I say? I don't even remember.
You said
oh,
that
did
you
I
think
say he's
Andrew-
oh, I remember what I said.
What did you say?
I said he's a cuck.
Oh, there we go.
Oh boy.
Well, and my perspective of that is that you're a smart person, and I think that you're sticking to a viewpoint. You're a very smart person, and I think you're sticking to.
How many? Well, let's start with
I
this.
think that
What's
you
your- what did
shouldn't be defending Trump as much as you do.
Wait, why does that make him a cuck though?
Yeah.
That you're like,
He's a cuck for Trump?
yeah.
What?
That cuck is a very broad term used these days. Maybe
Am I a
his
cuck?
bish. No, I don't think so.
For Trump?
I think if you
What the
no, I don't. I think that you're like, oh, that is kind
I
of.
think you're a cuck for James Tallarico.
I definitely am.
What did
I
you
definitely
say
am.
your body count was again?
I didn't say, and
Oh.
yeah, I don't date. I
I
don't.
think she needs to get laid, to be honest.
I don't want to.
I
just,
think it's been a while, Andrew. She might be she could be the
What do
Like
you,
more-
I
more than-
wouldn't
more than-
mine's getting laid.
More than 20?
No.
More than 15?
No. I gave the range 10 to 20. In the last, like 8 years, there's been 3 people or something. 3 people.
3 people.
Yeah. So.
Okay, well, you called him a cuck, and then you said.
Oh,
you
I was
have-
just mean for Trump.
You said you
like,
have a huge issue with me platforming Andrew the way I do.
it's just the way he speaks to
Why?
people, really.
Andrew almost overwhelmingly matches energy.
Well,
almost all the time.
literally,
Andrew will be polite.
He matched
but
the energy of the other people when I was on the show. The way y'all usually y'all don't get to that energy till later on.
Like, remember when the girl who had the lisp?
Oh,
He didn't mock her lisp first. She was being antagonistic towards me. And like the good friend that Andrew is, he defended me.
That's true.
By insulting her. Hey, but she had it coming, okay? She was very mean.
Priscilla?
And by the way, she assaulted. Didn't she
Priscilla?
assault you, Andrew?
She did.
She
Move the
assaulted,
chair.
physically assaulted.
Hang on, I've been
Andrew.
assaulted.
Hey, I did not
multiple
defend her
times
actions.
on
I am
this show.
so-
I've been assaulted multiple times on this show. By the way, by crazy ass women.
I don't know what it is about the Whatever podcast, Andrew, that it seems like you go everywhere else, things are mostly fine.
Well, y'all
But
took
it's-
that
you come
energy
the
out on me.
There's always something crazy going on.
It's because
y'all took that chaotic energy and
it's
like,
because I drive
went at
women
that
fucking
to
crazy.
me.
That's it. I drive them crazy, and they can't help it. They just lose their fucking minds.
Yeah, you took that energy of what she did and brought it directly to me.
I went back and watched the episode that I was on with you.
You were very nice.
Priscilla.
There's actually him who was
So
kind of
how
a
come I'm
dickhead.
getting the grief?
I wrote that before that episode, actually.
This is what they do, Andrew. On the internet, over message, they have all the smoke. Then when confronted,
You did laugh at me a few
when
times.
confronted in person, they completely backpedal. They completely
No, it's
backpedal.
literally the way you speak to people and you talk about morals and Christianity. Like, my issue is the delivery, not the message.
the tone.
The tone.
The tone.
Yeah, tone policing, whatever. It's not the
It is-
tone;
it
it's
is
actually the
tone policing.
words.
Which words?
Talking about like dick sucking and all kinds of crazy shit you've said. I don't. Do you
Look,
really,
it's a
I don't
dating
really wanna
podcast.
quote-
Sometimes these topics.
quote
come up.
all of it, but yeah, basically calling them all evil and shit like that.
I don't call them
Calling
all
them
evil.
Not all of them, but
I
look,
call evil people evil. Who you know what it is
no
too?
one's purely evil.
What I agree. Well,
the
maybe there
majority
are
of people,
some people
like
who are
some
purely evil, but
psychopaths
the
or
thing
something.
is like usually the only time that I'll go after a person hard is when they're advocating for an evil ideology, meaning they double down on the ideology. So we're in an argument and they're promoting evil fucking ideologies, and yeah, I'll go pretty hard at them.
Sorry,
Okay.
I get that, but again, I can't remember exact moments, but sometimes I feel like as strong as you go, it kind of promotes other men speaking to women that way, and you see
Good.
that through the chat.
I wish more
comments.
men would speak to women in a more firm way. I wish that they
Firm
would.
or
I wish
like-
that they'd be like, stop being
like
a stupid fucking
repulsive?
bitch. I actually do. I wish that more men would look at women and say, stop being a stupid fucking bitch. I do. I wish that. And you know who else wishes that? Women.
Oh.
Women often tell me, you know what? I wish more men would tell women to stop being stupid fucking bitches too. I do.
Oh.
That's what I hear all the time. I bet you're one of them. Don't you
Right.
wish more men would tell stupid bitches when they're being stupid bitches to stop being a stupid bitch?
I wouldn't use those words, but sure.
Are you gonna drink?
What
Yeah.
the fuck?
Sorry.
Vindication.
See my brain.
Vindication.
Put it back down.
Yes, I do think. Now,
I
not
was
every
drinking
woman.
the wrong cup. Sorry, I do have one.
Not every woman's a stupid bitch. Most women aren't stupid bitches. But there are some
Or
women
not. Yeah.
who act like stupid bitches, and I wish more men would tell them to stop being a stupid bitch. Yes.
Can men be stupid bitches?
Well,
Yeah.
we call them the F slur. Stupid F slur.
Yeah.
F or what? S? What'd you say?
We're not gonna just
we can't say it.
we won't
sorry,
repeat
sorry.
it. But
They get called way worse than a bitch. We call them the F slur. That's what we reserve for when men are being out. But the thing is like for some reason, there's like, even when women are being the most horrible fucking people on planet Earth, you have to still treat them with kid gloves. I'm like, fuck that. Tell them stop being a stupid
It's
bitch.
the tone, like
Yeah, exactly.
With
It's the tone.
No, with the Charlie thing, you said, "Well, I'm better than you," and stuff like that.
okay.
No, I asked her a question. I said, is the reason that you're attacking me this way when I didn't do that to you because I'm better than you? The point that I was making is don't try to posture from a position of moral superiority when it is actually the case that I have superior morals.
See, I mean, that sounds like you think you're superior to me.
What?
I mean, to me,
My
it seems
moral
like you
positions
believe-
are superior to Charlie's. 100%. Not even close. You know how I know that? Because she doesn't have moral positions. She's a moral anti-realist. So I have to have my moral positions almost definitionally are superior because she's she doesn't believe that there's
Just
moral
secular.
facts.
Like, that's more
Not
being
Charlie
secular.
Kirk for the viewers. We're talking about Chuck.
Charlie.
Oh, yeah.
Chuck.
Chuck.
Yeah, Chuck.
That girl, that lady.
Yeah.
Okay, you said that the majority of political violence has been on the right.
Not with like riots, but actually murder. Like, yeah.
So if you exclude the primary category in which, well, I don't
What do
even
you
know
mean?
that,
Like,
even if you exclude,
protesting is
you mean rioting?
yeah. I mean, I think murdering people and like kicking cars and stuff are different levels. Destroying a building versus murdering people, I think there's a different level of violence there. I just didn't like that you said the left is murderers, and like I was mad, like
Murderous.
whatever.
They are
and-
murderous.
Yeah, a few of them might be.
No,
but
not a few. Collectively, they are. They want to murder babies en masse. Murder them. Anything?
I mean, I don't condone abortions, but
So then
I
and who
don't
does?
believe if you can't force something into a lady's body, you shouldn't be able to force something out.
So
if
who
you
does?
look at the Jewish, at the Bible, it was just a fine if you accidentally killed a baby during a fight. It's just a fine. But
Well, I'm glad I'm not Jewish, but anyway,
but Christian, I mean, you're religious.
that's not
based
the
off of
question. The question is who collectively right now wants to collectivize the ability to murder babies? Is it the left or the right?
The majority of all
Answer my
people-
question.
I mean, the left, but the majority
The
of all
left.
people want some sort of abortion rights. Like the way it's
No, they
in
don't.
Texas is, they might have changed things. A lot of people were dying, and I don't think a
No, they
child
weren't.
should be forced to have a baby. So
They weren't. Not a lot. Almost none. But in fact, almost none. The vast, overwhelming majority of abortions are not due to the health of the mother. That's insanity. And even if we granted,
that.
even if we granted the
should be
exception,
up to the doctors.
but
people
even
were
if we
dying.
granted the exception for if it's the case that there was incest, SA, or direct health
I would
ramifications
say
to the mom,
if you're a minor, I would add minor.
fine. I'll even add that as an exception, right? The vast majority of abortions will not be that. And so the thing is like, don't tell me the left isn't murderous when you just got done telling me
I'm
that,
talking
hang
about
on, stop.
politically.
Can I finish my point?
Yes.
When they collectivize to murder children, and by your own admission, how's that not murderous?
I said political violence, like literally killing political opponents. I didn't talk about abortion.
I said murderous because that's murder, and they have murderous intent because they're collectivizing to murder babies.
So that when you after Charlie Kirk's death, you're talking about abortions, not us literally trying to murder.
No, I'm
you.
talking about the mindset of the murderous left. They're murderous.
That's
It's a
crazy.
murderous mindset. They don't.
Half of the population is murderous.
No, first of all, that's not half the population. But if you're talking about inside of the United States, if you're on the left and you support that, then you have murderous intent. Yes,
That's your opinion.
that's your opinion too.
And I don't condone abortion. I don't.
Is it
I would
murder?
never have It depends. It's a loss of life. It depends on how old the baby is. I would stop it like at 20 weeks or less.
Well,
or
they
something.
don't want to do that either.
Wasn't that what was in?
No, they want to have it clear up.
Yeah, that's
They
gross.
want to, and again,
That's gross. I
but
would never
collectively,
condone-
that's what they want, and they want it
No,
enshrined.
You're wrong. I literally watch both sides.
All right,
The
yeah,
majority
I know
of
you
people.
both sides it.
No, but I watch all of the content. You're just saying something that, from what I'm seeing, doesn't really exist.
Do you agree from my view?
I
that-
agree
that
that
I
it's
believe
murder.
that abortion's murder.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
great.
see
then-
nothing wrong with that.
So then it's completely consistent for me to say that leftists collectively have
Well,
murderous
in the
intent.
context of it, you didn't really say babies. You're just
You didn't
talking
really
about
ask.
us being
You
violent.
didn't ask.
I wasn't on the podcast with you.
That's right.
I watched all the reactions
When
of it,
I
though.
say that-
And Destiny was being a piece of shit, too. I don't condone that either.
I don't give a fuck about that guy.
Well, I'm talking about Piers Morgan.
But what I'm saying to you-
when you were on Piers Morgan, that's why I was like, okay, he's kind of like you're stirring up what could be more political violence with this sort of speech is what my
You mean the
problem
guy
was.
who said no political violence versus Destiny who said there could be?
You call us all murderous, and he was fucked up too. Like
No, he
everyone-
was just the one who was
he's
fucked
disgusting.
up. I disavowed
When you
political
call-
violence across the board.
You didn't say, oh, because of babies. You just literally called them murderous. And so, of course, the right's
they
going to
do have murderous intent. They do.
to kill
They
everybody.
believe that they're living in Nazi Germany under Orange Hitler. Yes, they have murderous intent. Besides just abortion, they
Do you
have
think
murderous intent.
after somebody gets murdered and our entire administration themselves are trying to like using messaging instead of calm it down, be peaceful to stir up more violence is that
Oh yeah, they're calming it down. Remember how they tried to shoot Trump in the face?
wasn't that
Boy, it's real calm when Destiny came out and
mean-
said the guy who died there during that assassination
was like
attempt. Well, he had it coming.
Do you know the info?
Hang on,
about
stop,
that dude,
bro.
though?
Let me.
He
Can I
was
finish my point?
Previous Trump supporter.
All right, whatever. I'll tell you what. You talk. I'm just going to sit here
I'm just saying.
because there's not even a conversation anymore. Honestly,
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to.
I don't even care about it. It's not
Okay, cool.
to me.
We
It's
can
not
be
even,
done then.
It's not even that important.
I think we're close to the end, but
Yeah.
really quick, abortion. Are you fine with abortion at any point?
No, that's fucked up.
Like
I said 20 weeks or less.
20 weeks. I missed that part. My bad.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess we could do a different topic. I mean, there's basically. Oh, you did say that you think Andrew himself is paid for.
Oh, I didn't say that. I said I was questioning.
Well, you said you did say makes me wonder. if
Makes me
Andrew
wonder.
Himself
I was looking at the
is paid
Christian
for.
nationalist movement and all of
Are you
the.
paid for, Andrew?
I don't think you're paid for. That was more of like a
Who's paying you? Andrew?
I don't think you're paid for.
It's the Jews.
I was talking because when you see like
They're paying me. No, I'm
No, when you
completely.
see
I'm
the-
Did you get your 7,000?
So here's I'll
no,
I'll
I'm saying when you
I'll
see the
disclose
Christian
every,
national. I was talking about Christian national.
Hang on, I'll disclose every amount of income that I get right now,
Rachel's books.
just to make sure that everybody.
No, I don't.
No,
I said,
no.
huh.
Paid for
I'll
by his
disclose.
wife.
I never said he was paid for.
Do you want the
Rachel
explanation?
Has paid
Sure.
for him.
Good. You have to stop talking though, or I
makes
can't give it to you. So the thing is I'll disclose every amount of sources of income that I make. I make some money from a contract with Rumble. Most of my money comes from my audience and direct super chats. Some money comes from my wife's books, which I take and then spend on guns. Some of my revenue comes in from Debate University.
Oh, I was.
So all of my revenue, as far as I know,
My point with that.
hang on, shh.
Okay.
All of my revenue, as far as I know, comes in from me. So I bought and paid
Congrats,
for
that's
myself.
awesome. Yeah, my point was about. I was talking about Christian nationalism and the money supply and all the people in the government who like are lying to our faces and. Yeah, supposedly Christian. And I was talking about how Texas turned red and like the oil companies and how the church is involved in
He's
all of that.
bought and paid for by.
I never
Christian
said he
nationalists?
was. I was talking about the Christian
you were
national
wondering.
movement. Yeah, no.
I would take money from a Christian nationalist movement if they aligned with my
I
views.
never said he was. I was.
No, I'm telling you, I would take money from a Christian nationalist movement that aligned with my views.
Phase, like researching how like the movement started, and so I was like, huh, makes me wonder. ... It wasn't literally me accusing him of that.
That's fair. I understand. I get
Yeah.
that. But now you know.
Yeah,
But I would if there was like a real movement
sponsors
that aligned with my
Hit 'em up.
views, I would take all of their fucking money. I am the king of the grift. It's true.
Yeah. I mean, I just said makes you wonder. It wasn't about literally. I think you're paid for.
Yeah, I don't like taking money from you know why? Like I would stay away
Try to
from.
censor you.
What's that? Yeah, they try to control what I say.
Sorry, I'm hurting.
They try to control what you say. They try to control what you do. So, I've always been very adamant about funding through the fan base because that way we can do and say whatever the fuck we want. And I've not ever taken a major contract with another organization, even though many have been offered.
Grassroots, hell yeah. That's what I came here to talk about.
All right.
So me and my fans can argue with each other. We can yell at each other like we will over the Epstein stuff. Guarantee it. We'll be arguing like crazy. People will be sending in super chats. We'll be screaming at each other. But at the end of the day, we're all trying to move in the right direction.
Yeah, I've been enjoying the MAGA Civil War. It's been fun to watch y'all fight with each other.
I'm sure it has. Fucking disinformation, leftist scum.
What do you mean? I watch more right wing than I do left.
I know, but you've been
It's
enjoying
crazy.
that MAGA Civil War, haven't you?
I mean, don't people watch
so you
what's
sound more like an
entertaining?
agent of chaos. I thought Brian was the division guy here, and yet here you are. You
What do you
love
mean? I'm
watching the
here-
chaos.
I'm literally
lot of
here
division.
telling people to
very
stop.
divisive.
You're
Literally
telling them
here
to
telling
stop
people
while
to
you're
stop.
enjoying that MAGA
very
Civil War.
I'm enjoying watching them come to the conclusion that, hey, we're all fucking idiots.
That's not what's
And
going
let's stop
on.
the hate.
Most of it's leftist. In fact, a lot of this stuff online, a lot of these supposed MAGA accounts and shit, it's like Rick23849728 fucking 41 and Rick228974128848 who go on and they're like, I voted for Trump and now I regret the vote. And it's like,
No.
whatever, dude, who made your account 3 weeks ago?
I'm literally talking about people, like major podcasts, fighting each other.
Word.
I'm not talking about probably fake
Just
profiles
talking
and
about
shit.
there's a few influencers who are going back and
And then
forth.
people
That's
are like
true.
trying to cancel other people, and it seems kind of woke of them, and it's been
Who's trying to
been kinda
cancel
crazy.
people?
Ben Shapiro,
Well, no, the old
and then
guard,
other people getting mad at putting
the
Nick
Daily Wire has been
Fuentes.
hated for
Dude,
years.
and then people trying to Nick Fuentes.
It's
and shit.
it's not. There's no L. It's not Fuentes.
Fuentes, whatever. Fuentes, Nick Fuentes.
Fuentes.
Yeah, Fuentes.
Fuentes.
Fluentes.
We're pretty much at the tail end here. Let me just read the prompts. And if you guys want to bite on them, I think we
I'm
kind of
freaking tired.
I gotta go
y'all.
too, Brian.
I'm freaking
We got a
tired.
debate
Yeah?
tomorrow. Yeah. Let's
Okay.
get to the super chats.
Okay. All right. Well, you guys want to? We'll do some super chats then, and unless you.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
tired.
All right. Here's what we're gonna do, guys. We'll do. I guess we'll call it a roast session. I'm gonna lower the TTS to $69. If you guys want to get any messages here at the tail end, but yeah, guys, that was an interesting little debate.
Thanks for doing it, by the way.
Thank you too.
And I understand that you're disadvantaged when you're
My speech, my brain.
no, not because
What? Or because I've never debated?
no.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
when
let
I
me
was,
fin-
when I
I'll
was
let you
early
finish.
on in debates, I would go up against 4 or 5 people. That's not the disadvantage, but it's because in an environment like this, where it's like it's 2 people against you and a lot of your worldviews, I tried to be very charitable and kind of back off on a lot of the stuff, right? Have our engagements and then move it over, right? But generally speaking, on this show and on most shows, I prefer 1v1. So does Brian, by the way.
Yeah, I didn't
The reason
know.
this happened today is because specifically it was stated that you wanted.
No, I didn't.
You.
In the past, but I made it
did.
clear I want to debate Andrew.
Well.
And I asked what was going to be discussed and blah, blah, blah. You literally,
Why did you think that would be a good idea?
what, debating you?
Yeah, is it just for clout?
No. Have you seen my social media? I don't even post shit.
Then what's the point?
Because I literally have a message to, I don't give a fuck who you vote for. Just
So you just
check
wanted
where
to
the money's
hijack
coming
the platform for your message?
What do you mean? I'm
just want-
trying to bring
yeah.
people together and make them realize to look
You're trying to
farther
bring
back.
people together while you enjoy the
Culture
MAGA
wars are
Civil
not.
War?
Culture wars are not destroying democracy. Literally, we need to take care of the corruption before we get to the culture wars. It's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but it's
That's
just
literally
like-
my message.
Just so you know, though, you know what it sounds like
What?
on the other end? It just sounds like leftist talking points. Just
Really?
over and
I mean,
over
the
and over
right
again.
is talking about all the corruption and shit too. What are you talking about?
Yeah, we see corruption in a very different way than you do. We see you as the corruption. We see the left as the
literally,
corruption.
They're uncovering all the government corruption. Literally, no one's talking about the left. They're talking about like the CIA and all of these laws that have corrupted the government. What's crazy is like most of the right wing that are talking about this. It's yeah, the left isn't even really brought up a lot anymore.
You'll see.
I'll see what.
Midterms are coming.
Oh shit! Yeah, we will see.
And you'll see what happens when a lot of the curtain comes down and people realize that a lot of this was disinformation, which was perpetuated by left-wing NGOs. I guarantee you it's going to be the Steele dossier, and where there's smoke, there's fire 2.0.
So all the right-wing people talking about it, they're part of that?
I don't even think, it's like, I don't even agree with you about all these right-wing people. All you mentioned was Candace Owens and...
Piers Morgan.
Piers Morgan's not right-wing.
No, he's independent, but...
Yeah, Tim Pool's a Trump supporter.
Piers is talking about all that shit, too.
Let's see,
and
Tim Pool's a Trump supporter.
He's not anymore.
Yes, he is.
There's...
Yes, he is. Tim Pool is still a Trump
not
supporter.
Tim Pool. I was talking about Tim... what's the other... to do with the glasses? Not Tim Pool.
The guy with the glasses?
The comedian... gay, right-wing sunglasses. Really funny.
Milo?
Tim...
Gay, right-wing?
What's his last name?
Well, I guess...
Yeah, I don't remember.
Must be a really influential right-winger.
I mean, I watch him. I don't remember everyone's
Tim
freaking-
Dillon?
Yeah.
He wears glasses?
Oh,
I
just
guess
sunglasses and stuff.
the gay comedian. Yeah, okay.
he's
Tim
funny.
Dillon.
Who else do I watch?
Tim Dillon.
Yeah, I like Piers because they bring a lot of people to debate. But they're talking about the corruption too. Everywhere I go, they're not denying that there's fucked up shit happening.
Yeah, but that's not that hasn't been in question in
And
2 decades.
they've all said
The
they've
question is not
renounced
whether
their
or not
support.
there's
They're
government.
renouncing their support.
Who? Tim Dillon and Candace Owens? Who? Tim Pool's not denouncing his support. Most right-wingers who are in mainstream...
Tim did, not Tim Pool, the other Tim.
Most right-wingers in
people-
positions of authority or influence are not backing away on supporting Trump. I don't know where you got that idea, but that is just factually not the case. It's just not the case. So
I don't know about that.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, considering the polls and where the podcast directions have gone, it doesn't seem like pretty much any of them like
Because
him
Trump has a
anymore.
low approval rating? He's had one before. And the thing is, it's funny, is Obama had a very low approval rating at sections of his presidency as well.
But-
When you have manufactured scandal, that's what happens.
Sorry, it hurt. I think that the Epstein who thing really made the difference between this term and last term, and
Oh,
the
I
evidence.
agree with that. Not
I think
evidence,
that,
but
well, I mean, it is. There's proof that he's lying about his relationship with Epstein, and people in the documents itself. I think that's enough evidence for a lot of people
It's just plain bullshit.
How
It's
is it
not
bullshit?
because, first of all, Trump was the one who put the finger on Epstein. He was the one who was he banned him from Mar-a-Lago.
Have you ever heard of people? That's not true that he
Yes,
banned
it
him.
is
He
true.
never belonged to Mar-a-Lago, and he hung out with Epstein.
He banned him and publicly shit on the guy. And on top of that, all the releasing of these documents happening under his administration.
After being forced by a law.
Wait, didn't it come
He was
out?
putting it out before there was a law.
Fake shit that was already out to try to deceive
there was more that came out. And by the way, it was Trump who put his
signed the
finger,
law?
who was pointing out that Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein were scum.
Oh shit! Are you recording me?
No.
Oh, I just heard my voice.
The stream
Yeah, the
started
stream came through
on
from
his
my
phone.
Yeah, I heard y'all.
All right, I'll let some chats come through unless did you guys want to continue?
But by the
on
way,
that?
why the fuck would it matter if I was recording you?
Oh, I just was confused. It was just weird. I was confused.
Like, why would it matter? You're being recorded by
And there's security
multiple.
cameras. There's security
It's just
cameras.
weird.
There's the stream.
But anyway,
Yeah,
I just thought it was
he's
weird.
audio recording from his phone in his pocket.
I don't know, dude. I'm freaking.
I wouldn't
tired.
want there to not be a record.
I don't give a fuck. I'm tired.
You're
Y'all, I'm
surreptitiously
tired.
recording.
Yeah.
I didn't. Did I even say any of that? Like, why would I think he's doing that
Nothing.
when
It's
it's
just
live?
a joke. Calm down. Calm down.
I'm just tired, and I'm tired, and I want to go home.
I know
I
you're
think you
tired.
need to get laid, to be honest. I feel like you're a little wound
Well,
up. I'm just saying. I don't know. She's calling us incels and stuff.
didn't
and
call
feel
you
like
an incel,
she
did
needs-
I?
Maybe she's the incel. Are you an incel? Has it been a while?
I reject a lot of people.
Do one of my garbage spewing viewers?
No, I love men, and I'm considering dating. I've just moved to a new place, and I'm chronically ill.
How you been?
Great.
You struggling on the dating?
No, I just haven't because I'm trying to focus on making friends in a new city.
You're in Texas?
Yeah, I moved cities and I'm starting over, and I don't think it's cool to date if you have no friends, because then you need to have your own life as well. So I didn't want to date until I start settling in.
I don't know if this is toxic, but I think it's kind of preferable if a woman doesn't have friends. For me,
Yeah.
I think that's preferable.
Yeah.
It's better, you know?
Yeah, I mean...
Especially if her friends are single.
I mean, yeah,
And it's like, no, we're going to lose her. We got to talk shit about Brian so she doesn't, disappear. I don't know. Anyways,
yeah, basically, I just wanted to establish myself.
We'll let the chats come through. We got to wrap up here.
Yeah, we got to get in and out.
All right.
Fabio donated $69. Education and preparation are everything. You only harm your position with ignorance. Brian sees truth. Andrew sees bullshit. Critical thinking should be mandatory.
I have critical thinking. I've just never debated, and it's a lot of pressure to try to remember stuff when you're like anxious and haven't slept and
Why did you
never
want to do
done
a
this.
debate?
Because I told you I have a bigger message. I knew I was going to not win the debate.
So
Literally,
you just wanted to co-opt the platform?
Yeah, to give your message.
No, I'm trying to bring people together. Like, hey, I don't give a fuck if you're left or right. Just
an empty platitude.
let's vote
Come
out
together right now.
Yeah, I just want people to wake up to all the like corporate puppets in our government and work together.
Corporate.
Living.
Our politicians are the corporate
Donated
puppets.
$69.
Thank you, 40 Vision.
What are y'all's view on the SAVE Act? Disenfranchising certain groups of people? I'm all for it, BTW.
I'm cool with the SAVES Act if they don't put it out really right before election, because I think that could be like trying to get people not to vote. If they gave people time to get the necessary documents, I don't see anything wrong with that.
Yeah, it's real tough to get an ID.
I mean, we have an ID. You need to have further documents, like proving that you're a citizen, like birth certificate, and it has to match up with the name on your ID, which, like, for married women.
No, the SAVE Act isn't saying you have to have a birth certificate and take it with you to the poll. No.
Then what does it say?
No. First of all, you have to present your birth certificate to get a state ID.
So then what's the SAVE Act? Like, you just have to bring your ID to the
Yes, you
polling
actually
place?
have to have an ID to vote. Yes.
Well, in Texas, you already do. I mean, can we look up the SAVE Act?
Yeah,
I'm
look
pretty
it
sure
up.
I had more details than that.
While she's looking it up, guys, tomorrow Andrew will be doing another debate. We're aiming to go live at about 3:30 p.m. Pacific. That's going to be fantastic. 1v1 debate, so my mug will not be here.
It'll be over there.
It'll be over there off camera
Moderating.
for most of it. So be sure to tune in. That's 3:30 p.m. tomorrow. And guys, just can you pull up Twitch, Nathan? Pull up the Twitch window. Guys, if you're watching on Twitch here at the tail end, if you enjoyed the stream, just drop us a follow. Check if you have an Amazon Prime sub available. Let me just shout you guys out. Molly, thank you for the Prime. Guys, just check if you have a Prime sub available. See if you can drop one. Antitic, thank you. Chief, thank you. Thank you, everybody else. There's some that came in earlier that we can't read off, but thank you guys for the support over there on Twitch. Drop us a follow on the Prime sub. We have this coming through.
Cats91 donated $100.
Thank you.
Andrew,
Cats.
do you compete in IDPA or USA, or do you just shoot at garbage?
That's me. What do you mean, just shoot at garbage? Yes, I have been to a couple of IDPA tournaments, pistol tournaments. So, yeah. But as far as like professionally competing, no.
All right.
I would like to, though. I'd like, especially USPA, the leagues. I would like to do that, but I'd have to get in with one where I'm at.
Chaw XD donated $69.
Thank you, Chaw.
The non-falsifiable arguments that build from conclusion and seek to tailor
Yep.
evidence to the conclusion are so baffling. But you'll notice they only ever do it in one direction. Weird how that works.
Isn't it, though?
Direction.
Well, for instance, I can give you unfalsifiable. I could make the same claim. I could say, here's an unfalsifiable claim. Right this second, there's a nefarious group of people who are behind the scenes, who are funding a disinformation campaign designed specifically to hurt President Trump. No, I can't prove it, but I can give you a bunch of circumstantial evidence for it, including bots and various things like this on X, right? But nobody wants to do that. They instead want to work from the idea of guilt first and then try to circumvent facts and put facts in a position which backs up their hypothesis rather than work their way through the facts themselves.
Well, I mean, I see that in some instances on both sides, but I think
Both sides.
the evidence on the Epstein thing, I mean, it's kind of pointing to that he's covering it for pedos.
You mean
But there is
no
propaganda
evidence?
on both sides.
There is no evidence
There
that he's
is
covering up for
evidence.
pedos. That's just completely made up.
Oh my God. The
You can, oh my
evidence-
God, me, but you didn't provide any.
Yeah, I did. The Epstein files, him saying there's no co-conspirators.
What in the Epstein files?
The conspirator, sorry.
What in
You
the
know what I'm
Epstein
trying to say.
files even demonstrates that there was any PDF, anything? What?
The list of people that they're hiding and the emails
That's not-
talking
that's
about
an-
9-year-olds,
See what I
about...
mean? Like, that's not evidence of that, though. It's not. And this is what he's talking about.
Yeah, okay, whatever.
He's saying that you retroactively fit the
Then
facts.
release the freaking files. It's so stupid.
That I agree with. I wish that they would release them all
If he's
unredacted.
innocent, then come on, redact the victim's name, release them, so we can all move on with our lives, and he can prove himself
Yeah,
to
and
be
then
this
they'll all get
innocent person.
released. And guess what'll
Put
happen?
investigations on
They'll
the
be like, we
people.
still think that there needs to be additional investigations
There's-
till after the midterms when we're in charge, and then drop all of it.
There should be investigations on every person who's mentioned that hasn't been.
The Epstein files are all. It doesn't even matter. I'm not going to relitigate it.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to talk. Yeah, I mean,
It's
most
just
people-
absence of evidence
most
equals
people
guilt.
agree with me.
Donated $69.
Thank you, Contra-
She was a
Contra-
good sport. That stupid bunny's smile.
Oh, the TTS changed the B word from one B word to bunny. Do you want to?
Oh, I wasn't. Sorry, my hand. I'm hurting really bad. Sorry, I'm just getting tired. Something about bunnies,
He said you were a good sport.
and then something about
Yeah,
bunnies.
I'd say you're a pretty good sport for the most part. But one thing that frustrates me, Andrew, and I don't know if you've encountered this. Remember we were going to schedule you with this guy who sent us a video.
You should
about-
play that video. That pissed me off.
A lot of the times, people will send us messages, and they'll come on really strong in the messages. Oh, you're a piece of shit. I disagree with you.
Well, that guy
here's all the
didn't do that, to be fair.
No, that guy didn't do that.
Yeah.
But it is frustrating when somebody's like, what you're saying is wrong. I disagree with you. XYZ, here are my points. And then you get them in person, and they're like, milk toast. And part of me is like, maybe that could actually, maybe they had to change their mind or whatever. The other thing is I think
It's just hijacking
No.
platforms.
they're just,
Their platform.
What? No. What goes on is you're here to talk about your points. You generalize what you're saying, and then you go on the show to elaborate on that. I don't see what the difference is on that.
but you came so strong in the messages. You're a cancer on society. You're a grifter.
No, yeah.
You're creating a divide.
This whole divide
I
is a
hope you
cancer on
lose.
society. It's not
Yeah,
just
but,
you.
But I feel like you didn't back it up. You kind of backpedaled a little bit.
What do you? Yeah, okay.
You backpedaled a little bit on some of these
it's not good for
points.
society. Like none of this is.
The Whatever podcast and Andrew Wilson are fantastic for society. We're the best for society, the best. And even if we are divisive, we're the best at division. The best, we're the most divisive, the best, bigly divisive. Okay, I don't know, I'm just talking shit. But Andrew just went out for a smoke break. He'll be right back, and then we'll wrap up the show.
Like, yeah, I mean, I think there's bigger things that are going on that without each other having a truce, like there's going to be no changes coming.
Like an alien.
Just a temporary
the only time there'll
truce.
be a truce
Temporary
is if there's an
truce.
alien invasion. That's the only time that
they
shit
can
will
come
happen.
save me. I would love that.
That's the only time we'll all work together. But then if
I think we should
aliens
literally.
do
We don't.
invade,
I'm not telling anyone
we're
to change
probably
parties, but just
if
agree.
aliens do invade, we're probably fucked.
Or
Their
maybe they'll
technology
maybe
to be able to do interstellar traveling that
Yeah.
way too advanced, we're fucked.
well maybe they'll see how dumb we
Independence
are
Day,
and be
Will
like,
Smith.
hey, they'd stop the wars. They'd stop the wars because
alien ship and blow it up.
if you don't stop being dumb, I'll just nuke the whole planet, and then there are our
Movies
government.
were definitely better back then, though, in the 90s.
Yeah, I would hope that they're friendly and see that we're about to kill each other, and then intervene and be like, "Hey, stop the bullshit, or I'm just
I
gonna
think
blow
people
up
would
the
try
whole."
to like hook up with the aliens, though. To be honest,
Probably, yeah, it would happen.
even in that movie, Independence Day,
Yeah.
they were all, yes, welcome aliens, and
for
then
sure.
they get fucking.
I mean, people are gonna be banging
Destroyed.
robots pretty soon too. So let's
think
add aliens to that.
That would be a good solution for you, though, because I mean,
I'm not saying I
you're,
want.
you're
I
getting-
want a baby, okay?
you're
So
getting
I'm
up-
probably gonna have to
you're-
bang somebody.
You want a baby?
Yeah, I have my eggs frozen and I'm getting more frozen.
Well, you're 38, right?
Yeah.
But the
Okay,
eggs are
everyone,
frozen.
don't rush getting married. Get eggs frozen. Okay.
Your eggs are frozen.
Yeah, I'm in July. I'm getting more frozen. So.
I feel like you're a lot. It's going to take a very special man.
Dude, I'm on a debate. I'm very
to
chill.
deal.
Do you think I talk about
Really?
politics? I literally sit around and I write music. I'm chill. I literally have never been in an argumentative relationship in my life with a dude. It's never been like that. I'm on a debate, you know?
I think you henpeck. You probably
What do you mean?
henpeck your partners.
No, dude.
You peck at them.
I've only been in like chill shit. If something
Have you
wasn't
ever
chill, I
had an
got out of it.
abortion? Have you had an abortion?
No, it's actually why my last relationship ended is because I told him
He got an abortion?
no. I was having like health issues. That was like when I got chronically ill or whatever. And at that time, I was having really strong pains, and I had to stop my birth control. So I told him like, "Hey, if you don't want me to get knocked up, like use a condom because I
Yeah.
can't take this medication."
Oh.
And then
And
I told him I don't want abortion. We've been together 4 years, so like if you want to take your chances by not wrapping it up, then like I don't care what you say because it's my health is like at risk right now until I go to the doctor. This is your choice: is condoms or like take your chances. And then
Oh my God, who the hell
you asked.
cares?
And then when I wouldn't take a Plan B, he never talked to me again.
How long were you dating him?
4 years. You see what I mean? I'm like, dude, like what the fuck? He was like, I need
Was
money
it
for
on again, off again, or?
In the end, I broke up with him a lot because he wouldn't even move in with me. And
Yeah, he was just using you for sex.
exactly. I mean,
4 years? Ooh,
Like,
that stings.
I know,
Ooh,
right?
Damn.
Yeah. He was like, it's not the right time. It's not the right time. I need money for private schools and all of this stuff. I'm like, dude,
All right.
let's just get
My
married.
wife just uses me for sex, too. It's fucking
That sounds awesome.
sucks. She thinks I'm a fucking object
Does your wife objectify you, Andrew?
all the time. I'm serious. She
Rachel?
does.
We're gonna have a talk.
Acts
Rachel.
like I'm a fucking. It's just.
I need
Tired.
that.
You know what bothers me, Andrew? You know what grinds my gears, Andrew? Is sometimes as a guy you just want to cuddle. You just
Yeah,
wanna
you just want
cuddle.
to. You just
You
want to
That's
talk.
what I miss. That's what I
and
miss
these
the
women,
most,
we're just like
actually.
pieces of meat
Yeah,
to
it's
these
fucking
women.
ridiculous.
We're just like pieces of meat. And it's like sometimes you just want to talk, and I feel objectified. I feel used, and it's really upsetting. It upsets me a lot. You women, all you guys think about is one thing, and it's disgusting.
It's fucking disgusting.
Disgusting.
Preach,
All you
preach.
think about is one thing. I guess this is probably going to be our final chat here. Well, this was fun, like watching someone try to teach a turtle a magic trick. I feel your frustration, Andrew. Not one step back.
Not one step back.
Thank you,
man.
Ryan, for the super chat. You're a legend, sir. All right, well, here we're going to wrap this up, guys. If you enjoyed the stream, like the video. Also, Debate University, guys, debateuniversity.com. You want to learn how to become a master debater like Andrew Wilson, you got to check out his course, debateuniversity.com. Be sure to check it out. Video tutorials, video instructions, etc., etc. Reminder, we have a debate tomorrow with the great Andrew Wilson, 3:30 p.m. live here on the whatever podcast.
With Not So Erudite.
With Not So
Yay!
Erudite. Years in the making. They squared up on a dating talk panel. That was back in, I think it was 2024, or maybe it was even 2023. So that's going to be a big one. That's going to be a big one. So be sure to tune in 3:30 p.m.
It's going to be a big L for Erudite.
So tune into that. And then we have Andrew also here for the dating talk this Sunday. That's 5 p.m. Pacific.
That should be fun. I haven't done one of those in a
fun
long
one.
time.
Those are more chill, I
Yeah.
think that'll be a chill one. And that'll be a good one. No, she will not. I tried to on this past Sunday. We had this OF virgin Christian. It's fucking bull. They're liars. But she would have been really good. I said on the show, I was like, I wish I had Andrew on this episode. I was like, why didn't I just call? Can I just call you, Andrew? Just call you, be like,
I don't go live Sunday because you're on. I've done that.
I should have called
Remember,
you on
I've done
Sunday.
that for I don't know how long. There has been a couple times where I've had to go live because I had something
you had
scheduled.
some debates. Yeah.
Yeah, but then I raid over. But I don't go live on Sunday specifically because I don't want to split, to split off any of Brian's audience. So
Yeah.
I know that there's some overlap there.
Well, it's much appreciated, and
Thank you.
but yeah, that would have been good. But to get that girl on because she was wild. Anyways, by the way, actually, those of you who watched that episode, apparently I've received some communications that she's claiming she's a certain way, but heard from some ex-boyfriends. So it was all a grift. It was all a lie. She's a liar. Anyways, let me just double check here, make sure we're all good. Debate 3:30 tomorrow, Saturday. That's a break day. Sunday, dating talk podcast. Andrew Wilson here for a couple days. So thank you guys for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the debate. Thank you guys who sent in some messages. Debateuniversity.com. Check it out. Like the video.
Can I try the Crucible sign off with whatever? Hang on.
What's
Just wanna
that?
try.
What's
From
that?
all of us here at Whatever Podcast to all of you out there in whatever podcast land, have a wonderful night.
Thank you.
07's in the chat, guys. Good night.